suffer no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night no be cheap. It's once again everybody will pay up. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we the Mugu, I be the master. Oh, man, I go chop your dollar. I go take your money, disappear. For one time in love, we the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, let me get her. The contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. We the Mugu, I be the master. When you won't play while you then go say that you style. When countryman do you go, you know the shots. All I kill I die. Okay now. The person between my pen. I see. I see what the wedding forget me. Okay. Papa you look at me. One day you get ya. Mama mo say na wa me to go kwa. Aga na wa mo jelomba. O we budike. Aga ni lu ne budilo wa ne mo. Ata me wa ke ya di pa ya jomba.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. So now I'm not sure if I want to adopt this title now that is it Omo Baba Willie or who is that? I'm not quite sure that I want to adopt this title that Agbado or Tinubu has given me. One man went to Mo. Pardon me. And by the way, before we carry on, you'll be hearing a bit of background noise. I've got a fan on. Pardon me. I should have gotten some water. Do I even have some here? Pardon me. And by the way, you'll be hearing some background noise. I've got the fan on. Yes, I do live in England and I have the fan on. So that just tells you then what phase of the season we are in. But I was just saying, I'm not quite sure I want to adopt this title that Agbado Tinubu has given me. One man went to Mo, the DK Simba, or Simba, as they call it in Anambra, the DKC Mba of social media. So there it is right there. Good to see you, Agbado Tinubu, and everyone else joining. So good to see you. Protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you're not already subscribed. Join me via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It's in the comment section. Share the links to the stream on your social media spaces, your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, and every other spaces that mooch around on social media. So share the links near and wide. So share the links near and wide. Yeah. So shall we just get started? So we're a little bit late to the party, this sort of session that we're doing right now, because this has been going on for a couple of years at least, but now we're entering somewhat this space. So we're entering the space then, Reno Omokri versus the Peter Obi supporters. This has been a recurring decimal within the backdrop of the Nigerian political tapestry for quite a few, for quite a long while now, actually, not even a few moments, but quite a long while. So this has been a recurring decimal within the tapestry of the backdrop of the Nigerian political landscape. Not Peter Obi, but Reno Omokri has been holding the whip hand over the obedience space for quite a while now. So it continues to flog them, as we all enjoy to flog them, because it's easy pickings, isn't it? The obedience space. They're just so easy to mock and ridicule. So, and there's nobody that delights more in mocking and ridiculing the obedience space than Reno Omokri. So here is Reno Omokri now, who has made it his life mission then to continue to debunk the excesses of Peter Obi and the dog whistles that he throws at his followership. So Reno Omokri, of course, are the scourge of the obedience space, the whip hand, the day of reckoning of the obedience space, Reno Omokri. So he continues to flog them, and we continue to delight in it. But then, of course, if you go after the obedience space, then you must brace yourself, of course, for the backlash. The backlash of the obedience space then seems to have claimed the casualty then of one of Reno Omokri's social media spaces. So we start it off and we kick it off from here. So let's begin the reaction from this clip.
You might have noticed I was out of Facebook for about 12 hours. The hiatus is just because Obedience had reported my page and accused me of telling lies against Peter Obi when I exposed his lies about Tanzania. And I was
So this is going to be a recording decimal as we go forward and we cascade towards the 2027 elections. You'll be seeing the obedience space attack social media spaces that look to debunk or run contrary to their narratives. So they've attacked Reno Omokri temporarily, and they've succeeded temporarily to bring down his Facebook page. He has recovered it, of course, but he's reporting back now that the battle then between him and that obedience space is getting to a new and an increased intensity.
I was able to prove that what I said was true, and my pages have been given back to me. I'm back on Facebook. Now, listen, what Peter Obi said about Nigeria and Tanzania is completely false. He had said that Tanzania had completely met its power needs. They had to shut down their dams, and that he was in great pains because Nigeria, a country that's meant to be bigger than Tanzania, has not been able to do that. And he asked Nigeria to learn from Tanzania. He was lying. They had a cyclone called Hidaya, and that affected their power infrastructure, and that's why they shut their dams, and the whole country at that time, this was last year, was in blackout. It was a blackout nationwide. But then all that has been restored, and their power infrastructure is still not as good as Nigeria.
So that's a direct contradiction right there of the endless lies that Peter Obi, because he just throws this inane on quantified statistics out there, and the gullible, the unintelligent following that follow Peter Obi, they just gobble it up. So it tells you that Tanzania has met its energy needs, that they have 24 hours electricity in Tanzania, and the electricity supply is that much that they had to shut down one of their dams because the production was too high. So Reno Omokri now, he has taken the pains to go to Tanzania to establish then what Peter Obi is saying. And the totality of what Peter Obi was saying about Tanzania, as is always the case with the totality of what Peter Obi has to say about anything, it's an absolute categorical lie. They have epileptic and poorer electricity supply in Tanzania, and the dam that he said they shut down because they were producing too much electricity, that dam actually collapsed rather than being shut down. So here is Reno Omokri debunking Peter Obi, but because he has now taken the pains to debunk Peter Obi now, the obedience space, of course, launch after him and try to shut him down on social media.
They had a cyclone called Hidaya, and that affected their power infrastructure. And that, you might have noticed, I was out of Facebook for about 12 hours. The hiatus is just because Obedience had reported my page and accused me of telling lies against Peter Obi when I exposed his lies about Tanzania. And I was able to prove that what I said was true. And my pages have been given back to me. I'm back on Facebook. Now, listen. What Peter Obi said about Nigeria and Tanzania is completely false. He had said that Tanzania had completely met its power needs. They had to shut down their dams, and that he was in great pains because Nigeria, a country that's meant to be bigger than Tanzania, has not been able to do that. And he asked Nigeria to learn from Tanzania. He was lying. They had a cyclone called Hidaya, and that affected their power infrastructure, and that's why they shut their dams. And the whole country at that time, this was last year, was in blackout. It was a blackout nationwide. But then all that has been restored, and their power infrastructure is still not as good as Nigeria. So you saw that video when I showed you at the hotel. That was an $800 a night hotel, and there was a power cut. It was completely true. And to prove that it's true, I'm going to go downstairs and interview a random man, just ask him about this again. So Peter Obi just continues to demarket Nigeria, continues to tell lies about Nigeria, and all because he wants to deceptively gaslight Nigerians and become president. And his obedience are just as bad as him. They are, look at them, went and reported my page to take it down. And that's how they bullied people. That's why nobody wants to challenge Peter Obi, not because they don't know his line, but they're afraid of his obedience. I'm not afraid. And look, Peter Obi, I will continue to expose you. That man is a national security risk. Some of the comments said, oh, it's not.
And there are no truer words ever said, by the way. That last comment by Reno Omokri right there. Peter Obi is a national security risk. And that national security risk will be addressed post-2027. After the election in 2027 has come and gone, if Peter Obi moves anyhow, he will see anyhow. And they will deal with him fairly swiftly because it's now expendable and no longer of use. They only want to use him to hold down the Southeastern votes for 2027 so Tinubu can pass through to his second term. After they have used him to pass through in 2027, if Peter Obi, the retard from Oka, the one with the speech impediment, if he moves anyhow, he will see anyhow.
Not true. I'm not in Tanzania. So I'm going to show you a landmark. Now, that's right there. That's Mount Meru. Mount Meru is the second tallest mountain in Tanzania. So we can't see Kilimanjaro from here. I'm in Arusha, so we can't see Kilimanjaro, but that's Mount Meru. So you can Google Mount Meru and then just look at that and then find out if I'm telling lies. And you see, just show them the mountain range so that they can see. You see the mountain range. And that's it, yeah. So I'm going to go down. And by the way, Tanzania is a lovely country, an excellent country, the most beautiful country, in my opinion, in Africa. The people are transparent, they are honest, they are innocent, they are pure, purer than, unfortunately, than Nigerians. But that does not mean that infrastructure-wise, airports, roads, power, they are better than us. Even their GDP is half of Nigeria's GDP. Our GDP is twice theirs. So do not believe Peter Obi. That man is a liar. Now wait for the other video. This is Reno Omokri in Arusha. Thank you for watching, and may God bless you. Twaha, I've got a question for you. Twaha, you're from Tanzania, right?
Yes, I'm from Tanzania, Dodoma.
Dodoma.
The new capital.
The new capital. Okay, that's your legislative capital, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course. I've not yet watched this, and we're watching it in real time together. but I can bet you £1 to a penny that whatever this guy that Reno Omokri is interviewing now, whatever he has to say, the Southeast obedience, they will tell you then that yeah, it was paid to say it, because that's their usual go-to narrative. In fact, let me actually play this. I need to introduce you to I need to introduce you to the mindset that you need to. I need to introduce you to the mindset that you need to adopt in order to interact with the obedience space. You can only really look at the obedience space from the prism that this particular video that I am about to play you, if I can find it. I hope Thomas has not deleted it. As this guy deleted it. I hope this guy has not been deleting my video. What's going on? You can only look at it from the, oh God, this guy has he deleted it? What's going on? Right, there's a particular video that I wanted to play you, but I cannot find it on my video list. I hope that Thomas has not deleted it, because that would be a really poor move on his part. Apologies to you, Thomas. Yes, you can only really, the only way to see the Peter Obi space is through the prism of this video that of this clip that I'm about to play you now. So I'll play you this clip, and then we get back to Reno.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
So there it is right there. That's exactly how you should see the obedience space.
But that's why I've got a question.
So that's exactly how you should see the obedience space. You don't need research or facts, just rage. And fact is fake news. And propaganda is common sense and all of that. You know, these are fake indignation that they have held the country in abeyance with for going on 2 years now. So that's really all you need. Just continue to rage. Rage is the new currency. Rage substitutes for facts, logic, what is right, what is coherent. All of that is abandoned, and you just subsist in perpetuity in rage. That is how to be an obedient.
Peter Obi, that man is a liar. Now wait for the other video. This is Reno Omokri Narisha. Thank you for watching, and may God bless you. Twaha, I've got a question for you. Twaha, you're from Tanzania, right?
Yes, I'm from Tanzania, Dodoma.
Dodoma.
The new capital.
The new capital. Okay, that's your legislative capital, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think, but Dar is still the where the president stays, right? Dar es Salaam.
The capital is changing from Dar es Salaam.
Oh, it's completely changing from Dar to Dodoma.
Dar es Salaam is a business city.
So it's like what we did in Nigeria with Lagos and Abuja. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I've got a question for you. Do the public power system, the public electricity, do they take power? Do you have power blackouts in Tanzania?
Yes.
You do, right? You do. Okay. And then I have another question. How much is petrol per liter in Tanzania?
I think $1.50.
$1.50, right?
Yes.
How much is it in your currency?
Tanzania is like 3,200.
Okay, 2,200, and that's it right there, right? You see that?
Yeah.
That's it right there. 2,200. I did that on XC.com, and it gave me a figure of $1.7. So that's $1.70. That's good, right?
Yeah.
And you guys are happy, right?
I'm good.
Excellent.
And your country?
Well, in our country is just slightly over. It's about 55 cents. So it's right now, it used to be about 900 naira, which was about 60 cents. But then we had a guy called Dangote, and then he crashed the price.
So in dollars, how much?
That's 55 cents. So we're paying less than 1/3 of what you pay. Would you like to come to Nigeria?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, this is Reno Omokri and Arusha. Thank you for watching, and may God bless you.
So
You might have
so there it is right there. The total then opposite of the total then opposite of what Peter Obi had to say in terms of Tanzania. It tells you then that life is better in Tanzania. It isn't. It tells you that the electricity supply in Tanzania is better than Nigeria. It is not. It tells you then that petrol is cheaper in Tanzania. It's an absolute lie. You know, what Peter Obi actually relies on is that nobody really will have the push to try and fact check any of these things that he says. But unfortunately for him now, this now guy that looted a lot of money under Goodluck Jonathan, Reno Omokri, who is also a criminal, by the way. So this guy, so that's not the one I wanted to show you. Where's the other one? So this guy that stole a lot of money under, so this guy now that stole a lot of money under Goodluck Jonathan, Reno Omokri, he's now using some of those stolen funds to try and debunk Peter Obi. So here is another soupçon then. Here is another flavor of Reno Omokri exposing yet more lies by the retard from Oka.
Guys, this is my 4th day in Tanzania, and it's an exotic country. I encourage people to visit Tanzania. But one thing I have to tell you, April last year, Peter Obi, a presidential candidate from Nigeria, he did a post basically comparing Nigeria to Tanzania and saying that Tanzania had solved all her power problems and they're producing more power than they needed, and that he was in pain because Nigeria, a country with more resources, had not been able to do that, and asked Nigeria to learn from Tanzania. But I'm going to do this. This is Tanzania. Now, look at that. Go back to the ball. You see? Now come back here. Just so you think you see? I'm going to do the other ball. I had a shower in the dark because it's quite early and I wanted to go see some lions. Now we're going to go to the shower area. I had a shower in the dark. Now just look at, that's the bulb there and that's the switch. We're going to do it simultaneously. Look at that. No light. I had to have a cold shower because if there's no light, there's no electricity, you can't put on the heater. And then look at that, you know. The thing is, Peter Obi lied to you. Tanzania is an excellent country, but it's also a developing country. And because it's a developing country, they have power challenges. And as a matter of fact, in terms of infrastructure, Nigeria is way better than Tanzania. You know, the power cuts are worse here than in Nigeria. The infrastructure like roads, water, you know, different things, you know, like flyover, airports are much better in Nigeria. But Peter Obi came and then he said that Nigeria was worse than Tanzania. And here's the thing, you got to understand this. The only reason he did that is because he wanted to contest the election and he had to demarket Nigeria and demarket President Tinubu. And he's been doing this. I think last week or 2 weeks ago, he was in Johns Hopkins University demarketing Nigeria. The other time, he was demarketing Nigeria, saying that Nigeria should learn from Bangladesh, a desperately poor country that has worse infrastructure in many areas, not in all areas, in many areas than Nigeria. The other time, he talked about Egypt. And do you know he said that Nigeria should learn from Egypt? Meanwhile, Egypt is dependent on war-torn Ukraine. And please research this, Google it, for their food needs. Without Ukraine, Egypt cannot feed itself, yet Nigeria can feed itself. Right now, we are self-sufficient in petrol. We also export petrol now to other countries. To Ghana, we're exporting, aviation fuel. We are self-sufficient in cement. We now export cement to Europe, to Spain. Please research me. Nigeria is improving. We've paid off our IMF loans. The only thing that we are owing are the drawing rights, which we have to pay every year, whether or not we pay our loans. We also paid off about, I think it's a large portion of the Sukuk loans that other administrations took. We are progressing in Nigeria. But if you have this individual who only sees evil, and it's not right, even if he says evil things about Nigeria in Nigeria, but he goes out of Nigeria to demarket Nigeria. So I'm telling you, if you're a Nigerian citizen watching this, take what Peter Obi says with a pinch of salt. And everything I said does not mean that Tanzania is not a good country. It's an excellent country. The people are transparent, they're honest, they're innocent, they're pure. And the country is naturally beautiful. Come to Tanzania, but do not think that Tanzania or any other country is better than your country. Now, this is Reno Omokri in Tanzania. I'm off to go see some lions. It's a lovely country.
So there it is right there. And that is a direct contradiction then. That is a direct debunking of positions adopted by Peter Obi. And if Reno Omokri had not gone to the expense of making that trip to go and debunk the lies that Peter Obi has put within the Nigerian space, that lie would have held true because a lot of his followership deferred to him. So that is Reno Omokri debunking frontally then the endless lies of Peter Obi. He told us that yes, Tanzania had solved their electricity problem. Their electricity situation is significantly worse than Nigeria, as has been established by an on-the-ground reportage by Reno Omokri. He told us that the lifestyle was better, everything was cheaper. They are paying 3 times as much in Tanzania. They are paying 3 times as much for petrol than we do in Nigeria. And petrol in Nigeria, by the way, is one of the cheapest, not just in Africa, but in the whole world. Outside of maybe Saudi Arabia and a couple of countries, petrol in Nigeria, in dollarized terms, because petrol is a dollar commodity, petrol in Nigeria is one of the cheapest in the world, and that is what is being established now factually, not some retarded half-wit from Oka talking in some sluggish voice telling you nonsense, but boots on the ground establishing facts, debunking of the lies of Peter Obi. So that's Reno Omokri right there doing a yeoman's job. So Reno Omokri doing a yeoman's job, and it continues as we go on to this one. So in this particular one, then Reno is interacting with the media space regarding, they've been saying, oh, APC is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state now. APC is trying to turn Nigeria into a one-party state now. Well, when Abubakar Malami left the APC, Nigeria was not turning into a one-party state. When El Rufai left the APC for the SDP, Nigeria was not turning into a one-party state. When Simon Dalong or Lalong, the former sports minister, when he left the APC for the SDP, Nigeria was not turning into a one-party state. But when other people leave other parties to come into the APC, Nigeria now is now turning into a one-party state. So it is against that backdrop that we interact with this now next clip.
The Nigerian political space is witnessing what many observers call a one-party state. The APC, which was a merger of the Action Congress of Nigeria, the Congress for Progressive Change (CPC), the All Nigerian People's Party (ANPP), and the All Progressive Grand Alliance (APGA) has extended its fangs on state politics. As of 12th of November 2024, there are 21 states with APC governors, 12 with PDP governors, and 1 state each with APGA, Labour, and NNPP governors.
There's also the case of mass defection from opposition political parties such as the PDP, Labour Party, and NNPP to the ruling party APC, from members of the Senate, House of Reps, and one-time politicians. Interestingly, it's becoming obvious that the dominance of the ruling party may expand across opposition stronghold states in 2027, the year of elections. What could be the reasons for cross-carpeting, the policies, and the impact of the ruling party, internal wrangles in opposition strongholds, or are there more to this? Our guest served as special advisor to former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. He's an author and is now known as the Table Shaker. Please join us as we welcome Mr. Reno Omokri. Good morning, and thank you very much for joining us.
Perfectionism isn't a strength. It is the #1 thing sabotaging your online coaching business. And if you're a neurodivergent coach, it's even worse. Most neurodivergent coaches overthink every step. They second guess their decisions and they get stuck in perfectionism.
Thank you for having me.
I think a good way for us to start would be to talk about the opposition, which was the last conversation that we had. Your thoughts on the PDP as a viable opposition in Nigeria's current economic political climate?
Well, the PDP has to put its house in order. If you recall, they had the Anambra gubernatorial elections party forms, and nobody bought the gubernatorial nomination form for the PDP. Now, that's just a sign of what's happening with the PDP. So the PDP has to put its house in order. There's too much focus right now in the PDP on who will get the nomination in 2027.
To all intents and purposes, Reno Omokri is still a member of the PDP, by the way. It's not yet carpet crossed to the APC, as far as I'm aware. So it's still very much a member of the PDP and a senior member of the PDP as well, speaking to the internal workings of his own party.
And that's causing a lot of disaffection, disunity, and strife within the party. So the PDP has to put its house in order. And one way to do that is forget about who's going to get the nomination in 2027 and focus on how the party is going to be a viable opposition party.
Now, Mr. Omokri, you served on the PDP government. Opposition was allowed to thrive. The opposition even won the elections, and President Goodluck Jonathan then called Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu to congratulate Mr. Buhari, former President Buhari, to congratulate him. What do you think is happening now? Why does it seem the internal wranglings in every opposition party? The opposition seems to be in disarray. Some have suggested it to be the handwork of APC in installing moles in those parties to cause disaffection. What do you make of this?
Well, I don't have any evidence to suggest that. But the thing is, even if it's true, you as a political party should know that it is the job of the opposite party to yours to try to undermine you and to project itself. I mean, that's just politics 101. It happens all around the world. And so your job is to prevent that from happening. If you cannot prevent that from happening, what you're telegraphing to the people of the country where you have that political party is that you are not ready for governance.
All right, let's talk about still another force that people didn't see coming at the last elections, the person of His Excellency Peter Obi. Many of the obedience seem to think that you have a personal vendetta against Peter Obi and the obedience. Do you have an issue with them?
I don't. I'm going to tell you what happened. I took a vow to destroy that movement because Peter Obi was a project of mine. Myself, two people actually, Senator Ben Moribuz and I, a former president had asked us to make sure that we promote him because he felt that he was a good candidate. And so I did my best. I spent my money to promote him. I was responsible for Peter Obi becoming the running mates to Waziri Atiku Abubakar in 2019. I've said this publicly. I've got the document. I'm a meticulous record keeper. Waziri Atiku Abubakar cannot deny it. Peter Obi cannot deny it. Peter Obi was lobbying me, sending me his resume. We did everything we did. I've not collected a dime from Peter Obi. Now, what happened is that Peter Obi left our party, the People's Democratic Party, without informing any of us who helped him. And that's okay. He should have done that. But he left the party just suddenly. And then, obviously, we couldn't go with him because he didn't tell us that he was leaving. And even if he told us, we wouldn't have gone with him. So we had our party and we had our candidates, and we were trying to build our party. And what happened is that Peter Obi's movement, Obedience, they started attacking me, threatening me, insulting me. Now, that was okay, but then they moved from myself to my family. I just had a daughter at that time. There were multiple death threats. They came to my house in the United Kingdom. They trailed my wife and I when we were jogging. They found out my jogging route, and then they would pursue me jogging and then threaten me. And so one day I just got very annoyed. I contacted Peter Obi. I told him this is what was happening. And I named a specific individual who is online. I knew that the person masquerades as a mixed race girl on X. And I told him, look, I know who the person is. You've got to speak with that person. On the phone, Peter Obi put me on speakerphone, talked to somebody on the background, and then later came back to me. I said, look, he cannot condemn that person. That specific person, he cannot condemn that person, but he will issue a general statement, but he cannot condemn that person. So that means that Peter Obi knew who that person was. Anyway, the attacks continued, and I would contact Peter Obi, and I've got records of all of this. Peter Obi would not do anything. And so I took a decision one day. I said, well, if Peter Obi is like this, if he's not going to control this violent movement, this thuggish movement, this mob, this headless mob, then
The fact is, Peter Obi cannot control that space because he's held in hostage by that space. If you've ever wondered why Peter Obi has never been able to criticize the goings on in the Southeast, it's because he knows that if he criticizes the goings on in the Southeast, the Southeasterners will turn against him. And of course, because Peter Obi is an ethnic champion, a good 85% of his followership, of his base, they are Southeasterners, so he cannot turn against them. So now imagine then Peter Obi as the president of Nigeria, and then he then because we've already seen how he's bracketing of his own people as a special breed that they can do and act anywhere within the Nigerian paradigm. That's how he's bracketing them, even as just some random guy that with a political ambition. So if Peter Obi was the president now, imagine then how he would the whole place. It would just override everybody with his own ethnic stock. You know, they will override all of you, and he will not be able to pull them back because he has not demonstrated, even in opposition now, that he has the capacity to control them. So if Peter Obi ever becomes the president of Nigeria, it will make what's it called? Buhari look like a non. The sort of ethnic jingoism that we saw under Buhari will be like child's play. So that's what we're seeing. So Peter will be essentially bracketing his own people as a special breed over and above everybody else in Nigeria.
I am going to do my possible best with whatever considerable, will I say, a political machinery that I have to destroy that movement.
So
and that's just a summary of what happened.
Would you care to mention who the person was that you said you had spoken to? Peter
Well, I mean, I discussed with Peter Obi. I mean, I don't think it's right for me to come here and then begin to do that. I mean, like, I put it to Peter Obi. The thing about me is this: is that I don't. I mean, I'm not afraid of a confrontation, but when I want to do it, I will do it with you face to face and make sure that I give you an opportunity to put what is wrong right. And if you can do that, then the relationship is safe. But if you can't, well, then it goes our way. It goes awry, sorry.
Now, Mr. Omokri, two questions here. You used to be a very vocal critic of the current president, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and that seems to have changed. You've made a complete 360. Could you give us the reasons for that? And also looking at the current administration, you've been a vocal supporter of the president's economic policies, despite a lot of criticism from Nigerians. You've defended his economic reforms despite public outcry over inflation and hardship. What specific policies do you believe have been successful, and how do you justify the suffering many Nigerians are currently experiencing?
Well, if you look back into history, and that's the thing about me, a lot of Nigerians are not meticulous record keepers, and as a country, we have a very short memory. There are two things that I was against the president for. Two things. I had suspicions that he did not have the academic qualifications that he had. And then on September 19th, 2022, I went to Chicago State University. I met with individuals there. I was given incontrovertible evidence that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu attended, passed his exams, and graduated from Chicago State University. And after that date, not that date, September 19th, after that date, September 19th, 2022, I changed completely. I told Nigerians, I said, listen, on the issue of his academic qualifications, I'm not going to criticize this man anymore. This was before the elections. He went to this school, and I encouraged my party. I said, listen, we cannot keep on attacking this man on a lie. We've got to just take that apart. And if you keep on attacking him on his qualifications, his certification, then I'm not going to be a party to that, because, I mean, right now I've confirmed that it's lies. However, I still continued criticizing him on the drugs issue. So if you recall, this was September 19, 2022, I went to Chicago State University, and I did a video there, live video. Nigerians saw me there. 2 months later, I was at Chatham House. I was protesting him. I protested him on only one issue, the drugs issue. I didn't protest against him on his qualifications because I had settled that. And then we had the Supreme Court decision, which said that they looked into the drug issue, and it was not a drug conviction. It was not even a conviction against him. It was a conviction against another person, and he was involved only to the extent that that person, he was an accountant to that person, and it was the funds from that person that was convicted, and he was asked to refund those. When the Supreme Court made that decision, don't forget, my father,
and by the way, I'm going to replay that really just for the benefit of Emmanuel. So I know that the obedience space, as Reno Omokri has just debunked now the lies of Peter Obi about Tanzania. I know that the obedience space, they don't really bother about fact or truth. They just subsist in rage and dog whistling and fake indignation. So that's just where they live. They live in lies, in rage, in false indignation and dog whistling. So that's where they live. So they tell you that Tinubu does not have certificate. A PDP chieftain, he went to Chicago to the school that Tinubu went to, and he got confirmation from that school that he attended, passed the exam, and graduated, and he has the credentials. So those are the facts, but don't bother with that. Continue in rage and lies. So they tell you that Tinubu is a drug lord, a drug trafficker. The facts do not support that. Tinubu is an accountant. If you're a lawyer or an accountant, there's something they call a client account. You know, I know, especially within the legal field, because I have some understanding of that space, there's something you call a client account, where you can park resources for your clients as the managers of their affairs. So now, if the authorities then come after your client and they find a sort of misdemeanor, then you're obliged then to cooperate with the authorities in terms of those funding. So that is essentially what played out there. And the authorities have investigated and established the facts. But as I said, the facts to the obedience space is just incidental. It's just a matter of detail. They're not really bothered about facts. They're not bothered about truth. They're not bothered about order or structure or anything. The only thing they want to dog whistle. They want to mudsling. They want to rage all the time. And all these are fake indignation, and that is where they subsist. But are the facts? Let's just hear what the facts are again. So we establish facts just for the purposes of documenting it, not that it will change anything regarding
Monday
the obedience.
CRM has the best AI features in the game.
Especially in sales.
Hands down.
So for me, email composition.
Many Nigerians have contributed.
So what you're about to hear now are the facts around Tinubu's certificate, is academic credentials, and the facts around the drug narrative. So these are the facts. So just have that for the purposes of just having facts, not to change your mind about anything, or for you to stop your campaign of calumny or the Nzobu Igbotic screaming and shouting. You can continue with all of that, but let's just put the facts let's put the facts on the table just for the benefit of actually documenting facts.
Well, if you look back into history, and that's the thing about me, a lot of Nigerians are not meticulous record keepers, and as a country, we have a very short memory. There are two things that I was against the president for, two things. I had suspicions that he did not have the academic qualifications that he had. And then on September 19th, 2022, I went to Chicago State University. I met with individuals there. I was given incontrovertible evidence that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu attended, passed his exams, and graduated from Chicago State University. And after that date, note that date, September 19th, after that date, September 19th, 2022, I changed completely. I told Nigerians, I said, listen, on the issue of his academic qualifications, I'm not going to criticize this man anymore. This was before the elections. He went to this school, and I encouraged my party. I said, listen, we cannot keep on attacking this man on a lie. We've got to just take that apart. And if you keep on attacking him on his qualifications, his certification, then I'm not going to be a party to that because, I mean, right now I've confirmed that it's lies. However, I still continued criticizing him on the drugs issue. So if you recall, this was September 19, 2022, I went to Chicago State University and I did a video there, live video, Nigerians saw me there. 2 months later, I was at Chatham House, I was protesting him. I protested him on only one issue, the drugs issue. I didn't protest against him on his qualifications because I had settled that. And then we had the Supreme Court decision, which said that they looked into the drug issue and it was not a drug conviction.
So listen to this very closely. The Supreme Court looked into the drug issue and what did they establish? So here now, what you are now about to hear now are the facts around the drug allegations about regarding Tinubu. So what you're about to hear now are the facts. So listen to them and then disregard them and continue in your, in your cesspool of iniquity.
The drugs issue. I didn't protest against him on his qualifications because I had settled that. And then we had the Supreme Court decision, which said that they looked into the drug issue and it was not a drug conviction. It was not even a conviction against him. It was a conviction against another person, and he was involved only to the extent that that person, he was an accountant to that person, and it was the funds from that person that was convicted, and he was asked to refund those. When the Supreme Court made that decision, don't forget, my late father was an appeals court justice. I had to take a decision that, okay, since he had been exonerated by the court, I cannot continue to criticize him on that issue because I would be like the people I had actually condemned who were still criticizing him on his academic qualifications. So I stopped criticizing him on both issues because he had been exonerated. Then we had the election and he won. When he won the election, I congratulated him and I went my merry way. I said I was going to continue with my life because what I do is that I write books and I travel. And that's what I've been doing. And he appointed a friend of mine, Malam Nuhu Ribadu, as his national security advisor. Now, the thing about me is I believe so much in relationships. Malam Nuhu Ribadu and I have a very, very solid and strong relationship. Right from after he had been exiled by the Yar'Adua administration, in California, we spent a lot of time together. We were like brothers. And then when he appointed Malam Nuhu Ribadu as his national security advisor, Malam Nuhu Ribadu invited me and then told me, he said, look, Reno, these are the plans that we have. We want to improve Nigeria. We want to make Nigeria better. And we are not going to do those things that you think that we're going to do. We're not interested in money. We have a good plan. And he convinced me. After he convinced me, I did a video right at his office. And I told Nigerians, I said, listen, as long as Malam Nuhu Ribadu is in this government, I'm going to support this government. I'm going to support the economic policies. So I've been very transparent with Nigerians. It's just that our people have a very short memory.
All right, I want to go back to a tweet, still talking about your support or lack of it at the time for the current president, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. On the 16th of February, you said, let us face facts.
Breaking news. A whistleblower reveals a car finance scheme affecting millions of drivers. This sounds...
Look at the state of Tinubu's teeth. Look at the state of his urine-soaked agbada. How can a man with such poor personal hygiene be entrusted with the fate of 200 million Nigerians? And Atole will be our president. Nítorí kíni wọ́n ṣépè fún wọn. This was one of the many tweets that you had put against. Now you've spoken to the drugs, you've spoken to the education. Can you speak to what then else changed your perception of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and why if you feel differently about him?
Well, then, because at that time I hadn't met him. I mean, you can read out the date again to your listeners, to your audience. That was a date before the elections. I hadn't met him, and meeting him changed my perception about him. You got to recall that was an electioneering period. That was a campaign season. And during campaign season, you use everything that you have against your opponent. By the time I met him, By the time I saw his economic agenda, first and foremost, what you have to understand is that his economic agenda is identical to the economic agenda that we had in the PDP. I was responsible right from 2019, not even 2023, for helping our candidate to put together his economic agenda. When he went to Chatham House, I single-handedly wrote his speech. No other person wrote it. I, from A to Z, I single-handedly wrote his speech. So I'm very intimate with his economic agenda. And it's not a surprise because both Waziri Atiku Abubakar and Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu were in the Social Democratic Party. So if you look at our economic agenda, the things that we promised to do, this president is doing them. We promised that we're going to remove false subsidies. The president is doing them. We promised that we're going to float the naira. The president is doing that. We promised that we're going to devolve power from the federal to the state and local government. This president is doing that. So basically, if he's doing the things that we said we're going to do, why should I be against him? Look, there was a corollary to the question that the gentleman asked. He said that the economic suffering that Nigerians are going through. Listen, you got to understand that Nigeria is going through some challenges, not because the president is a bad president or like the young girl said, the terrible president. No, we're going through some challenges because previous administrations did not do the right thing. We should not have been subsidizing fuel all these years. We should not have been subsidizing the naira. A lot of people think that removing the subsidy on fuel was just the biggest thing that the president has done. Well, it's quite true. The subsidy on fuel was costing us about $1.2 billion every month. But we were spending more money subsidizing the naira. We were actually spending $1.5 billion. And if you're at home, you can actually Google me. You can actually fact check me. We were spending $1.5 billion subsidizing the naira. Now, the value of the naira under Buhari, under previous presidents, was not the true value of the naira. The naira had been subsidized. So what this president did was that he just floated the naira, stopped subsidizing it. Because if you ask yourself, what were Nigerians using the subsidized naira to buy? We were spending that money on $25 million. We're spending on French champagne. Actually, $75 million. Then we're spending 25 million pounds on Scotch whiskey. We're spending $200 million importing human hair. We were not, if we were using that money to import technology to make Nigeria move from being a consumer nation to a prosumer nation. A prosumer nation is a nation that consumes what it produces. Then that would be okay. But we're frittering away that money. So what the president did is actually the right thing.
Right. I want us to speak about, some of your tactics in trying to hold people to account or persons in position of office. You said that before elections, you deploy whatever tactics. Now, in the case of Obi Ezekwesili, it wasn't an election. It was the Senate Committee on Ethics, Privileges, and Public's petition. You did share your thoughts on X as well regarding this. You definitely you were not in support of her saying that she should not tell anybody, she shouldn't tell a grown man, shut up. But I'm going to quote something that you said here. One day ago, you said, Obi Ezekwesili's manners are in equal proportion to her beauty. Why do you find this as a tactic to personally attack physical appearances as opposed to going to the content of what exactly happened?
Well, you can only say that if you believe that Obi Ezekwesili is not beautiful. I didn't say she wasn't beautiful. I said Obi Ezekwesili.
Can I just please?
You got to ask your question, and then you got to allow me to answer the question. You can't answer your own questions.
I need to give you context to the question because, judging from your previous tweets, you were not in support of how she had acted. So that tweet cannot be interpreted to mean that somebody you think she's beautiful from the previous tweet.
So now allow me answer the question, please and don't interject. So what I said, is subject to subjective interpretation. I said that her manners are in equal proportion to her looks, and so you can interpret it however you want to interpret it. But
Obi Ezekwesili's manner should feel insulted by Reno Omokri comparing it to her beauty. So her manner should feel insulted by Reno Omokri comparing it to her beauty. The manners should feel insulted.
What I meant by that statement is that Obi, she has to work on her manners. And basically, I think it's wrong to tell a grown man, shut up. And then when you do that, and then the man responds, you begin to blame him for his response instead of actually taking responsibility for your own actions.
Do you support the way this distinguished senator responded to Dr. Obi Ezekwesili? Do you think it was proportional to what triggered the response in the first place?
You see, you read that tweet or that post to your viewers, but why didn't you read the subsequent ones to your viewers? I reprimanded Senator Onyekachi Nwaiboyi, and I said that he should not, my actual words, and I'm going to say that, I said a man should control his anger, not women, and that a woman should control her mouth, not men. And that's what I said. Subsequently, I said that the senator should not have acted in that manner, and that two wrongs do not make a right, but that he was provoked by Obi Ezekwesili. And the thing is that in the heat of the moment, you cannot tell what a grown man will do, because a lot of these things happen, on the fly. They happen in the heat of the moment, and you can't. When you trigger people, you're triggering an emotional response. You're not triggering a rational response. So you have to be responsible for what you get. And in this instance, I think he went above board, and I understand he has apologized. And so we should let it go at that.
Now, Mr. Omokri, let's talk about accountability and loyalty. As someone who was once a relentless critic of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, how do you balance your current support with the need to remain objective? And should supporters ever challenge their leaders?
Imagine earning £24,000 in 1 month using artificial intelligence without coming from any technical background.
Supporters should challenge their leaders. I mean, when the president went to Paris, France, during the time when we had, I think there was a protest that we had in Nigeria. It wasn't very successful, but we had a protest. I did come out and I criticized the president, and I said that, look, you've got to leave France. I did an open letter. I said, you've got to leave France immediately and come back to Nigeria. What you have to understand is that I'm not going to be just somebody who just criticizes, lashes out emotionally at whatever an administration does. I was called Buhari tormentor under the previous administration. But if you go back and check, I commended President Buhari 17 times. It's on record. So if you do something that's good, I'm going to commend you. If you do something that's bad, I'm going to condemn you. But I'm going to take everything that you do on a case-by-case basis, objectively, look at it, look at the impact on the country. If you look at this administration, for example, if you look at what they've done has actually built this country. The economic reforms are actually working. Now our economy is growing. For the whole of 2024, we saw what happened. Our economy grew at a rate of 3.84%. Our GDP grew at 3.84%. That is good. Now, trade surplus. We now have a trade surplus. And not just that, we have a record-breaking trade surplus. Our trade surplus is now 209% more than what it was under General Buhari. So when we take that into account, if you look at the unemployment rate released by the Nigerian National Bureau of Statistics, our unemployment is down. If you look at inflation has been tamed. So these economic policies, they are working. We should continue at that. But for anybody expecting that subsidy is going to come back and then subsidy on the Naira is going to come back, look, if this administration tries to bring that back, I will fight this administration, because we cannot be taking loans to subsidize the Naira. We cannot be taking loans to subsidize fuel subsidy.
We acknowledge some of this data you just reeled out. I mean, some experts have questioned the methodology used in calculating inflation, for example. But the reality on ground is different. The common man on the street doesn't really care about the GDP figures and those statistics you reeled out. What concerns him and his present day reality is that the cost of things has skyrocketed. He can't afford certain things he used to afford before, and people are complaining of hunger. Everyone is begging. So how do you relate this progress that you just said to the hardship in the country, the economic realities, the high cost of living?
You see, that's the thing. You haven't provided any data. You've just given your opinions that everyone is suffering. That's not data. I deal with facts. I deal with data. So I'm going to say this. The Global Terrorism Index, which is the only arbiter in the world, is not controlled by Nigeria. It's controlled by the Institute for Economic and Peace, which is based in Australia. They've said that Nigeria is now the most secure it has been since 2014. That's a Global Terrorism Index. Now, we've seen in Nigeria, a lot of people don't know that we've got something called the Kwara-Rafa axis, which starts from Zuru in Kebbi State all the way to Gembu in Taraba State. There's now peace there. For the first time, northern minorities are able to go back to their villages and to their farms. And we've seen, now this is not Nigeria, we've seen Chatham House, we've seen the Pew Institute, we've also seen other ratings agencies say that food prices in Nigeria are coming down. The reason why food prices are coming down is because now we have security in these parts of Nigeria where there used to be crisis, where there used to be banditry, and people are able to come back to their farms, people are able to go back to their villages, and so food prices are gradually coming down. Now, if you recall, 2 days ago, the Emir of Zazao said something. He said, if you are poor, then you should marry only one wife. Our people have an exceedingly high population growth rate. So we got to take some responsibility. I think it was, this post went viral. I think it was 5 days ago, somebody came and attacked me on X and was saying that, look, you see, Tinubu is a terrible president and you're supporting a terrible president. My father is a minimum wage earner and he has 7 children and he cannot pay our school fees. Now, that's one of the challenges that we're having in Nigeria. We are having people who are having more children than they can afford, and then they begin to blame the president. Okay. You see, we've got to cut our coat according to our size. And please let me finish. Under this administration, at least each state is now getting double the federal allocation that they used to have. Some states are actually having triple, but at the barest minimum, each state is having double. So Nigeria should take the responsibility of calling their state governors and their local government chairmen also to account. So a lot of things, a lot of Nigerians don't know that some of the things that they are accusing the president for, like teachers' salaries, like markets, like certain things are actually the responsibility of their state governments. But if you ask me, I will go with the data, and the data from foreign ratings agencies as well as local ratings agencies is that things are improving in Nigeria.
All right, I'm sure that Nigerians will definitely react to this. We'll see the comments in YouTube as well and know, where to go from here with our conversations. But I'd like to go back quickly to something you said at the start of the conversation when you said you personally made Peter Obi Alhaji Atiku's vice. I'd like you to sort of give us context to that conversation and how you made that happen.
If you financed a car in the UK between 2007 and 2021, you could be owed up to £3,987. And there's now a free way to check if you qualify.
Well, what happened is that I used to be very close to Waziri Atiku Abubakar. I'm not as close with him as I used to be for my own reasons. I allowed him because I've become a supporter of the current president's economic policies, which are actually a facsimile, an exact replica of our own economic policies. But I do understand that that puts me in a position whereby if I remain close to him, maybe I appear hypocritical. So I've given him some breathing room. Now, here's the thing. When he won the People's Democratic Party presidential nomination in 2019, he called me and then he said to me, Reno, I need a running mate, but I need a running mate from the Southeast. And I want you to help me. I want you to headhunt for me. Now, without telling him, he later found out, because I talked about this publicly on several interviews. I called former President Jonathan, who is my political leader, and I said to him, sir, the candidate has asked me to help him headhunt for a suitable running mate. Now, what do you think I should do? And he told me, he said, no, Reno, it has to be Peter Obi. And I said, but sir, I can't just give him one name. That's just going to appear, it's just going to appear a bit arrogant on my part. I need to give him some names and he should choose. So he told me, okay, you know what, Reno, work on this. You're a very intelligent person. That's why I'm quoting him. Work on it. Give him several names, but make it in a way that he picks Peter Obi. So I called certain people from the Southeast, and then one of them is from the South, but of Igbo origin. And I asked them to give me their resume. And then Peter Obi kept on calling me, there's a local parlance that we use in Nigeria, per second. He was actually following me bumper to bumper. He sent me his resume. Some other people, one of them is now the chairman of a bank, sent me his resume. Another person is now an international civil servant. I got their resumes, put them together, and then I packaged Peter Obi, and I sent all the names to His Excellency. And I suggested that, okay, these are the people I believe that you should pick. But amongst all of them, I think that this is the best candidate. That's how it came to me.
Thank you very much for sharing that. We unfortunately have to wrap up the conversation, but we want to please get your word that we'll have a second conversation, because there's so many areas that you've highlighted that we'll need to look to. For example, when we check, want to fact check some of the things you said. A report by Africa Fact Check says here that close to 2 years after, a majority of Nigerians are worse off as a result of the subsidy removal, as petrol has gone from around 200 naira per liter to about 860 naira per liter, and even went as high as 1,000 naira per liter. And I know that whilst you have your perspective on what the government is doing, Nigerian citizens have theirs as well. So we certainly want to get your thoughts on that.
No, but I need to respond to that before you go. You can't just say that and go.
30 seconds, please.
Yeah, Africa Fact Check is not a ratings agency. Africa Fact Check is just like, let's say like a blog or it's not a ratings agency. So you cannot use that to rebut what I said. If you talk about maybe Fitch rating agency or Standard & Poor's, or if you talk about maybe the Pew Institute, that is a ratings agency. So Africa Fact Check, you have to tell your viewers that's not a ratings agency. So you cannot say that. So if you're talking about ratings agency, you come back to me with what the IMF has said or with what the World Bank has said. And these institutions have said that the economic reforms of the current administration are working. Our GDP is growing, unemployment is reducing, the inflation rate is reducing. So come back with me with ratings agencies.
The poverty rate isn't reducing.
We unfortunately have to go. I mean, there's so many numbers that we have to look at, but we certainly need to get your word for a second interview so we can delve into the details and the data.
Okay, but just before you go, I need to say this, Nigerians should focus on the facts. Facts do not lie. Don't focus on individuals. Don't focus on your emotions. Focus on the facts. Thank you for watching me, and may God bless you all.
Thank you.
So there it is right there. Reno Omokri, the scourge of the obedient space. So that's Reno Omokri. We've got two Nigerians joining us. So tonight, I'm not sure how much of that you saw or what your thoughts are. Good to see you, my guy.
Thank you, one man. Man, some of these guys, man, I'm very, very happy he said focus on the facts. The fact is that they have almost half.
Sorry, let me ask you a question. Actually, do you think Peter Obi tells too many lies?
No.
Okay.
Actually, Peter Obi, as a politician, he may be part of the establishment, which one should not necessarily distance him from, but he's by far the most civil politician. I will be hard pressed to find a more civil politician in Nigeria. That said, this Reno Omokri, the way he's talking, you can see that these people, this is why our country is where it is, because they are not serious people. They focus too much on personalities, on just doing deals, not for any substantive reason. Like, do you hear him say anything about actually bettering the country in all the deals and the politicking that they are doing? There's nothing behind it, all other than opportunism.
No, he did say money. That actually to Nigeria. He said he believes in because they asked him why it was a virulent critique of the Tinubu personality. And it then suddenly did a 360 to now become a fervent champion of the Tinubu cause. And they asked him why. And he said it's because of the governance style, the policy impact, and the trajectory of he mentioned the whole series of what the government are doing that is in alignment with. So it justifies his position.
So that makes him a little bit of a, I don't know how to describe it, a bit of his challenge intellectually, because how can you look at the acts of this government and say that it's actually good for the country? How can you have a GDP of a country almost half in 1 year and you say that person is got style? I don't know what economy these people read, and these are leaders. They have no imagination. All they care about is IMF approval. How can you be looking at IMF? Since when has IMF done anything good for Nigeria? When do you learn your lesson? We've been doing this since 1960. I don't know what kind of people these people are. And many Nigerians, instead of us to be criticizing them and saying, why are you listening to these people? Why are you always governing to favor these people? They prioritize the debt of foreigners. They prioritize ensuring that our economy is devalued so that they can even have more power over us. They do so many things. When he says that they double the amount that are going to governors, yeah, because the currency has devalued more than double. That's why you are doing it. And do you know that the amount they spent defending the currency is heading towards $20 billion since they floated it? Even the currency they claim to have floated, though, they are still defending it. If you look at this thing, the subsidy that they removed. They defended it for till last year's September. It's like why devalue the country so badly, and at the same time, instead of you to own up to it and admit that this is what we have done to the country, you pretend as if you have done very great things for the country. You can have an argument to say there is a part with this craziness that they've done that is going to lead to growth later on. You can argue that, but don't pretend as if you didn't do that damage to the economy, because we can see it. If you go and read the GDP of Nigeria right now,
okay, so you argue that then, because a lot of people tell you that it's temporary pain for longer gains. So they say temporary pain for longer gains. You say they defended you said they defended the first subsidy the
first subsidy, they defended both.
Yeah, up to September last year. But is that not right that they removed the subsidy but managed that removal for its impact on society? Is that not what a responsible government should do?
You see, someone like me, I'm not criticizing them blindly. That's the right thing to do. But remember, the reason why they had to do that, they created the problem. It's like they dug a hole and claimed that they want to close it. You went and floated the currency without tapering it off, without preparing Dangote refinery to remove the demand for the dollar, so that you don't have to defend. It's like so many things that they did that you know full well they could have prevented it from happening. That will cost Nigerian economy billions of dollars.
Like what? Before you run into indignation, let's do.
I'm actually going by number. So
all right. Hold on. So first, let's do it state by state. Do you concede then? Well, firstly, don't go into a tangent, or just answer it in a soup song so we can. Do you agree that the subsidy on the fuel should be removed?
I think that is based on opinion, but I don't have any problem with it being removed. It's based on opinion.
All right, but you quibble how it has been removed in a short,
the way it was handled, yes,
in a sharp manner. So do you agree though that they should have insulated that removal? Because if they remove the subsidy, it will impact quite aggressively on the people. There is no equivocating that. But should they then manage that aggression so it's not killing?
See, what happened was that they removed the subsidies, which was a little bit haphazard.
So we're still with petrol now, so stay with petrol.
Yeah, petrol. They removed the subsidy, which was haphazard. I don't necessarily judge them too harshly for that, because that could just be a matter of style. Or maybe they've worried that if they delayed it, they will just lose the political will to do it. So I don't criticize them too heavily for actually removing the subsidies in itself on how they did it, even if there's a lot to criticize there. Where you have the problem is they already hit the Nigerians with the subsidy, this removal, and the petrol price.
No, don't go to. I know you want to go to the Naira, but let's just wrap up the fuel.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
So you agree that they should remove the subsidy on the fuel, and you somewhat agree, because we're seeing figures coming out of the NNPC to tell us then that their remittance fell by half in September 2025. 2024. So they were remitting half what they should be remitting, and the attribution then was that they were using that then to defend the fuel price. So you agree then that they should have removed the fuel subsidy, and you also agree that they should manage the pain. There will be pain. There is no getting away that there will be pain, but they should manage that pain. Maybe they didn't manage it enough, you would argue, but they should manage it, you would concede. So
it's not about the pain. For me, I'm about the sabotage of the actual system, because the pain is
no. If we go through it, then we'll establish if there's sabotage or not, because sabotage is your subjective view. I know you've been promoting that for quite a while now, but but you concede some, but you hold firm to others that the subsidy should be removed. The pain impact on the people should be managed, but you are saying that it wasn't managed sufficient enough and the people were made to suffer unnecessarily. Is that the broad strokes of it?
Yes. Let me finish what I'm saying on that. in
Yes.
terms of removing the fuel subsidies, I can make an argument for not removing it. It's not essential that you have to remove the fuel subsidy. But if they have to remove it, personally, that is not the sabotage of the economy. You see what I mean? I still believe that if you remove, because that's money Nigerian government is spending. If you take that money and you invest it in other areas that you prioritize, like defense or this healthcare, that's valid argument to make any day. So I don't have any issue with that. So that is the point I'm coming from. I'm not saying I'm just wholeheartedly supporting them removing the fuel subsidies. I wouldn't have gone about it that way. I would have done something else. So, but please go ahead.
Yeah, but that's stylistics now. That's
Yes.
subjective views on your preference on governance as opposed to how the government institution is governing. But you have even stronger views on the removal of the subsidy on Naira.
Yeah. So that is where the real sabotage happened. Because taking the fuel subsidies out, which in any respectable system, if you are taking something that's significant away from the economy that increases cost of energy by 2 to 3 fold, you will tell the people exactly where you're going to be spending the money. Instead, they went out and started sharing the money within they could have used it to recruit into the security forces and defend the national security of the country so that we don't experience all these slaughters and loss of life and loss of investment too. But they didn't do that. They just took the money into a black box and started sharing it among themselves. Until today, we don't know where most of the money goes to. It goes to the state. They will tell you it goes to the states. Where is it disappearing into? It goes to the states. Is it the one that they're using to bribe each other to all of them to come to APC?
No, but you're adding subjectivity to it now. You know where the money goes to. So the states, you are saying they're getting doubled. So, but we can go to the fact something and bring it out. The average state is getting quadruple, and every other state is getting maybe 4 times more than. You will notice that the states are not borrowing now. We're not hearing narratives of salaries not being paid. We're seeing fantastical jobs being done by Soludo. It tells you it's not borrowing, and we're hearing the data is coming out that the average state, the least state, has paid up 74% of their debt. This is all that money that's been rescued from corruption and put back into the people. So that's one.
You mean the money that came from subsidy removal? That is actually the money.
The subsidy removals, the oil and the Naira. So that now goes to the states. And the average state gets 3 times more. Every other state gets 4 times more.
They don't get no. They don't get up to that. I think you don't over egg it now. I don't think they get no state gets 4 times more. No state.
We can bring up the data those numbers now. We are on the internet.
Yeah, we can check it. I've looked at those numbers. I think they got just about double, and some of them going to triple. I don't think any of them actually got 3 times more. You can check it. I think I've actually looked at those numbers the early days when they floated the currency, when they increased it. I was like, why are you transferring all the money to the states? Why are you asking national? Because you were doing it nationally before when you were giving the subsidy.
No, the constitution requires,
but as a government, the constitution doesn't require you to distribute the money to the states. No, I understand how it works. It doesn't require you to distribute the money to the states. You can decide that nationally there is a project that you want to do, that you want to spend that money on. You see what I mean? So, and the government didn't do that. They just started sharing that among themselves.
As much as a lot of people will say to the contrary, the Nigerian state actually governs constitutionally. You know what actually happens? You know they have what they call these FEC meetings every month. What happens at that FEC money is they present the accruals of the country for that month from the FIRs, from the oil remittances, from taxation, from all of the pools that pulls the money together. They present the figure. And then there is a formula. X percentage goes to the federal space, X percentage goes to the state, X percentage goes to the local government. So that is embedded constitutionally. So it is not at the it is not at the fiat, it is not at the whim or the grace of the federal government to say who gets what. The constitution
I think that is actually not true, because the Nigerian government
right. So you don't know.
Because the House of Assembly allocates. Let's face it, that's what happens. It's not just this is not in
the House of Assembly allocates what?
They can decide on the size of the military. They can decide on the side of the police. They can decide on anything.
Did you hear what I said?
The states that decided.
No. I said just listen to understand or not to argue back. what I am saying, and I'm not even saying it subjectively, I'm saying it factually as a matter of the Nigerian Constitution. The Nigerian Constitution has a sharing formula for how revenues are shared. So an amount goes to the state constitutionally, so it is not within the powers of the government to say this doesn't go to the state. So I don't know the exact figure. I think it's about 40% to the states, 20% to the local governments, 35%. I think the federal space actually gets no more than 35% of their accruals. So that's how that works. And then within that 35%, the federal government then allocates to that security infrastructure that you are speaking to, social needs, infrastructural development, all of these things. But that comes out of the federal accrual. But in terms of the Constitution, the whole cake is not for the federal government to decide. The Constitution already cuts up the cake. And then what gets to the federal government is then what the federal government then allocates to federal projects. Do you have the concept of that?
So I understand the concept from the very beginning that the states, they already have their revenue sharing formula. That is the whole point of that term. However, the government still does have discretion in deciding on what they prioritize as a project. As a matter of fact, you can even come with the states and decide that, okay, this is our priorities that we want to work on. Just like Amotekun was created by Southwest State and the different other regions. People can come together and decide on priorities for a nation that everybody can sign on to. And we know this president is capable of bringing people together. So that is not an issue. The point is that he chose to share the money out. Not because they were pressuring him to. He just shows that that is the part he wants
to share which money out, because I still...
The money, the extra revenue from the removal of the subsidies. He shows
but that extra revenue still goes into the central pool. And it's not at his discretion. That's whatever revenue accrues to the country goes into the central pool. That's the point you're missing.
I understand that. I just said.
But you don't, though, from what you're saying.
What do you mean by central pool? Like central pool just gravitationally pulls it into the states? That's not how it works.
The monies that they get from the removal of the subsidies is not at the discretion of the federal government. It still goes into the revenue sharing pool.
I understand that.
Yes. So
I understand that. Even when you give the money to the states, you can still decide on a common project that you want to work on that is for the national interest of the country. Like I gave an example already.
But you have to get their buy-in, though, because the state then have to account to their parliament, which is the state assembly.
And I don't think this president has any issue with that. That's my point on that one. I believe that if he wanted to do that, he could have done it. He could have easily this is a government that was able to remove a sitting governor from office, a power that he doesn't even have. He was able to do that. And you are telling me that he cannot decide that, okay, national security has to come first. This is what we have to do. And the states won't sign on to it. They will sign on to it. Nobody wants to keep getting attacked by herders and all that.
But they will sign on to it as a buy-in, not as a compulsion. Do you understand?
Yes. I agree with you on that.
So now we're on board. So it doesn't have the fiat to make
it wasn't done.
Yeah.
Yet it wasn't done. That's my point.
What wasn't done?
The buy-in. They didn't get them to buy into it. They didn't try. They didn't look into that.
Buy into what?
We just talked about buying into an agenda the president wants to enforce. Like national security.
One man.
Talked about it like national security.
Yeah. So how have they not bought into national security?
Because the government never bothered to do it. The government never
bothered to
push in that direction.
Is there no synergy between the states and the federal space in terms of national security?
Does it look like when local governments are being taken over by militants now? Does it look like that to you when people are being slaughtered in the middle of the night?
So they're not being taken over though. The banditry are guerrilla attacks, and the government now has created a forest guard. Are you aware that the government is not creating a forest guard?
Yeah, I'm
so
aware.
How does that permutate into national security?
Yeah, because they created a national guard, but is that not a national project?
No. Sorry, not a national guard. Apologies, a forest guard.
Okay, forest guard. Is it a state force or a national one?
It's a synergy. It's a
exactly. That is my point. They could have done that as a way of. I'm sure the federal
But
government is
they
the one paying
have
for it,
done
not the
that.
state that is
They
paying
say.
for
Not
it.
they could have, but they have done that.
Okay, is it the states that are paying for it or the national government?
They're synergizing. It's a federal state project oversighted by the National Security Advisor.
Okay, let's say they are doing that now. That's 2 years after being in office. That is a positive. I take that one on board. That is a positive. So now let's move on to the
massive recruitment into the military as well. They were in the southeast persuading them just to join the army. Not quite 2 weeks ago, and all over the country try to expand the.
We cannot possibly recruit enough because the Nigerian recruitment and training center can train only 6,000 at a time, and that's for 6 months at a time. So they are not even close to doing what needs to be done.
Sorry, what's 6,000 at a time?
6,000 military officials can be trained at a time.
Where?
To in the military, in the Nigerian army, to come in.
Where are you getting that from?
From a Nigerian, this in the news, where the military official was talking about the numbers issue that they were trained on the ground, and they talk about it. Go and check it yourself. You will see that I'm actually accurate because they recruit about 12,000 at most every year. That's what they do. And
No.
I'm telling you what I'm telling you the facts here.
No. You're talking about anyway. Carry on. It's your space.
I'm telling you the fact because it correlates with the figures that comes out every year.
No, there's no correlation. It's not consistent with what's known.
Nigeria has never recruited more than 12,000 a year. It's a reason why.
Military.
Yes, that's why that guy was correct.
Bring that up. Show me that. We want to see that.
Let me see. I will find that information. The video when the guy was talking about it. This is in Nigeria. In Nigeria, saying it in Nigeria that the facility they have, I think it's in Zaria.
Sorry, I'm looking that up actually. Let Simba come in. I think he wants to come into the. Apologies, Simba. You wanted to come in. So, Simba.
The point we didn't go to the currency one. That is where the real issue is with me that I have with this government. What they did to the Nigerian economy. They went and floated the currency even before CBN head was in office, and they damaged the Nigerian economy in a way that they could have easily done what they call managed depreciation, so that they don't have to spend so much money defending the currency while they get Dangote refinery online. Instead, what they are doing is the opposite. They didn't care about that. They floated the currency quickly so that it devalues as fast as possible before his CBN head got into office. Then even before they even started discouraging people from using the dollar, before Dangote refinery came on stream, and they allowed Dangote refinery to suffer so much, even till today, that the benefit of that refinery is still not coming to the Nigerian economy. This is why the Nigerian currency has not appreciated. It's unbelievable. I said it earlier on this year that if I wait till next year, this currency hasn't improved. This government, they are completely condemned. They are some of the worst human beings on earth because you can't have a Dangote refinery in Nigeria and the currency still remains the same. It just tells you the kind of people running that country.
Sorry to Niger. I'm going to bail out school runs and all that. I'll leave you to bring it home. Try and move it around as much as you can. Thank you, everyone. See you.
You see all this now. I can't talk anymore. Man of prestige, welcome. What do you make of Reno Omokri and their pride in their governance and everything? Because personally, it's like we are living in a parallel universe, a world that the kind of gain that they are claiming to have made in Nigeria. I don't know how people can buy that. Just go and look the Nigerian GDP. Just look at the Nigerian GDP where it is right now. Even World Bank is saying that it's going to take 5 times the growth we're having now. That's 5 times. 5 times the growth for us to meet the $1 trillion mark that President Tinubu wanted Nigeria to reach by 2030. That is the hole they've dug us into. Nigeria was already almost $500 billion when he got into office. If he hadn't depreciated the currency the way he did, the Nigerian economy with Dangote refinery and it was tapping into the Dangote refinery, the currency, the GDP would have appreciated towards around 600 billion to 700 billion dollars by now. That is what I saw coming, and this government completely derailed it. And you wonder why I say that they sabotage the Nigerian economy. But I don't know what you make about Reno Omokri. What do you make about what he has come to submit?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, forefather, Midwestern and Simbad. Let me pause a little bit. Go to Midwestern. Okay, I have a lot to say. Then I will come after, or Simbad, any one of them. I come after them, please.
So to I'm
Please go
going to
ahead.
come.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so Tunaja, so you're saying that they sabotaged the economy, right? From where they met the economy, right? So
Yes.
you do you have your own how would I say, do you have your own the ideas of what you think they should have done?
Yes. It's so clear in my mind. That's what irritates me so much.
So
It's
what
so
do you
clear
think?
in my mind.
Hold on. They came into office. Yeah, there were subsidies. They were subsidizing the exchange rate as well. So what do you think they should have done in that moment?
What I would do if I was in his shoes. You come into office, Nigerian income was relatively low compared to the amount you are using to service the debt. That is a problem. We have to find a way to get more money to service our debt and take care of the problems that the country is facing. One of the biggest problems the country is facing is national security. We are bleeding as much as $50 billion every year because on our GDP because of national security. I would take the money from the subsidy that has already been passed. Remember, it's already been passed before Tinubu came into office. So it's not even Tinubu that removed it. It's the previous government. I would take that money, invest some of them, prioritize them for national security, and then the rest prioritize them for other services that the Nigerian state needs. Maybe the states too. The states will get their own share, but at least 50% of that subsidy money should go to other services that need them, like the law enforcement, the healthcare system, and all those things. I will put those money in those areas in a transparent manner that Nigerians can track. Then, if you want to go and deal with the currency issue, you can decide that, okay, since I don't want to this thing devalue the Nigerian currency so fast, and I don't even have my CBN head in office, what I'm going to do is I'm going to devalue the currency slowly. Instead of 450 this naira to $1, I will make it 500 naira or 600 naira, so that it doesn't depreciate, it doesn't fall through this thing through the floor. Then, while my strategy will be waiting for Dangote to come on stream, because Dangote Refinery had been commissioned at that time, coming live. The idea is to reduce the demand for the dollar, isn't it? One of the ways you reduce the demand for the dollar, you ask Nigerians to buy Nigerian-made products. Stop buying overseas product. Stop spending money, dollars, demanding dollars, so that you can go and buy something from overseas. If you demand dollars to buy something from overseas, I won't give it to you.
Tunaja, my question is this, right? I said, you come into power, you come into office, right? And that is the situation you find on ground, right? I'm not, what I want you to understand is that you have to understand that when you came into office, there was no money on ground. So if you said, okay, I'm going to keep the subsidy, or I'm not going to devalue the naira, you still have to continue to fund those subsidies before you start to make those decisions that you are making.
But that's the point. I've already removed the subsidies. So that subsidy money saving that we have now, we have. No, I will remove the subsidies. I will remove the subsidies.
You remove it immediately, right?
Yeah, because it's already been removed. It wasn't even me. Buhari removed it.
It wasn't
Tinubu that removed it. It was Buhari that removed it.
No, but there was also a financial plan on ground to keep that subsidy until the June, or Tinubu came in May, and there was already a financial package on ground to keep to pay for subsidy
That's
until
just
the end
1
of
month.
June.
Now that's 1 month. It's
Yeah,
not.
that was one. So that's what I'm saying. So
What do you do? I will take that money and put it somewhere.
What would you do after that 1 month? This is what I'm saying.
After the 1 month, I will take the savings from there. It means now I have more money in at least I have the financial wiggle room to be able to defend the currency, knowing full well that I'm looking for that demand for dollar to reduce.
So you will be prepared. You also be prepared for the inflation that will come with that removing the subsidies, right?
Of course.
Okay, it's okay. That's one. Okay, that's fine.
Of course, the Nigerian petrol price would have been somewhere around 600 naira to this in per liter or something like that. That's what it would have been. It wouldn't have been somewhere 800 and 900 because the floating of the currency led it to that point. It would have gone up to 1,000 something. That's why they had to bring back subsidies again. You know, they brought back subsidies for over a year. After they removed subsidies, they brought it back. So that shows you the mismanagement that took place in the government. Why would you remove subsidies and go back to defending it? Because your own action made it necessary by floating the currency. Why did you have to float the currency? You could have just decided that, you know what, I'm going to defend the currency with this extra wiggle room that I have. I'm going to invest in security with this extra wiggle room that I have. I'm going to give the governors with this extra wiggle room that I have. I'm going to also start now telling Nigerians to stop using the foreign currencies.
Let me explain something quickly, right? So you come in, so you have to understand that every money that comes into the federal government coffers, whether it's subsidy savings, whatever money it is that comes into the federal government coffers, there's already a law in place on how that money is split. You don't make decision how much you.
I can hear. I think you went out. Go ahead.
Why is it that people who are not involved in the economy, who are not private sector, are the one complaining? Why the private sector people who actually drive the economy are not complaining about what the president did?
Yeah, I just want to quickly finish it. So sharing that money,
you complain when they are scared.
You cannot make a decision.
Sir.
Hold on. Let this guy finish, please.
So you cannot make a decision as a president to say, "Oh, I'm going to give the state 10%." No, there's already a sharing formula, right? That is on ground. So the money comes in, you give the state their own, the local government their own, and whatever is left is what you, the federal government, have. This is one of the.
What is the percentage that goes to the federal government?
I think it's about 50. Was it 57% or so?
That is more than enough to do some of
the
things.
More than enough. But inside that more than enough, you have to pay salaries. Okay, you were
paying salaries before.
No. This is the problem. You have to pay salaries. You have to build roads. You have to continue to do other.
And those things you can carry on doing. That is not the issue.
But you have to understand that a lot of the funding from that, a lot of the funding that were going into those subsidies sometimes had to come from borrowing as well. So
that is a big problem that I wanted to highlight too. Instead of doing some of all these things that I said, they were still busy taking loans. They created problems and started taking loans to fix the problem. Now they are even taking loans with our future oil, this in drilling that we're going to get. They are taking loans with it, making it harder to service the local refineries with crude oil, because when you take loans with this in oil, you have to deliver it to foreigners. You can't keep giving it to local people if you don't have enough coming out of the ground to supply the local people. So why do they keep doing these things? Why do they keep moving in this direction when they know Dangote refinery is coming on stream?
Can I also come in? I've been listening to you if I'm permitted.
Please, of course, go ahead. This is open platform.
Okay, the thing is this, we live in a country where there is no system to know the state of the economy. Naturally, we are blessed with natural resources. As a result of that, what determines the growth of Nigeria economy depends on the price of crude oil. And if the crude oil is up, we are bound to have a fabulous economy, like what happened during Obasanjo administration. And for World Bank to be telling you Nigeria GDP, the World Bank knows very well Nigeria don't have GDP. They have to manufacture figures. And that's all, as usual. So they just come in. If you take any policies that will push us further into deeper hole, they will praise you. Because when the Nigeria currency was falling, they praised Tinubu. And when they discovered that the masses are becoming so suspicious of their behavior in Africa, voices coming out with this social media, they decide to say, look, the president is not on the right track. Nigerians are going to face poverty. They are going to suffer. And that's why the president, in his wisdom, decided to get money from elsewhere or whatever within Nigeria and pay off some certain levels of debt. According to some people, they said it's all our debt with IMF. But when I look at the statement, they are very specific. They will only say IMF loan for COVID-19. According to the news I'm saying, I don't know why they had COVID to it. I don't think it's only COVID-19 money we have borrowed from IMF.
It's part of the debt that they paid off. But typical, they will spin it as if they paid off all
do
our
they
national
really actually pay all our debt from IMF?
No, they didn't. That's not what
Hey, guys, stop it now.
No,
Stop it now. Stop it. Don't do that now. Tunaja, don't do that now.
They didn't.
I stand to be educated here. Please, if anybody have
If you want to be educated, go on your
What's happening to this audio?
Hello?
I can't hear you.
Yes, the government have paid the principal amount. So let's
Somebody
not.
mute me.
Amount,
Wait,
is that all the debt?
wait, my brother,
No,
wait.
like
Drop,
So that's the point now.
the
excuse
debt
me,
that is
excuse
left
me.
is about
To Niger,
I think
to Niger,
100 something million that they'll be
wait,
paying like 30
my
million
brother,
every year
wait,
for the next 4 years.
wait. I want
That's
to.
the only
I'm
money left.
asking a question. Have we paid all our IMF loan totally? Nothing
No.
like principal. All those grammar. Drop it, my brother.
Oga, if you collect 500 naira for person hand, then you pay, you give am that 500 naira. You don't pay the main money when he give you. Now the interest when it remain. Now we dey talk so. If you give me
Hold on, hold on, hold on. Oh my God. Can we just stop? Okay, enough.
If you give me 1,000
Let's not keep
and
talking.
I
Let's
give
not
you your
just keep talking.
1,000 back, I never pay
We
you
can't
your
have this
money.
retarded conversation today. I'm not having it. I'm not having retarded conversations today.
It's
We
not
have to be
retarded. I'm telling
straightforward.
you, they
Hold
pay
on,
the
hold on.
principal
Stop
amount.
talking.
So
No, sorry, Tunaja.
You
Hello,
guys
hello.
should let us have
Tunaja,
a
can you hold on,
conversation.
hold on. Guy, who's that? Hold on. Tunaja is getting too
Tunaja.
rowdy. Just manage the voices. So
Yeah,
there's
Midwest,
3,
just hold
4,
on. One
5
point at a
voices.
time.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. They just want to be talking over each other. The point is that he paid the principal. Depending on what you want to call the extra that you are paying, it's still debt. Nonetheless, you can't decide not to pay it. So just because if I go and borrow $5,000,
question.
Let me finish. If I go and borrow $5,000 from somebody, and the interest means that I have to pay back $8,000, what do I owe? Do I owe $5,000 or $8,000? That is the point. Just because I paid $5,000 doesn't mean $3,000 is not still outstanding. It's a very simple concept. So let's not complicate it more than it should be
So what
complicated.
is the? Let me ask you, Niger, what is the outstanding?
The outstanding is the print. I don't know the outstanding, but from what I got, they're going to pay it well on to the next decade. They're
No,
going to
I'm
be paying
asking
it.
you now.
Okay, let me explain. Actually,
The whole outstanding, is about
120 million.
It's hundred of million. So it's not.
Yes, no,
It's not. It
120.
does not even reach
120 million
120
dollars.
million out of what?
That's
$1 million.
$million,
No,
yes.
$120 million out of
They
the
paid
total debt was how
almost
much?
the whole thing was around 4 billion or so.
4 billion that they
Yes.
paid off under
I'm
Tinubu
talking
government.
about the whole amount of the whole money is around 4 billion.
No, 3.4.
You don't understand what I'm saying, UFC. I'm saying with the interest that's why I'm saying it's around 4 billion. So they pay 3.4, remaining about say 200 or so or 3. But I'm very sure that the everything that remains is less than 500 million.
No. What is remain is 120 because they need to pay 30 million every year in the next 4 years. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying now. If
So
you see what I'm
120
saying,
billion is remaining.
No, 120 million. 120 million.
not billion.
Okay, 120 million. No. Hold
Yes.
on now. I'm just. I wanted to say millions. So I just went and said billions. So what was paid from when this government got into office to now? What was paid?
Everything was paid during this
They
government.
paid everything 3.4 billion. 3.4 billion. They paid 3.4 billion.
So it means the government took the loan.
No, they have been paying it like little by little, like instrumentally. Maybe they pay 500, they pay 800, they pay. That's how they pay it. It's not like they pay it one full chunk. No, they started paying it I think in 2023, so they completed this year.
Okay, so they completed the $3.4 billion repayment to IMF this year.
This year, yeah.
Okay, so what does that tell you? Does that tell you anything? Okay, nobody cares. Nobody cares.
To Niger,
what does that tell you?
To Niger,
What does that tell
let
you?
me round my point because I just asked a question and you took it from the weight.
Okay,
I was coming from somewhere. Yeah, I'm not asking you a question because the question I asked was I don't have proper background about the payment of the loan because this IMF loan is very complex. It's not good for any country, particularly Africans. The interest is the problem. Even if you look at the statement, they say it only benefits the IMF. It is not benefiting us. So the terms and conditions about the interest is unknown to me as a Nigerian because it depends on what our country signed with IMF. Nobody can actually explain that. And it's a very difficult country where information is very, very difficult.
No, the
We saw
information
what happened by the
people don't look for information. Even the
no.
CBN got to report that recently that when you put they pay
Listen now.
hold on, they
Don't
post
cut me short.
financial
I will
record
allow
of
you. I will
something.
give you. I will give you
Only
time.
2,000
I will
people
give you
that
time.
download it.
Wait. Let us try to talk. Allow people to talk. Then I give you time to say. Don't cut me off.
Excuse me,
First
people.
of all, Nigeria don't have.
One at a
Excuse
time,
me,
please. One
people.
at a time. One at a
Forefather.
time. Let him finish, please.
Forefather.
Yes.
Can you handle can you handle it? I mean, Midwest is
Yeah.
speaking right now.
I'm speaking. You just this guy
should
coming in,
interject,
cutting
please.
me off. It's not good. We should be civilized here. Look,
Yeah, one at a time.
Nigeria's informations are not accurate. It's full of criminality, deception. I will give you an example. A few months ago, we were celebrating refinery. Billions are gone, and nobody has been arrested. You have to think properly. What is our government doing? Tinubu really have good intention for him to try to bail us from IMF. It's a good intention. Nobody should argue that. But for IMF to tell you Nigeria GDP is like, Nigeria don't have GDP, it's a black market economy. I'm telling you the truth. They manufacture figure, they're just deceiving Nigeria. We are growing like this. Where is it coming from? GDP is based on production and services. The following step is government expenditures. And when you look at the way they run the entire economy, you will discover that what we produce are not documented, our services are not documented, and at the end of it all, it's like you don't have a seed, you are pretending to be saying, I'm sowing. So we don't have GDP. So for IMF to come in, they are just coming in for their own interest to see how they can baboose Nigerians again. Remember when Tinubu took this step of, removing subsidies, the Naira was floating, they were praising the policy. They never criticized him. And when they discover that this social media is making Nigerians to talk about the danger of IMF, they now decide to say, or one way or the other, because like they were trying to turn against the president, because we have a foreign dimension to our problem. You see the way they were trying to bring out the certificate, they were trying to do this, and suddenly they said, look, Nigeria economy, they are going to suffer, they are going to die, it's going to be worse.
They're not involved in what you are saying. You are just making all this up. They have not.
Okay.
We are not going to blame IMF for our problem.
You see, this guy, he love to.
Let people finish talking. Then you
The
have
angle you are talking. You think you knows every.
Because it doesn't. When you say something that doesn't make sense, I have to interject.
You have your chance to interject.
I will give you time. I will give you time to interject. One, IMF have made a statement about how the economy of Nigeria is not going to be good. Either in 2027 it's going to get worse. I saw it on a paper, so I don't know whether it's accurate from Nigerian media. Now, currently, the same IMF is saying our GDP is not going to meet up this. First of all, we don't even have a system to have a GDP as a country. This thing is completely missing. We run black market economy where daily consumption, business transactions, services render. As today, the government don't have institution to gather any information about it. The household income is unknown to them. I don't know where the GDP is coming from. You can't continue to be manufacturing figure every year in, giving it to Mr. President that you want to support him or you want to criticize him. And when you need information to function as a leader of a country, the informations are not available. Look, we cannot be here be criticizing our president. If we want a change, let us speak about the institutions that govern us. The president is trying. He has invested in education. By now, I think so many people are already collecting their own share and getting richer. He has invested in NNPC, trying to refine our refinery. Look at what happened. The security this guy is talking about here, he should invest in security. We don't have accountability about how they spend those money. Generals are getting rich. Tukan Jet, it is not the Senate want to ask. Why can't you go to Minister of Finance and demand, as the way it is where you live in UK? If they want to know what the government do, they go to institution. What stop us not to be reporting to those institutions? These are the challenges that we have. It's just like Omokri is talking. Go and ask your governor. How can I ask a governor that you surrounded with immunity that nobody can question once they are in office? And when they want to leave, they join a party or switch to one party, make sure they select their. That's why they always look for someone that will replace them, someone who can cover their nyash. You protect them, and you are telling me to go and ask them with what? With ordinary mouth? We have been talking on social media. Is it really having a part? Sometimes they're listening, and I think some governors are trying their best as much as they can. And the president himself is listening. The idea of just criticizing your president from A to Z, he doesn't know what is. If you are there, where are you going to formulate your policy from? Are you not going to work with all these institutions? You can't blame Tinubu that he has not invested in your army. Somebody is telling you that the government, the money they used to receive, they are not receiving double or thrice. Let them come and challenge that if it is lie. That's what we're supposed to be hearing from the governors. But what happened to the money? It's like your children are hungry. After you fry fish, you give it to pussycat to go and feed them. And you say this is the normal system, it must remain. How is it going to work? So Africa, I think all these IMF of it, they don't love us. They are not with us. Either they destroy the government, because now that they are criticizing Tinubu, that means they are seeing improvement. Just get that one clear.
Thank you.
I am not his fan.
Let some other person speak so it doesn't go too long. I think who was next? I think Nigeria.
I was supposed to.
You were not there now. You were not there, man of the state.
What do you say that? I was supposed to speak.
I called you.
Then
now.
I said,
yes, he was
then
supposed to speak to Nigeria. Allow him to
the
speak.
Midwest and progressive.
Okay, let him speak there. Since Nigerian first is fine with that. That's fine.
It's not matter of being fine. It's matter of being right.
No, because I called you. You didn't.
Wait a minute. You was here first, and I was here second. We have to go in order. Then Midwest came in and other.
Yeah, but I called you when it was your turn. You didn't say anything.
I told you to give it to to point it to Midwest. Then I will come in because I was busy. So you have to do the right thing.
Okay,
Nigerian doesn't know what he's talking about, like always.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Greeting everybody. So before I dive into this economy part of it, let me start with Reno Omokri, and because that's the topic. That was the first topic. It baffled me, and I believe one man is listening. I don't know why he's boasting. Everything Reno Omokri said. I mean, Reno Omokri is a friend of Dorothy. I mean, I've seen him here in California. I mean, this guy is all sycophancies about what he can get. So let's call it what it is. So he lied. This is what we call lie, pants on fire. That, he recommended Obi for Atiku. Atiku has come and debunked that several times, and he's still lying. I don't know why this guy is important in the Nigerian space. I mean, he just baboozing everybody, gaslighting people. I don't know, people with common sense, a lot of you here educated. You still listen to this, in my own opinion, he's a moron. I'll call him if I see him in Southern California, I will tell him that, face to face. The guy has no the guy has no integrity. Okay? Everybody knows it. I don't know why we do that in Nigeria when we are so blinded. We act like we are blind tribes. If anybody here have read the book about a blind tribe, you know what I mean by a blind tribe. I mean, we just support what is evil, what is not palatable in a sane society. We just close our eye, just like the guy from the register when he was crying, and you see people clapping. This is what Nigeria is made of, okay? But anyway, so Reno Omokri lied, and I said it because Atiku has debunked that. He did not recommend Obi for Atiku. Go and see where Atiku, it was something that, he picked by himself with some Jonathan and some other Southeasterners, even the PDP Congress, let him pick who he wants. So there's no recommendation from Reno. Reno may have been an aide, to Atiku at that particular time. I don't know what's their relationship right now, because right now he's a sycophancy to Tinubu. So like he was saying, and about I think there's another topic that came about Obi, because he called Obi lie. Everything that he did, that it was a lie, it was a lie. And Obi has properly stated, Obi, like you, forefather, like you said, I'm not saying Obi is not part of them, but when it comes to Nigerian politics, this is my own personal opinion, and I will give you fact to back that up. He's a saint when it comes to Nigeria compared to people like Tinubu and some other people. That's my own personal opinion, okay? Anybody can do his own opinion. Because when this guy left office, do you know that Obi doesn't collect any pension? He does not collect any pension. He has no security from our numbers, that guide him. It's his own personal security. I mean, the guy is a decent guy, Does he have corruption in some area? He may do. As a politician in Nigeria, that's what we do. So I mean, I don't know why we're comparing him to people like Tinubu. Do you know that in Lagos during Tinubu time, he orchestrated whereby governorship in Lagos State, they get 100% of their of their salary. They get about 6 cars, and the deputy governor get cars too. I mean, they get cook, they get furniture. I mean, I can't even tell about the corruption going on in Nigeria when they leave office. They are pretty much collecting exactly what they are, getting. They have chef, they have car. How can you leave the governorship or whatever? You are still entitled for 6 car, for brand new 6 car every 3 years. Yeah, deputy governor, get about 3 cars every 2 years. You have a house, in Lagos. I'm just giving you an example. I'm not saying that Lagos is the only one that do it, but I'm just giving a reference because Obi does not do that. So I have Lagos to give as a reference, because the commander in chief is Tinubu right now. He has a house they build a house. It's not just Tinubu, but Tinubu started this in Lagos. A governor has a house in Lagos, has one house in Abuja. Then the deputy governor has, just one house, a brand new house that was built for him in Lagos. I mean, you have cook, steward, I mean, everything, furniture, salary, everything, security. You have two SS operative and one female officer to guide him. This is where our money goes. I don't know what's wrong with us, but if we don't wake up, nothing is going to happen. So let me go to the economic aspect of it. We are here talking about paying off the loan or whatever. The 3.4 billion, that was paid off was the money the IMF borrowed Nigeria. I think it was 2020, which emancipated from the 2019 cover. The principal has actually been paid, but there's an additional 30 million, dollar annually. That would be up to 121, something like that. They have to pay for the next 4 years, but that's not the issue. The issue everybody here should be asking: what is there any accountability for that money? This is the problem. You don't know what went on about 3 weeks ago. They say, what did they do with that money? 3.4 billion. It's not about getting IMF loan or the World Bank. I mean, we know what they stand for, the IMF or the World Bank. It's an imperialistic, society, the Western country, use it to control us. But that notwithstanding, it's not about the loan. If you look at the data, go fact check me. Nigeria is not even among the top 10 in terms of money borrowed from the World Bank. We are not. Even small Ghana, right, number 4, number 5. Nigeria is not even so we are not borrowing too much. But what are we doing with the money we are borrowing? That's the question people should be asking. It's not about borrowing. We are not doing nothing with the money. Look at small Kenya. Egypt is number 1. Kenya is number 2. I don't want to go on and on about the top 10 that borrow money from IMF. Like I said, Nigeria is not there. So my point I'm trying to make is not about borrowing of money. But what did you do with the money? You can't be accountable. You borrow money, you use it, corruption, you use it, and give your party and all the whole corrupt politicians. I mean, politics is, is the best business in Nigeria. This is where we are right now. Nothing is gonna come out of it. And we're talking about borrowing loan. No, they still owe a lot of money. Some of them are mortgaged to the oil. That's where we are right now. It's only the cover, 3.4 million that was paid. So I don't know why they are making it like it's a big deal. Yeah, it's okay. They paid it. It's supposed to, but the interest is there, which is very small. I mean, that can easily be paid, but it shouldn't be anything people should be proud of that, that a loan has been a loan borrowed, which was unproductive. You can't even see what they did. People share the loan. So it's a very bad thing. So let me speak about this forest guy people are talking about. This is something that just came out last week. Tina, I don't know if you are not aware of it. I think somebody
Which
was
one?
telling you make it sound like that is working already. No, it's something that was suggested. I think it was approved or whatever. I don't know the whole context. But we don't know about the modality yet. The process, how it's going to work. Nothing has been implemented yet. It's still something on the wall. So as of right now, we don't have any forest guys. So let's get that part straight.
No, actually, to be fair, I know somebody. I don't know whether it's National Guard. They are going to transition them to Forest Guard. I
Yeah,
know somebody
there are some of them already, like in the south where they have forest guard,
in the
small, but
south too. Like in the south,
yeah,
I know somebody that is there. It's one
but
of them.
it's not of this magnitude that the government is, is proposing right now. I'm just trying
Of
to
course,
clarify that.
it's a new arrangement.
Right,
So.
it's new. Like I said, we don't know about the process, the procedure or the modality yet until it actually happen. So let's go. I mean, it's a good thing, but in my own
And the
opinion,
numbers matter. We need to know the numbers.
exactly,
It's
the
not
numbers
significant.
matter. They
It's
need
not
to
going to
be.
matter.
They need to be well equipped. I think a forest guide is needed. I mean, people was asking yesterday when we was on this platform, how can they work with the police and the military? I mean, the military, they're supposed to live in the forest. That's what the forest guys supposed to do. But my problem I have, that may help the southern part of Nigeria. How's that going to help the north? When you have all these terrorists, having a better weapon. I mean, they have like a drone they use in Ukraine. Have you seen all
Now
the
I think I have a set of numbers here that they are claiming they want to do. If they do it, it's a start. They are looking at 130,000 forest guards nationwide. If they do that, it's a start.
Yeah, no,
That
I'm
is
not saying
if
it's,
they
I'm
take
not
it
saying it's
seriously.
bad. I'm just trying to make a clarification that it's something that it's something it's something being work at. It's not something that is already
If the forest guard is a selection of all Nigeria all over everywhere to go and be guarding forests they don't know about, then I tell you,
No. I think they are linked to the state. I think they are linked to the state.
Okay, if it is linked to a state indigenous, then it will go a long way.
Exactly. That's a good point. And Midwestern.
Yeah.
You have
It's
to be
going to
aware
go.
of the territory. People there. Something is echoing.
In the past when we were in Bende, or then we have our own forest guard. They are the locals. They recruit people who were born and brought up in those areas, who know the terrain. They train all of them together, and they can go and assist in the other area. But someone who is really deep in that area, in case if there is a need to recall for more men, they can send them to go and support them. And it was very effective until Babangida administration came in and destroyed everything.
Yeah, good point.
Sorry, can you mute the mic, please?
What's going on? Something is echoing.
Mic, yeah. So I think the president, by this number, 36 states or so in Nigeria, that gives you less than 5,000 per state, which is not significant. You need more than that. But I'm not going to complain if they are moving in the direction.
But that's a good beginning. It's just beginning.
Yeah. And the question is if this number is not from the Amotekun, from the order that they are just going to shift to Forest Guard, because if that's the case, then there is no new boots on the ground. It's very important we have
I think the Southwest, has upper hand already because of the Amoteku, the way they are working, compared to whatever we have in the South. Is all those nonsense that people are good at this. They
need to have new boots on the ground, not the old. Because if you are just transitioning the old ones to a new this in official position,
so Nigeria,
that doesn't change the facts on the ground.
Let me explain to you. The forest
I'm not sure it's your turn, Nigerian first before he says I'm marginalizing him.
It's my turn.
It's Nigerian first. You are not here first before Nigerian first. Nigerian first, please go ahead before he says I'm picking on him. Because
No.
Go
ahead, Simba.
I want me to go. You won't let people speak.
I'm done. It's Simba's turn.
It's Simba's turn. Now it's Simba's turn.
I'm paying attention to how we came in.
Don't want me to talk. That's why.
Why would I want you to talk?
Don't mind Nigeria.
You with your egghead. Why would I let you talk? You with your egghead.
I'm done. Simbad. Go ahead, Simbad.
Okay. Let me start from the forest guard. Before in the Southwest, or not even Southwest, in the Western region, we used to have forest guard, but their modus operandi is different from the one that they are creating now. The old forest guard, which some states still have, what they do is to supervise and prevent people from illegal lumbering. You understand? So that is the reason why they created it, because people used to go to forest and to go and cut all those trees illegally. So they are the ones that are actually guarding the forest to prevent people from doing that. So that was the initial aim. But the one that the federal government is creating now is for security. And they said they are going to be armed. and is going to be recruited by the federal government, not the state. So the notion that they will, replace the Amotekun or whatever vigilante group that any state has on grant is not there. You understand, to Niger?
So let me ask
Really,
you something,
If
Simbad.
that is the case, that's a very positive step forward.
So Simbad, the federal government is going to finance it, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
If
but
they
what
are
they
going
are
to do
going
that,
to do is that the
so you
people
know this is possible
for
now.
each state, it's
Hold
not
on,
as
hold
if
on.
they
All those
move
people that
people
no,
from
no,
one
hold on,
state.
hold on. I will let you go. I will let you speak. You know all those people that were saying this was impossible. Now you are seeing that it's possible, and you are now saying it's possible. Why do you think they've not done it since? Why do you think even Buhari didn't do it? Why is it that these our leaders sit down and they make it look like it's impossible to recruit 107,000 in a year? Now they want to do it all. Carry on.
Okay. So the who is talking?
Go ahead, Simba.
Okay, so the federal government is going to finance it, and for each state, they are going to recruit the people that have been in each shift from that state. It's not as if like Nigerian police or any other federal thing that they can move you from one state to the other. No, it's going to be local. You understand? So because they want people that understand the terrain to be in charge of their own locality. So that is about that. Then to Niger. I thought I have your number. I've been searching for your number. I couldn't get it. You know this thing that you used to say about fuel subsidy and everything. You know you've been saying it for long, for all God knows. Even I've heard it and I'm tired of it. You know, let me use my own state for example. As at 2016, the federal the allocation that Osun State got in January 2016 was just 6 million naira. You understand? Because the state has a heavy debt deduction. By 2018, they received only 10 billion naira. 10 billion naira in the first half of 2018. That means 6 months. 6 months, they received only 10 billion naira. As at 2022, they received 16.5 billion in 6 months. Divide it to, if you divide 16 by 6, you know how much you are going to get? You understand? That means barely like 3 billion. It's not even up to 3 billion that they get per month. In 2023, just you 2024, February alone, 2024, they received 7 billion. So this notion that you used to carry about, say, oh, it's only times 2 and it's only due to, no, it's not only due to, it's not due to the valuation of Naira alone. Our revenue, Nigerian revenue has increased. You understand? And then
But Simba, let me ask something. How are you going to say that? You know, the money they give
let
to
me
the
get the
state
numbers
when the Naira has devaluated about 3
I'm
times.
just giving you
Why
the
can't you account for
wait
that?
now.
Yeah,
Wait,
if it's the
why
past,
can't you
we're all going to
listen?
sit here and you're all going to be respected. But if it's not true, then we'll also debunk it here.
I'm giving you figure, and I thought you're supposed to follow me the way I started, and I started year by year, and I started giving you the increase year by year. You're supposed to listen. Don't. I think we need to calm down and then let us learn.
Simba, we are listening. Go ahead, bro.
So if a state is receiving 1.5 billion before and is receiving, and even in 2004, which we are in 2024, which they even the thing every month it increases. February 2024, they received 7.8 billion, and this is a state in 2023, early 2023, 2022 that are receiving 1.5 billion. So if you say, okay, it's due to devaluation of Naira is, let's say, 300%. Now, with the allocation increase is more, far more than that. That's what I'm trying to let you people know.
No,
So
it's not accurate. It's not accurate what you are saying. Where is the money coming from? Do you think it's coming from space? Where is it coming from? It's not accurate. You have to check yourself when you are saying stuff. You can't just
no. Just we are okay. Let me ask you this. When they said the debt service, the debt to revenue has decreased from 97 to 60 something. What is your understanding of that?
The debt to revenue, it just simply means that the revenue either has increased or the debt has reduced, or both of them have headed in the right direction to mean that debt to revenue ratio comes down. Period.
So if you can see what the answer you give now. If your revenue increases, that means the money that the part of your money that you are using to service your debt would be minimal compared to what you earn, and that is what happened. So it's not true that this notion that we are carrying about that the reason why they are saying they are sharing more money is only due to the valuation of naira. That what I'm trying to tell you that is not true. Another thing is this: even the inflation in Nigeria, the devaluation to inflation is not 300%. In Nigeria now, what you can do with $1 in 2023 prior to Tinubu administration, you can do it with something like 70 cents or 80 cents now. So it's not so the notion that you give state government more money and because what is the value of the money? The value is actually higher. If you try to listen to me, the analogy that I painted for you now. So don't let us be flying all around with all these notions. It's only due to devaluation. No, it's not true. That's what we are telling you.
It's not bad.
You are not saying where the money is coming from, but you are just assuming that it's true. You're not telling us
let me tell you, the money is coming. Let me tell you, the federal government. Let me tell you this. One, do you know that if you believe that, because even this subsidy, they tighten up their IGR, the way they generate IGR, they tighten it up, so they generate even more money locally, internally generating revenue of federal government. Go and check it from the Bureau of the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics.
I thought this information was available on Wikipedia. Have they pulled it away? This information was available publicly. They are making it hard to find now. It's very dodgy when they are making it so hard to find information.
Naija, if I have your number, I can send you year by year fact allocation PDF file, and you can compare it from pre-Tinubu in fact, as at 2022, the federal government allocation that they share every month will be around 214, range between 214 to 250 billion. Now they are sharing almost 2 trillion. And then you are telling me, is that commensurate to the valuation of naira?
You see, I'm not going to take your words for it. I have to look into the data itself, whether you are even interpreting data.
No, I think what you need to do now, so that
because
you start.
The question I'll ask you is that where is the source of the income coming from?
Hold on.
Is that the? Don't ask me the source.
Yeah, because
of income.
If it doesn't add up, I will have to.
Wait. Now, if you say okay, the what is it called now? The money, our source of income is stagnant, and so the only thing that added to it is because of devaluation. Now let's say we are any.
Hold on, quickly. Say, Nigeria, if your currency depreciates, okay, it doesn't mean that the volume of your currency in circulation is going to increase. It doesn't mean that. That means that in terms relative to that currency would be weak. But you have to generate enough money internally to be able to pay for goods and increase your allocations. That's what Simba is saying.
This is quite simple. Nigeria makes a lot of money in dollars. Most of his money makes is in dollars. So when
they're not converting the dollar into naira to hold on. I was talking.
You won't let me make this final point so that you can carry on. I'm making it so you know. If Nigeria makes money in dollars, if they want to convert it to naira, that's when they can print money. If they don't have enough currency in circulation, they can print money to convert the dollar to naira. That's how they get the money. As a matter, they don't even have to print it; they just transfer it electronically.
So, what is your point now?
My point is that there's no money. My point is that he's saying that there's no money in circulation. Of course, there is money in circulation. That is the point. That's how money circulates. Because if you
are you saying that they're printing? They're printing more naira, and that's why they have enough naira to pay for goods and services and give to the states. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, now, by default, that's what's happening.
Really? So inflation, like over the board, skyrocketed.
So you think we are printing more money? Is that your own explanation? That Nigeria is printing more money?
He just said it.
How do you think inflation occurs, how do you think currency devalues?
To Niger.
No, tell me,
So
how do you think the currency is devalued?
is it the arbitrage that
Voodoo,
No, see,
voodoo economics from voodoo
no.
economics from Nigeria.
To
Voodoo
Nigeria,
economics from
Whatever, whatever you think.
hold on,
I'm asking you, why you go
unlike
confused
America,
because you are
Nigeria is not
Bible
printing
focused.
money. Hold on,
You don't want to
Nigeria's
answer
not
straight
printing money to
questions.
give to. Nigeria's not printing money to give to the citizens or businesses. Are we doing that like America? That's why we have inflation in America. That's the main source of our inflation. Is that what we're doing in Nigeria?
I don't know what you are referring to, but it's very
You say,
obvious
hold on, let's go logically. You say if you print money, obviously there'll be inflation, and I agree with you. And I'm asking now,
Prince Daddy, that's not what the inflation that we have in Nigeria was due to the removal of fuel subsidy and the devaluation of the naira. Those were the two major factors of inflation.
I can
So there's
agree
nothing
with
like
you,
them.
but
There was nothing like them printing money. What happened is that when the government removed subsidies,
that's
the
what
money that
Tunaja said. I didn't say that. That's what Tunaja said.
yeah, I understand. You're just asking a question regarding that statement. So the money that the money that they normally use to pay for subsidies, that money do no longer go for paying for subsidies. The money that they will normally use to defend the naira in terms of keeping the value to certain rate, that is no longer there. So immediately you start to see the reflection in the federal government revenue. Then the revenue, look, it is not a mistake or a coincidence that they remove fuel subsidies, they stop they stop the arbitrage in the dollar, and then all of a sudden you saw the revenue almost 5, 6, 7 times up there. So
now let me give you the numbers that I have here. Let me give you the numbers that I have here, because it looks like there are somewhere along the line some shenanigans is happening on the internet. They're hiding this information. So, but I pulled it out using the ChatGPT just now. So the information I have here is that Delta State got $802 million for 2022, and in 2024 they got $1.13 billion. River State got 600 and something million dollars, while in 2024 they got 800 and something. So if you look at it by proportion, it's not that high increment, but there is increment, because if you look at it from the point of view that the Nigerian currency devalues, and because I'm using in dollar right now,
what you are
hold
saying,
on, let me finish now.
No, wait, Tunaja, sorry. Don't say that, because you are the money that you are value that you are giving us is not in naira. You are giving us in dollar.
Yes,
so
that's what I want to do.
Don't bring the valuation in. Don't bring the valuation in your discussion.
I was just trying to let you understand that if you factor in devaluation, you can see why sometimes. Can you let me finish one statement?
Don't shout now.
Why.
See,
Yeah, but you're not letting me finish
one
one statement. I'm not shouting. I'm just saying let me finish. See, you can see why that the current in Nigeria, you can see threefold, because from 450 to almost 1,500, you can see why. That's quite a threefold depreciation, isn't it? But these numbers indicate about 20% increase or so in dollars. So there is an increase in dollars, but in naira is threefold increase. That shows you the devaluation that is going on. Please go ahead.
No, okay, Tunaja, are you saying that we collect dollars, for example, and we change that dollar into naira, and that's where we have plenty of money in circulation to pay for this stuff and circulate it, essentially? Is that
Yeah,
what
of
you're
course.
saying?
That's how federal
No,
government
but
is
see,
able to spend.
the problem is that you fixated on the weakness of the naira as a source of income, which doesn't make any sense. There's so much money being generated in apart from being from generation
From
generation
where?
of well, apart from generation of money, the collection also has improved greatly. Do you know how much money they get from the ports? I mean,
Oh my
Tinubu has
God.
been able,
There's no new
Tinubu
money
has been
being
able
generated. Let's face it. Apart from Dangote Refinery and a few other major companies that have come out in Nigeria, there's no real new money that is significant enough to increase this in. If you look at those numbers, you can even say that the increase you saw is based on the population increase. You know, so I don't know
no.
where
Tonight,
population is increasing, the working age is
there's
increasing.
there's so much economic activities going on in that country, in Nigeria. Okay, there's plenty of it that if you convert those naira into dollars, for example, we're gonna have 2-3 times the the dollar that we get from crude oil or from coming from the outside through trade.
Wow,
There's
wow,
so
wow.
much
Hold
activity.
on. There's a significant number that I need to share with you
Okay.
here.
Okay,
There's
can
one
I
big
say
number that I
something?
need to share with you. Something very strange happened. I don't know whether this is true, but let me give you the number for Lagos. That is very unusual from what I'm looking at here. Lagos in 2022 got $374 million. In 2024, they got $1.24 billion. That is the highest increase of any state that I've seen so far on this list. Some states actually went down, but Lagos alone went up. I wonder why. Go ahead.
Okay, to Niger, you're relying on ChatGPT. I think those figures, I'm thinking they are wrong. Okay. So, first of all, when you look at Nigeria's economy, and I want us to keep an open mind. The person who is the president is seen as an accountant. Now, when it comes into the economy and what he's looking at is the balance sheet. So, coming into 2023, he sees the balance sheet. Number one, on CBN excess withdrawal, he's seeing things on the negative. Number two, he's saying that the oil output and what is coming into FAC is not commensurate. What that means is that there are so many crude oil that has already been sold, that has been tied to loan. Number three, he sees the entire balance sheet and is looking like it's in a red. So what the president would do, or what a leader would do, is you look at the top line and what are the things that has to be eliminated with respect to expenses. Okay. So it was necessary for subsidy, anything that looks like subsidy in the top line now, to be gone at that point for that nation to survive. Now, when that is done, that's why you will see that there's been adjustments in top monetary policies and fiscal policies. So in a situation where you have 96% of our debt, when you compare to revenue, and it's 96%, that's a danger sign. So at that point, removing subsidy on forex, removing subsidy on maybe oil and things like that needed to be done. So that will trickle down, it will affect the citizens. But however, the balance sheet would be better. Now, I'm not giving this guy kudos, no. But I'm saying that in some ways, the guy is doing some things right. Number one, if you have an IMF loan, which is on a high interest rate, and you paid out the huge sum of loan, the balance sheet will look better. Number two, you have a Sukuk bond. I don't know if people heard about that. The guy paid that huge sum of Sukuk bond. That is huge. If you look at the subnationals, most of the states do not borrow anymore. I can't think of any state that has borrowed within the last 365 days. If you look at the DMO's record, you will see that. You will see that some of the states are already paying off their loan. An example is 86% of the loan in Cross River State, for example. So most of these states are already paying down their loan. Nigeria, in the last, say, for 7 years, I don't know what Buhari administration did that they did wrong.
Sorry, hold on.
It was a mess.
Sorry, let me ask you, are they paying to Nigerians, or that they are paying this money to foreigners?
They are paying because they borrow the fund
No,
from
please,
outside.
if you want to hear, okay, so they are prioritizing paying foreigners salary. These same foreigners.
No.
Hold on, let me finish.
You
Let
got
me
the
just finish what
loan.
I'm saying for a second. These same foreigners, when we were getting this loan for COVID-19, they gave themselves about $18 trillion in loans. Have they paid it back? No. So, but carry on.
So here's the thing. When you are owing foreign loans, you are owing foreign airlines, it doesn't give you the leverage for investors to come in or for you to even borrow loan for things that are important, which are projects. So first of all, you need to create a better balance sheet that is presentable to people that want to even give you money, that people that want to do business with you. It's just common, even in ordinary business. If you have an ordinary business and your balance sheet is in a red, first of all, you will have to clear out the things you need to clear out first. Number one will be things that are external in nature. Then you now drill down to things that are internal. The truth is,
Great.
So we need to look at these things, and I know that I don't think Tinubu.
So, but you are in a country. I'm assuming that you are in a country that probably has a higher GDP to debt ratio than Nigeria. You are all in a country that owes more money, maybe 10, 20 times more money than Nigeria does. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish that point. Because the reason why I'm saying this is because when your leader comes in and claims that his priority is paying off the foreign bankers, that should tell you who he's governing for.
My dear, if he doesn't pay those foreign,
if he doesn't pay those money, that the reason why we are not getting access to finance is not only because of Nigeria, it's because of many African countries too. We are all being put in the same box that our leaders signed us up for. We put ourselves in a subservient sub-economy that they ensure we remain. How do you think? Let me explain to you to let you know the scale what we are dealing with here. A country of 200 and something million people. Their national budget from 2022 was 48 billion or 49 billion dollars. Then 2024 is 28 billion dollars. While California alone, their healthcare budget is over 200 billion dollars.
You can't compare that. Don't do that.
They are the same human beings.
Look.
Hold on,
You
let me try to.
compare that.
You can say I can't compare. But
No,
what I'm trying to let you understand is the scale of the incompetence and the way our leaders have been governing us. If you look at, hold on now, let me finish one point. This last point is 15 seconds. How is it a country of 5 million people like Singapore can do more export than all the black countries put together? How?
But you know, initially I said keep an open mind.
The answer to that is that they're not black.
Normal.
Just
we are not
assume
living in a normal economy. Our leaders are lying. They are lying to you. It's not normal.
Okay. Hold on. If you are the president,
let me chime in real quickly. Say during COVID, you mentioned that the debt of the Western nations. COVID time, 2023 March to 2022, America had it about $5 to $7 trillion on its debt. So and they have to pay interest on that debt. So don't think it's magical. No, they have debt also, and they pay interest on it. And that's why, for example, Trump is trying to pay down Americans' debt because they're paying a huge $800 billion, I believe, a year on the freaking interest on this debt.
Yeah.
America has $36 trillion in debt. So it's real numbers. It's not like it's magical.
Yeah, they owe that money, but they don't pay it off.
Trump added over 5 trillion. Hold on, Trump added over 5 trillion to the debt in 4 years. Over 5 trillion.
No. Well, I said during COVID, I told you right.
Even before COVID, Trump already passed a tax cut bill that was close to about over 2 trillion. Before COVID, he already had over 2 trillion to the debt.
Tax cut is not debt. Tax cut is not debt on America. Trump. It doesn't work that way. That's not the debt. Debt is the printing of money. Okay,
okay, Prince Daddy, why is it that it doesn't affect their currency? Why do you think they can give themselves on unlimited debt?
And that's the fallacy right there. Okay, I try to explain many times on this show.
Okay, explain it now.
Actually, every time America prints money, especially during the COVID time, I've said many times on this show that the dollar has depreciated in terms of real value by at least 40%. I'm telling you,
40%.
Hold on. Yes, but you don't see that impact in America. Why? Because there's a term in finance called convexity of the dollar, meaning that every time America prints the dollar gets weakened as Americans poor financial management, that weakness of the dollar is actually externalized, meaning that countries like Nigeria and all these other countries that are highly dollar dominated, they actually experience the weakness in their own currency because now they would need more money to purchase the dollar. So we actually externalize the weakness of the dollar to the rest of the world. But nonetheless, though, internally, we experience inflation. Now we have to pay maybe 20% more or so for items because of the weakness of the dollar. So, the impact
how
is not
is
as
that?
much.
Hold on, calm down. How is that different from what I said? It
What
doesn't
did you
affect
say?
them globally in terms of the value of their dollar globally. That's what I was referring. I'm not talking about internally. I'm talking about their value globally. It doesn't affect them. You acknowledge it yourself.
You're
That
right.
is externalized. It doesn't affect them. Why is it that when
Yeah,
we print, it
because
affects
it's
us?
called the concavity of the dollar. But it
Now
does
you're
it
beginning
does
to get it
affect.
to an extent.
By the way, check. You like to Google. Check out that term. It encapsulate what I'm talking about. It does. Well, you're right. It doesn't affect America that much, but the holders of the dollars, they get affected. They do because somehow, some
It
way.
doesn't affect this in the American this in currency as long as people still rely on it. It doesn't. It hardly affects the West whenever they call it a loan. It barely affects them. That's why they call it loan. When they instead of them to print money, they'll say, but they seem to have endless access to loans, endless trillions.
To Niger, let me just say something. I want
Because
you to
they
make
they
a
can print.
hold
Go
on,
ahead,
Prince
sorry, go
Daddy.
ahead.
Hold on, Prince Daddy. I'm just either. Tonight, I want you to make a checklist right now that you have been vindicated in terms of your argument for security comes before economy. You have now been vindicated because that argument has been proven to be true so far as well. There's a reason I stuck by your argument on that side, and I defended you anytime you make that argument. Because I made that argument first on Bijinoa's channel, but I never fought as much as hard as for it as much as you did. So you have been vindicated to say security, internal, external, personal security comes before economy. You have been vindicated on that argument. You can stand strong and stand till your day. It has been proven.
Sorry, give us
That's all
an
I gotta say.
example. Sorry, give an example. I didn't catch that. In what regard?
I am not going to do the argument right now. Tonight, just take
Okay.
that victory for now. Take that victory because you guys are arguing.
Because if you look at it in the case of Nigeria right now, the situation would never improve. I mean, I've said it before. It will never improve
Yeah,
until
you are
you
here.
take over
You are here
space.
to kiss
Until
the
you take
house
over
of
space from. Can you stop
Niger.
now? Okay, fine. Maybe that's what he's doing. But my point is that if you don't take over the space from the criminals, then the criminals will take over the space. It's just that simple. You notice that these bandits, they don't attack the cities because the cities generally have relative security there. But in the outskirts, there's nobody. So they can just go there, operate for hours, and nobody shows up there, and we pretend as if we don't know why. It's really crazy. All of us are in contact.
This is not a
So
distraction from the
the
conversation
gentleman
we're
has
having.
spoke. Does that mean we've solved?
You guys
Hold
were
on.
having
Does that mean we've
hold on,
solved our
please, Daddy.
insecurity
Hold on,
problem?
please, Daddy. Hold up. You guys were having a conversation about the economy. I just want to tell to Niger that when it comes to that argument, just mark it as you have won that argument already against everybody that came after you. That's all I gotta say.
No, that's not true. Are we solved our insecurity problem? Is that what you?
This
Is
is
that what
not.
you're
This is not a
suggesting?
Gambia platform. Okay, this Nigeria
Look at this.
platform. We are discussing Nigeria.
UFC, I will catch you on. I will catch you on Tezo's platform. Don't worry. Don't worry. Take your time, UFC.
Don't
UFC.
Well,
Take your time.
maybe the gentleman doesn't know that we've not really solved. We've not really solved our insecurity problem.
UFC,
It may have
UFC, take
decreased,
your
but we
time.
haven't
I'll
solved
be
it.
ready for you. UFC,
I
take
know
your time.
you. I know you.
I'll
So
come for
don't
you. Take
have
your time.
nothing to
I'll
say.
give my attention to you. Take your time. Take your time.
Yeah,
Don't
I
need
will
to
put you
argue.
in your place. Okay, like Gambia.
Don't mind
I
him. Don't
don't
mind
need
him.
to take
And
you
this is open channel, by the way. You don't have to tell people not to be here because it's a Nigerian channel. It's not fair.
No, because
Niger,
it's so straight
you've
about
not been
us all the
vindicated.
time. If you are not there,
Don't believe that you've not been
It doesn't
vindicated,
mean
Niger.
you start telling him that he's Gambian.
Niger, you've not been vindicated. Keep that in mind.
Why should I take you serious?
I think history is very obvious. Personally, I don't even see it personally. Like I'm the one saying it. This is something that is already known. It's already happened. History has already played out. Without security, forget it. and especially for a specific set of
okay, tonight, listen, that's almost what I call Captain Obvious statements. I think we all
exactly.
know that. Okay, so but here's the case. I mean, unless I'm mistaken, can you tell me any country in Nigeria that's truly secured militarily, apart from not even Egypt? I'm sorry.
Any country in Nigeria, nice.
In Africa,
only in Nigeria we say that. Go ahead. I was just joking. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You were saying. Go ahead. Sorry.
Maybe I misspoke. I meant in Africa. I mean, what country is truly secured militarily? And I mean, I don't know. I mean,
the country that is secure militarily, one is Egypt. Secondly is
well, see, now that's why I have to put things in context. You know, how much does Egypt get every year from America for its security and weaponry?
Why are you not getting it? Why are your leaders so mumu? Why are we so mumu that we are not getting it? Look at relax.
No, is that how easy it is?
Yeah, you just open a can of worms now. Look at Trump just went to Saudi Arabia, signed $126 billion worth of weapons supply, and Saudi Arabia is going to get 18,000 NVIDIA AI boards that they're going to be using to advance their technology. And these are also our terrible, dangerous enemies. We know historically they've not been very nice to us, and our leaders are just sitting there twiddling their thumb and as if nothing is happening. $126 billion of weapons is what we're talking about here. Our economy doesn't even have that. Our budget
did you see the F-18s?
Do that.
Did you see the high-powered American F-18s or whatever they were that escorted Trump in mid-air when he was approaching Saudi Arabia, being flown by Saudi Arabian military? Yes, Saudi Arabia gets they get like maybe one or two notches down below America's top weaponry. You know, they get the best of the best because they are allies, they are partners, and they have a lot of money. Listen, they drop cash when they buy weapons. Okay,
Nigerian leaders basically twerk more than Saudi Arabian leaders. Nigerian leaders go to Washington and twerk and twerk and twerk, and still they don't
rather. It's Americans that go to Saudi Arabia and twerk. It's the other way around because
America will tell them stop chopping people's heads off. Saudi Arabia will
Did you just see Donald Trump make fun of Saudi Arabia in these fucking recent events? Do you see how much he humiliated them? He called him Johnny Boy, come here. He called Prince Salman Johnny Boy, come here.
Nah, it's an endearing term. It's camaraderie. It's an endearing term.
Donald Trump's dog is named Johnny. Donald Trump's dog's name is Johnny.
Yeah, I don't think he was trying to belittle them.
Well, well, thank you for that news piece. I didn't know that. So you guys go around with all this
he was actually referring to his dog. Trump is actually senile, a little bit old. Let's not forget. I don't think he's
Trump is saying that. Trump is saying that.
Stop that nonsense. Okay, stop that nonsense. If you call him Johnny or not, it's irrelevant. I'm not sure what that means. Actually,
don't believe that. Don't believe that nonsense. Trump is. Do you know how much Trump is getting from them? Trump got about $2 billion from them when he left office in previous time.
No, altogether is about 1.2 trillion freaking dollars coming out of Saudi Arabia.
Isn't it? Exactly. Why is Nigeria not getting that? Nigeria, I think Tinubu went there the other day. What did he come back with? Zero. I see how our people just open their eyes, see this type of stuff, and keep praising this government for delivering this garbage to us constantly.
It's called over intellectualizing. That's like when you overcompensate for a lack of. You know that when you overcompensate.
Yeah, it's so simple.
Over intellectualizing.
Tonight, you guys, you have to be fair. See, Nigeria does not have any leverage, nor does it have any kind of strong relationship with Saudi Arabia as
we have leverage.
America.
We are the major country in Africa, a massive continent with a lot of wealth that the West needs. How do you think Saudi
Nigeria is still relatively poor? Come on, what are you talking about?
What leverage does Nigeria have with Saudi Arabia? You're just
exactly. I don't know what he means by that.
There's a lot of Muslims in Africa. Nigeria has a lot.
That's the leverage.
Hold on now.
That's not leverage.
You are second-class Muslims. Hold on, you're second-class Muslims. Okay.
Just believe what you want to believe. Believe what you want to believe. I'm not going to force you to see what might
So
be
what
going.
you are going to bring to the table, you go there and tell them, oh, I have a lot of Muslims in my country. Is that what you are
Oh,
going to do?
I guess happy now. You're happy to take that one, isn't it? Because you didn't let me finish, and you just want to argue against a straw man. Let me say another one. Nigeria has clouds. Okay, now take that one and argue. It's like you don't let somebody talk because you don't want to hear it. I don't even know
You
why
are
you
the
don't
one
want to hear
talking
it.
now. As this
Okay,
happened,
sorry,
that you
go.
don't
Sorry,
let them to talk.
You Nigeria doesn't have the technology. I mean, that's what Saudi Arabia already has the money. I mean,
see, all you
look at
need
the AI
is
they are trying to build
Look,
in
your
Saudi
money
Arabia
means
right now.
nothing if you
That's the
can be
leverage.
blown out of the sky. Your money means nothing. To be honest, you think your
Not
money
to
means
Nigeria.
nothing?
Do you know how much oil Saudi Arabia pump every day?
Yes, yet Donald Trump is still able to call. Donald Trump is still able
They
to call
pump
the leader
10
you
to
are a
wait
dog.
now. Wait. Because you are just shouting here.
Guy.
So Saudi Arabia pump 10 to 12 million barrel every day.
Oh my God, that's your reasoning now.
No,
How about
wait
Iran?
now.
Iran
And
pumps
Nigeria,
almost
we are
as
saying
much. Do
no
you
for
see
a
them having so
population.
much money?
Wait now, for a population of less than 30 million people, Nigeria almost 250 million. You are doing barely 1.2, 1.3, and then
Oh my
you
God.
come, we come here, we'll be shouting. Then do you know how much they make from tourism?
Wow.
You see, sometimes we overestimate what we used to.
How about UAE? How about
But
Egypt?
you Nigeria,
How
what
about Algeria?
would be their
Stop
interest in
making
Nigeria?
excuses. Eh? You said?
What do you say? What do you say, Egypt? What about Egypt?
Well,
Yeah, how
that's
about
a good
Egypt? Does Egypt
question.
have oil? Does Egypt have oil?
To answer that question, what is Saudi Arabia's interest in Nigeria?
Saudi Arabia's interest, if you want them to have interest in Nigeria, is that you have leverage over the policies that you have within the continent that you want to pursue that may not be in their interest, because they too want influence on the continent, because the continent is
Probably market control. Probably market control over oil production and all that kind of stuff.
You
Because
can
the
look at
dollar.
let me finish now. Let me finish what I was saying. You can look at the oil industry. You can look at the tourism industry. You can look at even a lot of raw materials that goes from Africa to. They have oil, but they don't have a lot of other type of these raw materials. Not to mention this defense relationships that you could have with them. So it's because Africa has
Defense.
not made
What are
itself.
they going? No, what are they going to get in defense from us?
Let
What are
me
you talking
explain
about,
to
you
you
Nigeria?
now.
The guy is
Let me
just
explain.
It doesn't even make sense.
What you don't understand is that if you don't make yourself relevant, why would you ever see it? If Singapore can make itself relevant to the point whereby small country with less than 5 billion people does more export than a continent of a population of about 1 billion.
The problem is not with Nigeria. The problem
Tonight,
is with black
make
people.
yourself relevant. It's
The
your
Saudi
problem is
Arabia.
with black people. We should
Does
not
Saudi
limit
Arabia
to.
even need? Does Saudi Arabia even need to defend itself against the United States? Because the United States dollar is backed by the Saudi Arabian oil. You know what I mean? Why is Saudi Arabia buying American jets and all that to defend itself?
They are
It
buying
doesn't
it.
need to defend itself. It's
One,
just
they want to have it as a kind of
Listen, Tunaja,
relationship between both countries.
listen to this real quick. Say, over the years, actually, Saudi Arabia has been a great help to America. Do you know, because of the relationship for like over 30, 50 years, the Saudi Arabia was the one that's propped up Americans' currency for such a long time with the petrodollar. So do you see the strong relationship there? So what the heck does Nigeria have to offer in that regard? Come on. It doesn't work like that.
Let me tell you this. Let me say
what
this.
Saudi
Let me
Arabia
say
did
this.
was
Tunaja,
okay. Go ahead.
Prince Adi, in 1973, because it was actually not dollar that they used as the currency before. In 1973, they have a king that time, they call him King Faisal, where he stopped pumping oil for just one day, and the price of oil in the world market just jumped, and that was what actually responsible for even the increase in the oil price that time. America has to come and negotiate with them. So that is the
because
kind of
then oil is king.
It's
Oil
in
was
the
king then. And hold on a second also. And they had back then strictly all the oil transaction was denominated in dollars. That's part of the agreement and
So
relationship.
it's in America's interest to defend Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia doesn't really need to fight it.
At all costs. And that's why Trump was upset with Biden administration why they were messing around with Saudi Arabia. You know, Saudi was getting upset.
That's what I'm saying.
Saudi
That's what
was
I'm
over.
saying.
Saudi was
Nigeria doesn't
trying to
have the
align.
arrangement with the United States. Nigeria has to find other means of defending itself. Other means of defending itself. It doesn't have that arrangement with the United States. Saudi Arabia is buying American jets. Who are they defending against? Maybe Iran or something like that. But ultimately, the United States will rush to the defense of Saudi Arabia if need be. You see what I'm saying?
See, part of the main reason why America backs Saudi Arabia, one, Saudi Arabia is located strategically in a critical location. And Saudi Arabia does have some influence in terms of religion, in terms of influencing that region too. And thirdly, they also have oil. The oil is playing less and less role now because America is I think, the largest oil producer in the world right now. So that is not the reason. Saudi Arabia, one of the sensible things that they did was they invested so heavily in the American market, so that if America decides to destroy Saudi Arabia, there's a lot of things America is going to lose too, because of it's a mutual assured destruction. Kind of, you don't want to destroy people that are investing in your country and that has a lot of investment in your country, because they too, their wealth is going to be damaged too. So that is part of it. But however, if you look at the allocation in the world, if you look at the Mackinder principle, that ties into why that allocation is very geopolitically important to people like Biden. Not necessarily that important to people like Trump, actually, but it's important to people like Biden.
Trump just wants to what do you call it? Stimulate economic growth or something by investment from Saudi Arabia.
Exactly, that's what he wants. It's not because
that's why he's going there, telling to invest a lot in the United States, because he wants to make himself look good.
But one other thing that I thought about yesterday was Trump is quite interesting because he's racist and all the rest, but he's also very transactional and he likes to be bribed. And our leaders, they are not very shy about bribing. But somehow, when it comes to this type of one, they play shy. They don't know how to leverage.
But to Niger, I want you to understand, to Niger, right? In this argument, from many people, you have won that argument of security first over economy, because it has proven itself time and time after again in the higher intellectual
Why do you
debate.
need to be repeating this thing? You are
No. I came here to tell Tunaja to empower him.
We have heard it now, so why
I came here to empower Tunaja to tell him, Tunaja, you have won this debate.
To be fair, like I said before, let's not go back to that.
It keeps saying he won the debate. We don't even know what the debate is. What is the debate that Tunaja won?
You're not going to accept it now, but it's okay.
Tunaja, I said Dangote met Trump in Qatar. Maybe we don't know what they were doing.
That might be good. If you see, what I'm thinking is African leaders.
Hold on, did that really happen? I didn't see Dangote. Did that happen?
Yeah, let me.
Yes, I saw him. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So African leaders, they can capitalize on Trump coming to office, because if you look at the last government, Buhari, when Biden, Obama was in office, they refused to sell us to Kano. But when Trump came in, Trump was able to do business. So this is also an opportunity. I would have expected people like Tinubu right now to be lining up all kinds of goodies, and at the same time getting all kinds of goodies from America. Because what is going to happen is that I believe that this AES group that is forming in the Sahel there, if they become successful, they will act as an opposition government to ECOWAS, basically, because the other, they will be comparing notes and say, look at how well they are doing. What are you governments doing? And people like Tinubu should be leveraging and say, come on, man, come and do business here. We are your people. If you are on the same side, we need to do business. But let me just finish. I'm not going to take 15 seconds. What disappoints me is that you don't see that in our leadership at all. They don't leverage any advantage that they have. Even when Trump is quite clearly ready to do serious business. If our leaders are serious, they will be leveraging for very good defense and this arrangement right now with America, and with a lot of money involved. Look at what Saudi Arabia got. I don't see why they wouldn't do it. America would do it with Iran. If Iran decides to agree with Trump right now, America would do it with Iran. So why not with Nigeria?
Can I say something? Can I say something, please?
Military deal. They will sign a military deal with Iran to sell Iran weapons.
I can agree with you. If they drop their nuclear ambition, I agree with you. America will give them weapons. They will sell them weapons. Yeah, I can agree with you. Yeah.
So that's my point. So why is Nigeria not going prosperity?
May Nigeria continue as a united country.
Thank you, India Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here.
Who played that? Why are we playing this?
You got one man.
I think somebody may have touched it by accident. Maybe one
But
man.
anyway, let me say something, forefather. I think we are missing something. We have forgotten about what Trump is a transactional person. Trump has realigned his geopolitical interests to the Middle East. That's what we have. That's what we are seeing. I mean, Saudi Arabia, UAB, all those, all those places, even Iran. This is
fair,
Trump
it's because
policy.
he makes a lot
I
of
mean, we
money there.
elected him. I support him right now.
They said
I
he
mean,
has
he's after
business interests.
what's good for America.
Man of
He hasn't seen anything yet.
Prestige. Hold on, tonight, guys. Prestige. To your point, let me tell you, the reason why people think, Trump is transactional, no doubt, but the reason why it appears that Trump is first to visit, even though he did it last time, to the Middle East and trying to talk to Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Syria and all these nations, is because of what the weakness of the past administrations, and especially Chinese intrusion and relationship with that region. It concerns Trump a lot, but many people in America, the neocons, they don't see that. Okay, see, no matter what you think, Saudi Arabia is a very important country in that region and in the world. And the Chinese are getting closer, the Russians are getting closer, and in so doing, they're making America weak. But people don't say that. Trump is transactional, but at the same time, it's highly strategic what he's doing.
I don't know what that Trump thinks too. The only strategic thing Trump thinks about is making sure that Europe is more together, like the way he's going after Russia. But the rest is money to him. And Trump, to be fair, if you ask me, I think Trump actually likes to just make money. And that this guy is corrupt to the ends of the earth.
You are missing it. You are missing it. Europe has nothing to offer to America. Okay? That's why he changed his, geopolitical interest to the Middle East.
Oh, come on,
Europe
man.
has nothing
You
to
know how
offer.
much they are trading together? Come on.
They are trading together, but Europe is the one that's going to lose. If they make,
Tunaja, on this one, Trump is more, yes, he sees it like the benefit of Europe is in the United States being strong and all that stuff. And all other power that underpins the United States' strength is in Saudi Arabia. He will pay attention to that. So it's not because he doesn't like Europe or something. He prefers America to be strong, and then that's the way Europe can benefit. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So he's going to go to where what underpins American power, and that's that petrol dollar, and he wants to reinvigorate it from what the losses it's been having so far.
The $1.2 trillion he just struck in Saudi Arabia is not going into his pocket. Did you see the lineup of American businesses? Musk was there, of course. Boeing was there. GE was there. These are American corporations, businesses that are going to benefit from this transaction. So making it sound like Trump is going there to put money in his pocket is not true. This man is working hard for America. He knows that America needs to survive, and we need rich nations to invest in America. The Saudis, they got trillions of dollars. They got a lot of money. Qatar has a lot of money. Okay, so Trump is not stupid.
Let me just read the figures. Let me say this. Let me read the figures. 18% of the trade between America and Europe, it takes 18.6%, while that of the Middle East is 3.5% in terms of trade. So it's almost 5 times or more than 5 times that of the Middle East. So you can see why Europe is still very important to America. Please go ahead.
Yeah, but that 3% trade, a huge part comes from Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia spends billions and billions of dollars purchasing America's military weapons. Okay,
what is the entire
that is
of
huge for our defense
the
industry.
Middle East and even their population? The whole of the Gulf country, the Middle East country, they are not up to France. In fact, and then when you are talking about
you can say that. That's fair point. That's a fair point to raise.
Then when you are talking about Africa, let me tell you this. I think all the country of Africa have the same problem. Look at African GDP. If you look at the African GDP, the GDP of Saudi Arabia alone is like half of the total African GDP. So how do you now want? So what would be the interest of any country in even having a business deal with any single African country?
Exactly.
So hold on. Didn't Democratic Republic offer offer America their earth mineral? How come we haven't taken that opportunity?
Which
It's
one?
not lucrative enough?
Who? Which
Congo.
country?
Congo.
What is Congo getting? They don't have any deal. That one they are exploiting
But the
Congo
president offer
illegally.
Simba, remember the president offer Trump to come and guide them, and take care of their earth mineral. I don't know because Russia and China is already there. Maybe that's why.
All of them are competing to get what they want to get from the country now. You cannot even compare Congo
Prestige.
with
I think they're trying to do it for rare earth mineral in the Congo, right? So for security, so that deal is being worked out. But nonetheless, Americans they're not going to put soldiers on the ground, but they're going to provide intelligence and try to put an end to the war. That's part of the deal.
Or they will just stop funding all the people that are doing. I was watching a film.
Trust me, Trump is not funding it.
Hold on. Let me just say this. I was just watching a film, which is very interesting. One of the things they said in the film was that when they said, "How do you go and take the natural resources from this place?" It's very interesting because it's supposed to be sci-fi, but it's quite relevant to the real world because they are looking for natural resources, and their backup plan is that if they cannot get it in an artificial way, they will have to take over that place. The place that the people actually live is a planet. They said, "How do you get the natural resources from there?" And because they were asking this lady, the lady said, "The way you do it is to get a rebel person to do the wrong thing." So in other words, use the people on that ground, they do the wrong thing and they cause a cascading problem.
Well, that's not fiction. That's reality, and it's been going on for many years.
Yeah, but that's my point.
In Africa and South America.
The point I'm making is that all Trump needs to do is tell his people that are doing the wrong thing to stop doing it. That's all, and the problem goes away. That's what our African leaders are paying for.
Well, you're right about that, and that's why with a stroke of actually he didn't use a pen yet. By uttering his words, he lifted all sanctions on Syria. Imagine that. Do you know that Syria is not under sanction anymore?
I think what we're supposed to be discussing now is how can Africa make the best use of their resources and show up their revenue. We are too poor. Africa continent is too poor.
Well, what is France and the British are telling you what to do? What are your colonial masters telling you what to do?
Hold on. Let me just highlight one point somebody raised recently, because the government passed a policy that I was arguing for. A lot of people have been arguing for a long time. They say buy Nigeria first, policy that they revealed recently. But they were asking the guy that was proposing it on the news to the reporters, the journalists, they were asking that why is the government not doing the same thing? He was making all kinds of spurious arguments. It's like it just shows you that they are just doing it for the sake of it. They are not serious. How can you say you buy Nigeria and you yourself don't buy Nigeria and you don't intend to? You say, no, that is a different matter altogether. You say as a policy, it's for the people, not for the government. It's like, what kind of
Tunaja, they say value addition. So they all thinking the same thing. Value addition to our resources. That's one way we can shore up our stuff, right? So, but in order to value addition, you need to create the industry. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You need to create the industry to produce. But they just say the sound bites, but they don't do nothing.
They don't do anything.
But the question you're supposed to let me ask you guys, because it's very easy to come on the platform and be speaking English. The question you're supposed to ask is why is it so difficult for them to do it? Why is it so difficult?
Because they are
if
easy.
It's easy. I'm very
because
sure
you
that
don't have control of your resources at first.
Because
you don't have
very
control
easy
of
for
your
us
resources.
to come and be speaking English here and say, okay, this is what they're supposed to do.
You don't have control of your resources. You don't control your resources.
And you think that if you what's your name?
Simba.
You think that if you get there, it will be easy for you?
Simba, over the weekend, I was in Kensington in Nigeria. That in the UK, I mean, Kensington. This place is so rich. That's very, very rich people in that area. I was a little bit taken aback.
I live around there tonight. I live around Surrey area in Surrey.
Okay,
I'm rich as well.
No, this one is Chelsea, Kensington. This is one of the richest parts of the world. So when I was there, I was a little bit taken aback by how many black people I saw there and how many black children were playing in the parks. It's like they were just as many as the white children. It's like I was like, this is where most of our money just comes and stays. And these our leaders don't understand that they need to go back for their people. Because the problem is, Simba, is easy. Just start patronizing Nigerian goods. Do you know if Nigerian government start buying only Nigerian made cars, in 10, 20 years time, West African country will be full of those cars.
But
they won't even do that.
You yourself, let me ask you this. You yourself, you are busy defending even Nigerians that are spending dollars to spray dollars in Nigeria. You are here and you are the one saying this now. Even we, don't forget about our
leaders. Am I defending them?
You are defending them. You said there's nothing wrong in it. You know, let me tell you
what
this.
Me, I defended them for spraying naira, dollars. Who would defend that kind of... who... Are you dreaming?
Let me tell you, it's not only our leader. Let me tell you,
hold on,
all of us.
I talked to one of my colleagues, he's Nigerian and he's Yoruba as well. He's very, very intelligent guy, very, very intelligent guy. And I tell him, why is it that we're allowing a lot of Western companies to come and build our services in terms of data centers, in terms of satellite internet provided? Everything is provided by Tesla. Why are you doing that? Why can look? And even when it comes to the consultancy stuff, you got a lot of Indians and Chinese and everybody coming to Africa, building up, expanding their companies into Africa. I said, why aren't these rich Yoruba and Nigerian people using it to build the data centers across Africa? Why are they spraying money? Why are they just spraying money instead of to actually use that money to build the data centers needed to improve internet connectivity? Of course, he's going to vindicate. He said some of them are doing it. But every time I see Nigerians, they just spraying money like nothing. Is it?
And the money they are spraying, how much is it even? It's not significant money. The people that really have money don't spray it like that. They have trillions of dollars. American the defense budget they are going to spend inside their country is $1 trillion. They are looking.
Who has $3 trillion?
I said the people that have it, the Western countries that have it, they don't spend it like that. They don't throw money around.
Let me tell you, in as much as we don't see the problem that is with us as people, and we always say that is our leader, that's we, the followers, the citizens of Africa, all of us, we have issues.
I don't deny that too. I know full well that we are the problem. When I say we, including our leaders, we are part of the problem because we settle for mediocrity, and we also now begin to see why people go into slavery too, because slavery means you don't die but you survive in a lower level existence. People do that. People willing to concede to that. That should tell you something. That why are we surprised that we are the way we are? We need something that gets us in such a way that we fear for our survival. That's what's going to wake us up. Just like the Asian people.
Niger, let me ask you this
exactly question. But it might be too
with
late.
the money,
it might be too late. That's my fear.
That we make. Wait, with the kind of money that we make, do you think we can make any significant progress?
We can make progress.
Yes, if you hold it together. If you bring it together.
Can I say something in reference to this? This about spreading. This about spraying money. I think there's the difference between the white people. Let me just use the word, the rich white people. If you look at the white people, their mentality, they are busy building wealth, not about materialistic. But if you look at the black people, black Africans, the black Americans, black Africans, it's all about materialistic. In general, they are busy showcasing material, but I don't know if it has something to do with their mentality, the way we are slave. We want to showcase that.
Let me answer
to satisfy
that. I've thought about it, and I say there are some people in this world that have money, but they don't know what to do with it, and there's some people that have ideas, but they don't have money. You see what I'm saying? So what it is some people have a lot of money, but they don't have any idea what to do with the money because they lack the background, the business, technical background needed to use that money to even make more money. So they spend it. They have no choice but to spend it in material means. And there's people that are dying out there with ideas in their head, but they have no money. So people who have money need to meet people who have ideas. That can create a situation. You see what I'm saying? So, for instance, why I have a lot of money, instead of bringing up other Nigerians to create data centers in Nigeria to improve everything, they use that money for birthday parties and all that stuff to show who's the bagger, who's the maga, to show who's the greatest. Instead of using that money to build a data center that is owned by Nigerian people, to build a satellite thing that's owned by them, they use that they party and allow other people like Indians to come and build companies in Nigeria to fucking dominate. In the next future, I see in the IT space in Nigeria, if they're not careful, Indians will dominate all of that.
Yeah, one of the things I see why we are where we are is part of history where we have not been pushed like other people have been pushed. Other people have been pushed so far that they realize that, you know what, money is not the answer. Being materialistic is not the answer. Survival is more important first, and you see that they prioritize those things first. Even a Japan that was nuked twice has got nuclear materials ready in case they need it. They will go nuclear. And if you look at China, the same thing. Even the Mao Zedong was praising the Japanese for invading them because they woke them up. In Nigeria, in Africa, we don't think we do. We need it. Because we've not had to defend ourselves for how many centuries now? It's going to two centuries, or at least 1 century. We've not had to fight for our survival. We went to fight for Igbo people. We fought ourselves, but we've not had to fight outsiders. And this is why they maintain that illusion for us. That general in America that was talking about Traore, he insisted, he emphasized it multiple times in that speech. I wish I can play it up. If I find the video, I'll play it. He emphasized it multiple times how whatever they do in Africa has to be African-led. It has to be with an African face. Constantly.
So you have learned French now. You can hear the guy speaking.
No. That was an English. That's an American general talking.
Tunaja, let me ask something. Do you think that has something to do with the enslaved mentality, the imperialism that is embedded in us? We can't get out of that shell.
We are still locked in 1900-something when they conquered Africa that's the colonization wars. We are still locked in that mentality because after those people died, they raised a new generation to think like this so that we don't, challenge them. Many of our leaders still call them colonial master. They see them as some kind of superior beings. So normally, if you want to free yourself, you have to fight those colonizers, defeat them and their collaborators. But instead, they left their collaborators to rule us, and hence where we are right now.
If Ibrahim Traore was by himself against the West, do you think they wouldn't have done something against him right now? They wouldn't have moved him. Unless he had this alliance with the Sahel, and then they decided to hold off a little bit. If he was by himself, do you think they couldn't have done anything against him by now?
I think if he was by himself, he would be far more susceptible to.
You see what I'm saying? So it goes to your point that security is paramount. Security is paramount. External, personal, and internal security is paramount. Otherwise, you can build up your economy as well. One day, somebody will come and just kick it off. And just kick it and just scratch it, and you have to go back to square one.
It's so obvious, and everybody is supposed to know that. But in the case of Africans, we feel like we don't have to act. We have to leave. Let's leave it. The enemy is going to
we're over-intellectualizing something.
We're talking about. Hold on, gentlemen. They believe that the enemy is going to fall and die someday.
We're talking about Africans' independence in terms of security, but this the gentleman just asserted that even external military protection is sufficient. Is that what we're going for? Is that? Is that internal or external power?
Yes, I did say that. I say personal security. Yes, his own personal security.
So you distinguish between personal security and security for the country.
Yeah. There is personal security, there's internal security, and there's external security.
Yeah. Let me
explain it. The external security he has is the alliance that he has formed with Niger, Burkina Faso, and then China and Russia backing him. That's the external security that gives him cover. The internal security is the security state and police state he has created. The personal security is his own personal life so that he doesn't get killed. You see what I'm saying? The external security is he's got very strong partners in China and Russia to help him.
Let me tell you, sir. Hold on, Tunaja. Hold on. Let me tell you. See, Burkina Faso, Niger, Mali, they are inconsequential, unimportant countries. Nobody care about them. If America wanted to do something about them or the Europeans, they would have taken them on. But Russia is taking. Hold on. Russia. Hold on. Let me land. Russia is taking the the dredge of Africa. Those countries are so unimportant. Maybe to the French in terms of the uranium, whatever they get from there. But none of this, Burkina Faso means nothing to America, for example. And keep in mind, Russia was the defender of Bashar al-Assad in Syria. At the end of the day, because Russia in one war was caught up with Ukraine, they could not honor at the end of the day the security that Syria needed for Bashar al-Assad to stay in power. So my point here is that
actually that's not accurate. From what I gather, it was Bashar al-Assad that gave up. He doesn't seem to want to.
He gave up. Oh, really? So
he gave up.
This guy's even mistaking the whole thing. Like you have a supplier an expertise supplier in the form of the Wagner Group, Russia, China. Then you have an alliance between Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso. That is, if they open a new front in that side while they still supporting Israel and Ukraine, they have no space to open a new front in the Sahel region. You understand? Because the Sahel region is a union, an alliance which they are willing to fight, and they have people supplying them arms from China.
Those are a bunch of ragtags. Those are a bunch of ragtags. Hold on, you keep talking about this country like listen, you keep talking about this country like they are of any importance. Listen, I promise you. Hold on, tonight, I promise you, Lagos police can defeat these countries by itself.
Which police? Which police?
Let me give him an idea.
Not Nigerian army. Lagos police. I'm telling you.
Let me just add to what you are saying. See, just to give you an idea of how important these people are, that you are saying they are no nothing. Just because they are threatening to assassinate him, they've not even started a war yet where they are invading the 3 nations. Look at what was happening globally among the black community. Just look at what was happening among the black community. They were even turning him to a saint. If you try, this is why they don't go physically.
Tonight, get away from the internet stuff, man. Get away from the internet.
It's not only internet. Hold on. Let
me tie this guy right now. Nothing will happen.
Hold on. If you say it's internet, if you are saying it's internet, what happened in the 50s or I think or 40s when they were invading this Ethiopia? African Americans wanted to go and join that war. Why do you think that is?
And they would have died for nothing. A big deal. They can get excited. Of course, they're going to die for nothing. Hold on. Are you saying the African Americans are going to take American weapons to go fight in Ethiopia? Is that what's going to happen? Come on.
Of course, that would have happened.
Oh, really? They have
to pass a law to prevent them from, because the law was
hold on. They would have gone by themselves, but they would not carry any damn American weapon to go there and fight. Okay, don't keep yourself. And all the black people can be all the black people can be riled up on the internet for this guy from Burkina Faso. But it means nothing.
It means nothing. I don't know why it's like you don't want to hear a counter argument to what you think. This is a fact.
I'm just telling you that you guys are making it sound like these guys are so strong and well organized and they have resources.
Lagos police. Hold on, Tunaja, I get your point. Lagos police can defeat, but hundreds of people are dying every other week in Nigeria, and Lagos police cannot deal with the terrorism there. Hundreds of people die every other week, especially in 2015-17. Nigeria, every time you read a newspaper, hundreds of people are dying every time. And you are telling me Lagos police can deal with these people. Are you an idiot or something? Nigeria it's like life means nothing in Nigeria. Life means nothing.
To defeat them.
Prince Daddy, it's like life means nothing in Nigeria if hundreds of people can die every week, other week.
Most of those things are exaggerated.
It's not exaggerated. I have tracked it down since 2015. Every other week, somebody's dying.
General, so you understand why he keeps emphasizing one key point.
Revolves around central themes of ensuring strategic access, countering threats to the homeland and U.S. interests, preparing for and responding to crisis, and lastly, bolstering our allies and partners.
allies and partners. Let's carry on.
This campaign places our African partners at the center.
At the center. He emphasized it. Watch again.
Achieving positive change by executing African-led.
Again.
And U.S.-enabled operations focused on our shared objectives. In Africa, modest investments and resources go a long way towards achieving our national security interests. Africa faces many challenges, but also offers even more opportunities. With our African partners at the forefront.
Again, kept emphasizing it.
Reinforced by our efforts and the efforts of our allies, we will continue to gain ground towards achieving lasting stability, security, and prosperity on this crucial continent.
So that's the point. He kept emphasizing that point, and I think a lot of people are going to miss it because they don't think from the way I think. The way I think is that
I see you're excited. You're excited by this lofty words, by this general. What is that? What is all this?
You're not understanding
this grammar. What does
saying.
it mean? I don't understand.
What it means is that they have to present an African face to us.
What does that mean? What does that really mean?
What that means is that we don't wake up to the fact that we are being threatened by outsiders.
He's the African face
himself. Can I come in? Let's keep it simple. In this world, if you don't have money like Saudi Arabians, if you don't have weapons like the Americans and the West, forget it. All this is just a bunch of nonsense talks. It means nothing.
No, but why do you think they go through this effort? Because the reason why I asked this question is because I checked history and I found out that since 1960, when we got our independence, most African countries got it. They've not physically come to black nations to bomb them. They like try to invade the way they do with Iraq and all those. They don't do that. They did it even in Libya, but they don't come like if some. What is his name?
And do you wonder why that is? Listen, let me tell you, because you post is zero threat. It's zero.
Oh my God!
By the way, hold on. By the way, can I come in, please? 5 seconds, Prestige. All your countries are infiltrated by this NGOs that pretend to be NGOs, but they're rather security outfits for this Western nation. You put zero threat. See, Gaddafi, that was a threat. Listen, Gaddafi was a threat. You see what happens to Gaddafi? There you go. Go ahead, Prestige.
Okay, go. So India mean.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me reply to him because with this point needs to get to the ground before something else comes and derails it. India wasn't a threat. Mugabe was not a threat. And you noticed when I said after independence, because before then they were physically on the continent. As a matter of fact, the Algerians fought the French to a standstill on the continent. They come physically to defeat us. That's when they came to Africa physically. He even took people like Rhodesia and the Mandelas to fight the last battles that were fought and when they left. And if you notice, Zimbabwe that fought them physically and won that war is one of the only countries that got rid of the white farmers. At least.
So what did they have to show for it? Tell us.
What they have to show for it is that at least they control their country. You see, I know a Zimbabwean lady that has actually said it. They said, the people are looking at us like we are suffering now, but at least we control our country. Sooner or later, we'll emerge. Even before you people that think that you are ahead of us. That's
a nonsense man. What's wrong with these Africans?
They don't understand. They don't understand. These are people that
what does sovereignty give you? Like, I'm telling you, I'd rather be a slave and rich than be sovereign. What the fuck?
Are you saying you would rather be a slave?
That's what they're saying. I'd rather be a slave and rich than be sovereign.
And that's how they think. They say how they laugh. They are very, very happy to twerk. And they twerk for nothing. And while these are the same people that believe that North Korea is a backwater that is dead. And Iran is a backwater that is no country. And yet their own country that is supposed to be westernized and in a good relationship with the West cannot generate even 7 gigawatts of electricity. Why Iran can generate 70 gigawatts?
You've been a slave since time indefinite. No one can even know.
Like they are making sense.
Like I think, when are you gonna break free? You've been a slave since you gain independent. Are you ever gonna be free? Yeah, you've been a slave since then. When are you going to be free?
Was he not the one that said that we are our worst enemy? He knows now. We are our worst problem.
How you've been a slave since you had supposedly independent.
Hold on, because you just started shouting. What I'm saying, get my point. I'm not saying I'm ready to be a slave. What you are saying, even the examples that Tunaja is giving, you are giving example of North Korea that was never colonized. How many centuries ago have they been existing? What is in North Korea? You are giving us example of
What is in
Zimbabwe.
North Korea? Hey,
What
God.
what is
You
there?
see, they
What
don't
is there? So
understand.
can you go?
What is
Can
in
you
North
go and live
Korea?
in North Korea? Can you go and live in North Korea?
If I was a North Korean, I would be more proud of being a North Korean than a Nigerian.
It's
You
not
know,
true. Why do we have?
they think that
Why do
North
we have?
Korea is actually doing bad. North Korea is not doing bad.
Do you think if
China
somebody
is
can
supplying
build
North
nuclear
Korea with
weapons, they are
anything they
that
need.
poor? If they can build nuclear
North Korea
weapons,
that are
ballistic
even their
missiles,
people
and everything, you think they
the
are that
North
poor?
Koreans are escaping to go to South Korea. Want to compare South Korea
Yes,
and North
because they
Korea?
want to live more economically, more successfully. But it
Why are
doesn't
they
mean they
not
are.
economically successful? Why is North Korea not
Atunaja, I think
economically
even that
successful?
story is fabricated. That
Simba.
a lot of North Koreans are
Simba,
leave with that China is able to produce overcapacitated to produce and send to North Korea whatever they need.
Yeah, let me check North Korea power generation. Let's see if they have that. Compared to you think that okay, Simba. You see, my point is that I get your
You
point.
compare lives for life. Compare North Korea and South Korea. So that's don't go and
let me try to get something straight. Let me try to get something straight. See, I get your point when you say North Korea is not doing as well. Because in your head, you are comparing to China, America, and all those places. Yes, but you are not comparing it to the fact that they fought and took control of their country. And finally, this is the most important part.
because of that nuclear weapon. Because of nuclear
I
weapon,
just
that's
want
it.
to say the final one. The final one, which is the most important, is compared to us that are friends with the West.
You cannot compare
What
to
have
us.
we got
What
to
I'm
show
saying,
for it?
you have a twin. You have a
Wow,
twin.
This is
South
something
Korea, North Korea. Compare the two. Those are
You see, but that's not a fair comparison. That's why I said in your head.
Why is it not fair? Why is it not fair?
It's it's how it affects you. That's what you should think. You are a friend of the West. What has it done for you?
I'm not good.
That's a good question
What
even
has
to
it
Niger.
done for you? That is
What has being a friend of the West done to
they
Nigeria?
are better off than us. You
Yeah.
should be
What
asking
has he done
yourself
to Nigeria? Should be richer than South Korea because he
I
has
beg,
more
you are not in
resources.
Nigeria now. Why can't you face your country? Why are you mentioning Nigeria? Didn't you come from somewhere?
Strawman. You see the strawman comes. Then the strawman comes. The
It's not
strawman.
a strong man talk. Why
It's
you?
a strawman.
Why do you left your own problem and face our problem?
Because whatever problem Nigeria is going, we
Tell
are
us your own
facing it at
country
a mini
first
school.
before you even start talking? Where do you
Because
come from?
Nigeria.
This is your friend. Where did you come from?
I'll tell you. I come from Sierra Leone.
Oh, you can see. Okay. Oh, you
Yeah.
guys. Oh, this.
Hold on. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
Is it the same African man? You call
Let me
yourself
tell you.
African man?
Let me tell you. The reason
Should
I
have
bring
known
it
that
back to Nigeria.
we
The
use our
reason
dollars
I
to
bring
bail
it
out.
back to
I beg, keep
Nigeria.
quiet. Stop all this rubbish that you come
The
and
reason
say.
I bring it back to
For your
Nigeria
policy,
because
what is in your own
Nigeria
country?
is a greater
What is in your own country? Stop
The
that. What
problems
is in
I
your own
have in my
country?
country are more exemplified in Nigeria, are more amplified in Nigeria. That's why I use Nigeria as an example.
Don't use Nigeria.
I
Use your
face
own
the
country.
same
Use your
problem.
Muslim country. Don't
The same
come put
problem
propaganda
Nigeria
for Nigeria
faces
here.
is happening in
Keep
my
quiet.
country, but at
I
a
beg,
greater
stop
scale in
that.
Nigeria.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm looking at this thing. Okay, now I'm going to collate the total power generation that North Korea has. And I'm going to use ChatGPT to. I got it from this thing, what they call it, Wikipedia. I'm going to copy it and use ChatGPT to sum it up because they have a list of power generation plan, quite a lot of them, and find out how much they can actually generate compared to Nigeria that is so friendly with all our oil. North Korea doesn't have oil. All they did was say, America, screw you, don't stop messing with us. We are going to do our own thing. How is it that people that are like that can do better than us? Simba, don't you ask yourself that question?
I'm not asking myself. I'm not, because there are so many things that you can use to rank a country and to so you now, if somebody asks you,
Why are they doing better than you?
Wait, let me ask you. Choose to live between. Okay, if they ask you now, where do you want to live, Nigeria or North Korea? I'm
He
very
said
sure you
South
not
Korea.
North
He
Korea.
said North Korea. He said he wants to be a North
I said
Korean.
if I was a North Korean, I'll be
For
more
the
proud of
record, you want to be a North Korean over
I said
Nigerian.
if I was a North
many
Korean, I'll be
Nigerians
more
would
proud
prefer
of
to
that
be in North
nation's
Korea.
achievement than I am for Nigeria because they have achieved far more with less.
So relocate to North Korea.
Oh yeah, I should
To
relocate.
Nigeria, when you say far more, Could you expatiate on that? What do you mean? What do you mean far more? I know you want to talk about their military and their nuclear weapon.
Yeah,
Okay, what else do they have?
they
Please
have
tell us.
achieved far more economically, far more in terms of security wise, far more technologically than we have with far less. They are Jacob, while we are Esau, and we sold out. Basically, that's what has happened here, and we
you
like
got nothing from selling out. You got nothing. Even still, the United States prefers South Korea over Nigeria. Even though you have more to give to the United States, they still prefer South Korea over you. So you sold out as slaves.
When they ask you to make a fair comparison between North Korea and South Korea, you shied away when Simba asked you that question.
It's not like
hold on. But you want to talk about Nigerian comparison.
When you actually hear how Chinese speak, when you hear how Chinese and North Korea and South Korea speak to the South Koreans, they tell them you guys are pussies, you're an irrelevant country. You know, the Chinese say Europe, EU is irrelevant. All the only relevant countries, Russia, China, America.
So Chinese said to the South Koreans they're irrelevant.
They tell them you are a slave nation, like they tell Japanese. They tell them you are slaves. You are irrelevant to the global scheme.
Well, what are you talking about? Once upon a time,
I have never met as much racism.
China. Listen. China, the whole freaking China was a slave to freaking
yes,
Japan.
this is true. China now tells the Japanese you are slaves and you are an irrelevant nation to the grand.
The Japanese are not slaves. What kind of damn slave are you talking? What slave in what regard? What does that mean?
Which nations are relevant in the world today? Which nations are relevant to move the world?
He has been indoctrinated with all
the relevant nations are the ones that are nuclear number one.
Exactly. That's why the Chinaman can ride and tell a Japanese man you are irrelevant, and tell a South Korean you are irrelevant.
The Chinaman still respects freaking Japanese today. They freaking respect the Japanese man.
I heard them. I joined their lives. I have never heard so much racism.
Let me tell you, just like many of the like young Nigerians, let me tell you also there are a lot of young Chinese that lack the historical perspective on the reality of their relationship with other nations. Trust me, I can guarantee that many Chinese youth don't even know that they were colonized by the Japanese.
I can guarantee you they fully know. They just say in today's grand scheme of things.
By the way, I'm not here to debate you.
They fully know
or diminish. Hold on, I'm not trying to diminish China's relevance on the world stage. China is great; they've come a long way. That's not up for debate. But please do not disrespect Japan. Japan has been a strong economy for many years, and the second strongest economy for many years. Okay, and Japan did it as a result of. Yes, they got some technology and whatnot from the West, but trust me, they were
Japan is irrelevant in the global geopolitical power. That's what China means.
They are the third largest economy in the world. Hold on.
Yeah, I think
Japan is the third largest economy in the world.
I think AY has got the number. North Korea is made up of about 26 million people, which is about 10 times less population than Nigeria, and they can generate 26 gigawatts of electricity. When the Nigeria that you are in can barely generate 7, and they are 10 times the population of that North Korea.
But what does that measure? What does that measure?
In other words, even if you remove all the population advantage that we have and crude oil advantage that we have, they still generate more power than you. How is that even? If they are so useless,
they generate power, but what are they doing with the power? Are they like industrial?
If you can generate enough power, you can empower your fucking economy, you stupid idiot. If you have enough power, you can empower your own economy. If the energy needed to empower your economy, electricity, which you keep guys keep
I get all that. So is that what North Korea is doing?
Yeah, I mean, Russia is buying weapons from them. When do you think Russia? When in history will Russia start buying weapons from us or America? Russia is buying weapons from North Korea. That is how advanced they are.
Because they have you can say they have somewhat of a weapon or manufacturing industry, but in terms of a real economy, that's why the North Koreans on average,
what is the real economy?
The North Koreans are poor. The North Koreans
economy. What is the real economy?
Can I say something? Can I say something?
Okay, if you wanted to talk, go ahead and talk.
Let me say something. First of all, you need energy to power your industries. First, Nigeria doesn't even have a lot of industry, as you understand what I mean. and you don't have the energy to power your industries. That is a losing thing.
Well, we understand that it is North Korea. What industries are in North Korea that you want to talk about?
You don't have a robust industry, and you don't have a robust industry. Yet you feel you have
tell us what we know.
Let me talk, please.
Go ahead, Prestige.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm going to say something, but this is particular to our brother dead. I mean, we Nigerians, we don't like people talking down on us, but we can talk down, among ourselves. We are not incorporating Sierra Leone into this conversation, make it an African issue. You are just particular about Nigeria. We don't appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay. So please, you can make it general, make it an African issue. Then I mean, we love your intellectuality. We're not trying to push you away. We love you.
What I'm saying is,
don't just come here to castigate Nigeria.
Okay, no problem. What I'm saying is, like, it takes energy to power industries and all that stuff. North Korea, even they might be shut out in other markets, they have a real industry in terms of the military industrial complex. As I mean, so enough Russia is able to buy from them, and they're able to trade with China for other things that they lack. You know what I mean? Nigeria lacks energy and it lacks robust industry. You see what I mean? And this is a problem. This is a problem. You know, so if you talk about the real economy, you're talking in terms of like currency manipulations and all that stuff. What is the real economy? What is the real economy? The real economy is in industry. It doesn't matter how you like to manipulate currencies.
A state in Nigeria called Lagos State has a much bigger economy than
it's comparing dick size. Niger, this is a dick size comparison. You know, you want to go a state in Nigeria is bigger than the economy of is the dick size.
Why are we comparing an authoritative country? I mean, that has no freedom. We don't know what's happening there. And you're bringing that up.
This is why my Yoruba Muslim friend told me that. This is why my Yoruba Muslim friend.
So when Trump goes to North Korea and goes to Saudi Arabia where they are beheading people to an authoritarian regime, it's okay. But North Korea is different. How about China that they were doing business with, that is giving you all the cheap goods that you are using, including the phone in your pocket, by the way? Not China is an authoritative regime. Is it not America?
Have you had anybody from? Wait a minute. Have you had anybody from North Korea that spoke out? So
yeah,
who?
North Korea speak out all the time against and for. What is that?
North Korea?
Yeah, people speak against North Korea. People speak for North Korea.
No, I'm talking about the North Koreans themselves, the people, the North Koreans. Have you heard them say anything good or bad about their country? Apart from their leader.
I've had both say good and bad.
I've never had any both, so I don't know where you.
You've never heard of any
the North Koreans don't have that freedom that you're talking about. Don't be delusional, okay?
You've never heard from any North Korean.
You keep propping up North Korea as a free society. Hold on. You keep propping up as a free society. They have this power. They have this industries. Really, they do. Really. If they have all these things you're talking about, how come they're not so great on the world stage?
Because they've been fucking sanctioned, you stupid idiot.
Huh?
They've been sanctioned by the United States. Oh, sorry.
I want to compare. This is a country of 26 million, and you compare their defense industry. From what I gather, they are very, very powerful. They do a lot of exports in their defense industry, and if you look at what they have, mining. The only thing that they have that is God-given is mining. The rest
which country? What did they export to which country? What did they have bilateral relationship in terms of exported?
Russia. The weapon they sent to Russia in the Ukraine war. That's what he's talking about. And
Yeah, I'm going to list the countries that they export to and how much they export. Man, let's hope it's not higher than Nigeria's export if you remove the oil. Jesus, it's probably going to be more.
But how do you take? How do you take any data that come out of that country, an authoritative country?
Okay, now you don't want to believe they did that too, eh? Even when it comes
not from North Korea.
Even if when it's coming out for ChatGPT that's made by Americans. Okay, it's
all right. Is it not what North Korea input that's gonna
Actually, no, not necessarily, because they are under sanction. It's the West that determines. As a matter of fact, I would like to think that they actually kind of diminishing their numbers, not the other way around, because it's the West that determines what we see. You know, not North Korea. Which country do North Korea export to? Let's see. So they do export to a few countries that don't care about Western sanctions. Let's see. China is probably going to be number one.
These people don't want to break free at all.
China, Russia, about 90% of their exports go to China, and Iran, Myanmar. Okay, another pariah nation, Syria, and Vietnam. Wow, Vietnam is supposed to be friend of the West. They also export to Vietnam. Cameroon, Uganda, Mozambique, and other African nations. They do export to African nations too, which I might be surprised by that actually. I didn't know they export.
You know that big statue. They are into this. That big statue.
What is the worth of the export to Nigeria?
Yeah, that's what it's still printing out. Let's see what it says about that. That African nation one it surprised me a bit. What is the total worth of their export? So let's see. Yeah, it's good to find their data is very hard to come by. The Western companies just shut it out from this thing. From what I can see here, is a peak. They said they hit a peak of 4 billion, but in reality, it's a lot less actually. They said in 2023 a slight recovery to $300 something million, which is very, very low. But they had a peak of $4 billion. This in exports once. I don't believe that. I don't believe that value.
If North Korea had a vibrant industry, okay, nobody can stop China from trading with North Korea or the Russians. If they have great products and services they can offer to Russia and China, trust me, they will be selling to them. North Korea has no real innovation in their freaking country, despite the embargo or whatever you're talking about. It doesn't really matter. If they have product that people want, they can sell it. At least you just said it. They're selling their weapons. They send the weapon even all the way to Africa, if that been the case. So, you need to refrain from propping up North Korea as this great nation that's got everything. There's nothing much going on there.
No.
Nothing much going on there.
If you look at the numbers, they are very, very fine internally. It's the external numbers that are coming out, because that's how you know nations are doing better is when you look at their power generation, you look at their industry that they are capable of doing.
North Korea is
power generation. What are they doing with the power? I asked you earlier. What are they do? What are the industries apart from freaking producing their weapons? What other industry do they have?
Yeah, they have textile industry. They have the coal this industry that they involved in, and mining. They are also involved in that. But you see, they are so advanced that these people, after a war that devastated 80% of their buildings, 80% of their buildings were destroyed, just like Gaza. They rebuilt it, and in about 4 years, they built an underground train line. Underground train line that is 100 meters underground.
Say, you're so fascinated with North Korea. You will never see anything good. Hold on, you will never see anything good about Nigeria. So you go online and Google all this data and tell us about all the nice and lots of things they do in that country. And that's what you talk about. Power generation. They have coal. They have all this text. Get a grip on Nigeria. Get a grip.
You are not hearing that the fact that your people have been stood down. That is what I'm saying.
No, Nigeria, is this thing where they say like, oh, my US dollar or my British pound goes further than yours internationally. But the fact is, when you go down inside the nation state itself, relevant to the nation state, North Koreans are doing fine. Relevant to as much as the West likes to preach North Korea, they are starving and all that stuff. Relevant to their country, they are doing fine. But for you, in terms of how North Koreans are living, in terms of how the majority of Nigerians are living, it's a completely different thing. Nigerians are dying, starving. Hey man, Nigerians are dying more than North Korea is dying.
Let me tell you. See, I think what you guys love about North Korea is the authoritarian state that you love about it. I think that's what you care about.
Nigerians are starving more than North Korea.
See, this idea that if you send us to North Korea, you're sending us to the hell. I don't know where you got that from. You have
It's
been
the
so
Western
brainwashed
propaganda.
that 200 people will die in one state and barely nothing happened to it. You go to another part of the country, another 100 people die, barely nothing happens to it. Your politicians, their money is being eaten by crocodile and snakes, and all kinds of corruption is going on. You can't even clean your gutter out properly, and you think sending us there
no corruption in North Korea, right?
hold on.
No
Let me answer
corruption in
him
North
now.
Korea.
I'm
This
trying
is
to answer
every
him.
other week.
And you
Every
think
other
sending
week.
us there is a punishment? How many times have you heard North Korean citizens being killed like the way they are being killed in Nigeria? How many
Every
times?
other week. Every other week.
How many times you hear that there are
I
people
was just
dying
watching it
on
every week.
stretchers?
Somebody dying in Nigeria. 200 people die. 300 people die. And I say, does
I
life
don't know
mean
why
nothing in
they think that is
Nigeria?
punishment.
Bro, so you be warned how you talk about Nigeria. I think somebody just warned you, so
It's a
you gotta
fact.
pipe down.
Is it not a fact? You don't like to hear it because they are telling you what is going on in your country is not right. See, our leader now decided that they're going to recruit 130,000 forest guard. Before, when you tell them this, they'll say, how is he going to do that? Who is going to pay for that? This is what they will argue with you about. But now they are doing it too. And then when they do it, you start praising them then. Why did you not argue for that in the first place?
But why is it that the more the government spend money, the more the case, like the whole thing linger, like money is
They
being
don't spend
increased?
enough. What
It's
you are
crazy,
seeing
man.
in Nigeria right now is what you should expect. They don't spend enough. Nigeria is a big country, 230 million people. You can't spend $4 billion and expect to get security. The UK spends
No, on that,
70, 80 billion.
I
Especially
agree.
during Goodluck Jonathan's time. Every time just I see hundreds of Nigerians die. I say this country life means nothing. I'm never gonna step foot there. Like people just died like flies. Life.
Please don't come. Please, I think if you don't
Okay,
step your
sorry.
foot in Nigeria, I will be. I will be fine. Yeah.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at this one.
People like you are not needed on ground here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's needed actually. Somebody has
No,
to
it's not.
speak it because we as Nigerians, a lot of Nigerians have closed their minds. They don't see, even when the result is right there in front of them. Man, I can't believe that too, because I thought we are expert at copying Expo.
Because most Nigerians don't want most Nigerians don't want the problem in the country to be solved. That's the truth.
Including you, by the way. You don't want the
No,
problem
not
to be
me.
solved because you will
Because
see the problem and pretend as if you don't see it.
the thing is that I don't sugarcoat something. I say it the way it is. You understand me? But sometimes you guys always want to see.
Because he's
Actually, you
comfortable
don't.
living.
Actually, you
He's comfortable
literally hide
being.
from it.
He's comfortable being a king amongst poor people. You know, like in Nigeria, typically you see a rich man with a rich building and
They
he's
really
living
love
amongst
that.
poor people surrounding him. He's comfortable being like that. He's comfortable
They
in
like
that
to be king
environment.
among poor Africans. They don't see the rest of the world advancing way more than
But that's
us.
not the case. I've never benefit
Actually, you
anything.
don't.
I've never benefit anything from the Nigerian government. Never.
Oh,
Never
yeah.
collect loan. Benefit anything.
If you
I've
don't,
been
that's even worse.
I've been hustling.
You have
I've been
voluntarily
hustling
made
on
this
my own.
way.
What I want the government to do is just to like fix the electricity and fix the road. I'm
Does
good.
it look like they are going about it now?
Then the healthcare. Then maybe okay. I want the population to be educated. Then education. Those are the area I'm focused on really. Then the economy.
UFC, I'm in the technical space. UFC, I'm in the technical space, right? And I realize one of the things in Africa, Nigeria is moving towards the right direction, is that in order the thing that's causing a lot of delay in data and internet is because there's not a lot of data centers for the services to be localized and all that stuff. In order to produce enough energy for those services, you will need to produce a lot more electrical output. I know companies that went to Nigeria to start data centers and they went up going into the power sector grid. Into actually they just changed their whole business model and say I have to go provide power first before I can build my data center and all that stuff. Do you think you guys need to produce enough power for your industry?
Yeah, we definitely need to produce more power.
We definitely need to produce more power.
We barely have distribution and this in networks for
I'm
electricity.
telling you, Nigeria, it's a high potential. That country, if somebody starts there and he establishes himself very well, they will automatically become very rich. But the problem is you lack something.
A well functioning country by now, you should be seeing significant gains in their exchange rate, and by that significant gains, it means Nigerians, the cost of living will drop significantly because petrol price will come down. But instead of that, You see them for over a year now. Dangote Refinery has been producing and exporting crude oil over petrol, doing value-added manufacturing that we argue for all the time. Even fellow Nigerians here, they will agree that value-added manufacturing is what Nigeria needs. But when they see their governments failing to support it when it's there, they don't criticize their government. They pretend as if they don't see it.
Even Habibi scared me. Habibi scared me.
You always take on issue, you know, like you always see only the surface. We are not there. Both of us are not there. We don't know the real
who cares?
information.
You can see the result.
You have to understand the player in that industry are some of the most powerful people in the country. You understand me? You think they just want Dangote only to control that industry? Come on now.
You see, this is the statement from Temilade. I hope you are.
I'm just stating facts here. I'm not trying to.
No. What is the fact you stated now? Okay, now you say you stated the fact. Can you give us the fact, please? That you stated.
One, there are major players in that industry.
Good, that's a fact.
For example, you have the Aminu Dantata, some who have who are part of those.
So how does that affect the fact that we are not leveraging Dangote?
You have the Intimis. You have the.
Stop wasting our time. We know that already. I've already acknowledged that. Move on.
Okay, good. Then what?
So okay, we have these big guys. So how does that mean that the Nigerian government cannot put the Nigerian people first by saying, you know what, Dangote has this refinery that we can use to get our petrol, so we don't have to get spending about 30% of our dollar money on petrol. Dangote has it. Let's just get it into the house. And even those people that have that money, we'll give them their own share too. But this time, it cuts out the need for dollars.
I think.
Why are they not doing that?
So if Nigeria produces the amount of power that the North Korea produces, do you think
these are saboteurs? If they are serious, they'll bring everything in-house, give all those so-called people of influence that you're talking about, give them their share, but as long as it's not in dollars.
Thank you. What Dangote needs to do, he needs to allow those people to buy in. They allow them to buy into his own company. Like
he didn't stop them. Nigeria actually divested from the country. Don't you see that Nigeria had 20% stake? Nigeria signed out from it and reduced it to 7.something%.
That's why I said Dangote needs to find a way to like buy those people
coming in. You see,
we got hold on. We don't know if Dangote, because I listened to Dangote. Dangote said something in Grenada. He said he doesn't like he likes to fully control the company. He doesn't like others investing, because when he's laying out the direction the company wants to go, they might end up disagreeing. No. So he said that.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that they too will not buy a stake in this company. They could have invested $1 billion, $2 billion. They have money now. They could easily have invested in the company. They didn't. As a matter of fact, I'm sure a lot of them did actually. A lot of big Nigerians invested in Dangote Refinery. But these ones that are blocking it, they are blocking it to the detriment of the country. And it's the job of the president to make sure that, you know what, I'm going to bring all these interests together and say, okay, if you are losing money, I give you this gold. Go to Zamfara, take over. You are losing out. How much are you losing out? Take aluminium. Take this one. I will give you anything you need. You have the power to do that. Why are they not doing that?
It just sounds simple. You saying it very easy.
Anyways, all I can say, UFC.
You are dealing with Nigerians.
UFC. All I can say is Habibi told me.
Other countries.
Habibi told me. He told me that if you're not careful, Nigeria could be the place where a lot of you West Africans run to make money and all that kind of stuff. If it gets its shit right and all that stuff. That idea scared the shit out of me. As much as I love Nigerians, the fact of having to go back to Nigeria to call to do something is like us running to London. Nigeria could be that potential. That's the potential you have. You see what I mean? To be the actual money.
Like I said, if
Nigeria already happened, there are business.
I'm just saying. So I'm telling you, UFC.
Yeah, but see, Nigeria first. You know full well if Nigerian government decides to. If you look at the way Africans patronize our music and our films, if Nigerian government decides to patronize Nigerian products, patronize Nigerian tourism sites and everything, Nigerians will not. When I say Nigerian government, I say Nigerians too, because Nigerians are the big problem themselves, because they come out and argue for this government too, including on this panel. If they decide to do these things, do you think African countries will not support them? They will,
They said
I will buy
they
it.
said I would even change my name to Tony Olumelu.
I never stand against you criticizing the government. I'm okay for you criticizing the government. You understand
You are
me?
not. You are not
So,
actually. You are
no.
absolutely
I've never been against you criticizing. Mostly when it does something wrong. You understand me? For example, when you say, okay, but I support the removal of fuel subsidy and allow the currency to find its value, but you are against it, which is okay by me. But I support it.
the currency didn't find its value. They are still
It
having
did.
to defend the currency till today.
Even now, the naira,
They are
for
still defending the
example,
currency till today. Do
no,
you know that?
naira is currently undervalued. It's just the truth.
Yeah, of course it's undervalued because they've floated it all over the place, and now they have to still defend currency that is undervalued already.
No. They don't defend. What the new CBN law is that when there's higher demand, they assist the they assist the market. That's what they do. They don't defend. Whereby they put a peg. No, they just make money available. That's what they do.
Okay, you'll find out now. I think I'm trying to get the figures. So
Anyways, I just want to speak to one last thing to
reply.
Prince Daddy. One last thing to Prince Daddy, and I'm gonna leave. Prince Daddy, you say that Lagos police can deal with can handle Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali together by one. But the fact is, 200 people are dying in Nigeria every other week, and Lagos police couldn't have dealt with that situation. Like they die more in Lagos than they do in that. You cannot even deal with Boko Haram, and you want to say you can deal with 3 nations like that. Prince Daddy, check yourself.
Nobody died. No 200 people die in Lagos.
I can find the prints, the newspapers. I can find them.
No 200 people die in Lagos at once.
Okay, let me give you the figures for this year.
You may say people die in the northern side of Nigeria who agree with you, but not in Lagos.
Nigeria first. The federal government spent about almost $700 million defending the Nigerian currency in the first quarter. So by that rate, it's going to be
See, if you want to know that the government no longer defend it, please go and check.
Oh my God! I just gave you a factual statement and you're arguing with it.
Check black market rate.
Oh my God!
Hold on. Check black
this is
market
our problem.
rate.
Our people don't like this.
Wait, calm down. Check black market rate and official rate. The difference is about like 10 naira or 20 naira. Go and check.
Oh my God! See, I literally gave you a factual statement. I know the black market
hold
rate and I know the official rate.
When they were defending it, when Buhari was defending it, if you notice, at the official market rate, dollar was like 400. At the black market was like 700 something, close to 800.
Oh my God! This thing is on this Nigeria Central Bank website. Are you arguing against the central bank too?
See, that's supply. I'm telling you, that money they supply when they were defending the nice. No, done now. When they were defending it at this thing official rate, it was 400 something. Then black market was how much? 700 something.
Okay, now let me give you the figures. Foreign exchange sales in the first quarter of 2025, the Central Bank of Nigeria injected approximately $700 billion into the foreign exchange market to support the naira amid dwindling dollar inflows and rising demand for the foreign exchange. Yeah, but that is what they call defending the naira. Jesus Christ!
Defending.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Defending the naira was setting a certain peg whereby government. Hold on, whereby government sell for something. Then the black market was this thing.
No, that is not what defending naira is. It's when the demand exceeds what is available.
Hold on, guy. Why was it like that? Why was it in the market before? Like central bank was selling at 400, then in the black market was 700 something.
That was arbitrage. That's what they call arbitrage, whereby the federal government decides to sell at a certain value because of the scarcity of the currency. The people can also go to the black market and get profit from it. You know that they will sell it at a more expensive rate, which they are not supposed to be doing, but they did it anyway. The Tinubu government came in and they passed a law to stop them from doing that, which they did stop. That's why the gap between the black market and the exchange rate is lower. However, the point I was trying to make was that they are still defending the currency today, and you don't believe that. I'm giving you the actual figures from central bank itself.
They just supply They just supply the market. No,
That is what
that's
they call defending. What
they
do you
just
think
supply
it
the
is?
market. Defending was what I know about defending was having a special what they call it
Oh,
exchange rate.
no,
And
that's not it. Defending simply means if people demand your foreign currency, and if you don't have enough, you go and take out from your foreign exchange and give to them.
Okay.
That's what defending the currency is, because they are demanding too much of it. You see, this is a problem. If you didn't know this till now, you can see why you were arguing against me without necessarily knowing where I'm coming from.
I actually know
They
what,
were demanding more of it.
what I was saying, because you
They
said I told you government was having a special amount they were selling, then the black market had the other one, almost like ×2.
Yes, and if the government didn't do much against the black market. Personally, I think Buhari didn't do anything because of tribalism, because most of the people that do those things are not generally northerners. So he didn't do anything against them to stop them. No, it's a fact. Nigerians are very, very tribalistic, and they don't do the right thing, even when they know it's good for the nation. He could have done it. He didn't do it. It took Tinubu to come in to go and pass that law, and a lot of Bureau change closed down because of it. You know, Tinubu did a lot of radical things like that, which is something. You see, Nigeria will have a corruption problem, a tribal problem. They will make it a national policy problem.
Yeah, that's what they do.
They did that with even the fuel subsidies and all those things. It's all corruption problem. The reason why we were taking more and more money for fuel subsidy was because a lot of people were taking the fuel and selling it away to foreigners.
You're right.
It's a corruption problem. But they turn it to a national policy problem and tell us that they are trying to solve a problem. In other words, they dig a hole and they cover it and say they've helped us. This is the madness I see in Nigeria that I don't like to see. And a lot of people don't see it, that they are being conned. Either way, they will tell them, oh, we have this big problem. The problem, you created it in the first place. You have the power to correct it, but you didn't correct it. How did Tinubu come in now? Within how many months? He passed a law and stopped the Bureau de Change from making more than 1% profit. That is wicked. He put it that they're not allowed to make more than 1% profit. That's just mean.
Because most people don't want to compete at all. They just want things hand over to them.
1% profit is harsh.
Hello. Hello.
I like it.
Hello, Tuneja.
It shows you they could have done it on other Buhari, but they didn't do it.
Tuneja.
Yeah.
Please, are you a moderator or you're just a panelist? Because
do I look like a moderator to you?
You've been the only one talking.
You do I look like a moderator to you? Eh?
You know, you don't make the show conversational at all. You've been the only one talking since almost 2 hours.
No, you can't interject. No, you can't interject.
Are you not talking now?
No, I came because of that. I'm not
Kenny, you are free to talk. Maybe you are not like
my brother.
Hey, talk. You are free to talk. Let's hear what you got to say. And Temilade, you that say I'm the worst Nigerian ever. Why? All these because they call them out because of BS. They call me the worst Nigerian ever.
Tonight like Nigeria. I just want Nigeria to do better. So saying that
look at that calling me the worst Nigerian ever. Do you even know what that means? Because you know my opinion is burning a hole.
Yeah, Nigerians, black people don't know how to handle different of opinion.
My opinion is burning a hole through her soul. She has to say, this is too much. It's too harsh. No, you have to face the truth. Your people are conning you.
Yes, for example, on security, I think we have to give it to Nigeria. He call it. He has been advocating for us to improve security, invest in this thing. So we need to give him his flower. It is, you know.
I'm defending the Nigerian this security sector. I have always said it. They probably even save more lives than doctors, but people don't value them. Because to be fair to our Nigerians too, it doesn't help when all these military men come with this bloody civilian mentality and keep beating civilians up every time. Then people don't relate to them as much. Because if people relate to you, they will probably want to see more of you. But can you imagine Nigerians imagine that they want more military now? No. Nigerian, their instinct is, no, we don't want more of them. They keep beating us.
They are more ruthless now than the politicians. At least the politicians will allow you to criticize them a bit. But the military, no, you can't do so. Their behavior is the reason why they lose appeal in the country.
I just prefer to go for what works. Like when I criticize Burkina Faso leader, I will say, why does he not take his uniform off? The reason why I criticize him for that is because if you look at historically, all the leaders that transform their nations, they tend to be ex-military and that converted to civilians. I was scared when I looked at that number. I was like, this is crazy. How did it, what is it that happens when people are civilians that make them better government? I don't know what it is, but somehow, if you remain with military uniform, another military man will come and remove you. But if you change to civilian regime and you govern your people as a dictator, even if you are a dictator as a civilian, you still go on to transform the nation. It's a really strange dynamics from George Washington to North Korean leader. Many of them were former military. Mao Zedong, Stalin, all of them were former military. They all
You know,
transformed to civilians.
I said it earlier tonight. I knew where you were going. When you were mentioning North Korea, I knew where you were going. You all about this militaristic dictatorship. I think that's what she desires.
I gave this is George Washington as an example. George Washington was a former military guy too.
Even Obasanjo, let's use Obasanjo as an example.
Was former military, Obasanjo too. And look at this guy, Churchill, Winston Churchill, was former military. All these great leaders that emerge historically tend to be former military leaders, and they are very, very transformational at a time when the nation truly needed them. And this is why I think Traore should convert to civilian regime. He doesn't want to jinx it, because I literally tried to find leaders that were former military that made changes that lasted. I couldn't find it. For the last 60 years, I couldn't find any leader that was a military and remained military, transformed the nation, and the changes remained. And the nation go on to become successful. I've never seen it. You have to convert to civilian. As soon as possible, you get the chance, you convert to civilian. And there's something that happens when you are a civilian regime. People somehow, I don't know what it is. It just seems to work. I don't know why.
Yeah, because most of the smart people in the country will step in, will come as this, like, mostly focus on the economy.
Tunaja, what are the examples you gave again? Which countries did you mention, or leaders?
Mao Zedong, Stalin, George Washington, Winston Churchill, just even North Korea, South Korea.
Churchill was military. Okay,
yeah,
maybe I missed that part.
Churchill was military. I was even so. That's why I said I felt a little bit taken aback. The numbers of leaders that were transformational, that were former military, it's almost uniform. South Korean leader, the one that transformed.
You know why? This is the big difference. Let me tell you. See, because they went in there with the mentality of actually rescuing the country or doing something good for the country, unlike our kind of military leaders. You know, they didn't share the same ideology. So that's the big difference. They were going there to save their own country.
Yeah, even Hitler, if you call Hitler whatever you like, but he was former military too. And somebody telling me Mussolini too was former military. All these leaders you hear about in the world, they were all former military that transformed to civilians, and they went on to do. The ones that remain military don't tend to survive. I don't know why. I think my own suspicion is that because you are a military guy ruling as military, you always tend to breed people that are going to remove you that are military too. So you don't tend to survive. You tend to fall. But if you're a civilian regime, military don't depend on.
This guy, that Sierra Leonean foreigner is still there. What's his name?
Which one? Oh no, he's not here.
He left. The Sierra Leonean. Okay.
Yeah.
I think he didn't. I was just being facetious by saying the Lagos State police can take on Burkina Faso and the other countries. But the point I was trying to make is that they have a weak military. He didn't get my gist. He didn't get my joke there, even though I was kind of serious.
No,
I was saying that they are a weak military. Okay. And by the way, if let's assume that truly 200 people die in Lagos every day or whatever. Lagos State is what? My understanding is that 25 million people live in Lagos. That's nothing. That's nothing, really. If in the grand scheme of things, 200 people dying every day in Lagos is nothing. So that guy, it kind of talks too much.
The nature of that now. If a terrorist comes and kills 200 Americans in New York, would you say that is nothing? It depends on the nature of death, isn't it? That's what he's trying to.
But 200 people don't die every day in Lagos as a result of terrorism.
I think no, I don't think so. I think maybe the one he's referring to was NSAS or something. I think during that period. That's
he has this static information that he's trying to extrapolate as that's what happens every day in freaking Lagos. And I don't blame him. We all sometimes we get information and we misunderstand information, or don't put it in the right context. That is fine. I'm not against things, but at the same
Prince
time, being
Daddy,
a
I'm a
Sierra
bit
Leonean,
curious, bro. I'm a bit
huh?
curious, Prince Daddy, since you are like a Trump cousin. What do you make of this fact that he's bringing people from South Africa into America to give them the front
You
seat?
know,
And
Tune, I have this philosophy. This is my philosophy. See, you can call. I know you like to call Trump racist, which I completely disagree with you because you have no base for it. But I tell you this: if Trump, a white man, is trying to help other white people, what do I care about? If Barack Obama did the same thing for Africans or black people, do you think I will complain about it? See, in this life, I don't like to pretend. See, we all try to associate by our tribe, ethnicity, race, and if a white person is doing something good for a white person, what's the big deal? We have black leaders too, and powerful black people. If we're not keen on helping ourselves, that's our problem. That's totally our problem. After all, Barack Obama was there in Kenya, in Africa, Ghana, spreading homosexuality and LGBT freaking Q. If that's what he wanted to spread, that is fine. But I'm not against people helping their own people. I have zero problem with that. That's why. That's why
so hold
naturally
on now,
I
hold
don't.
on. So hold on. So it doesn't jog you that he's making a lot of effort to get rid of other nationals, including black people like the ones from Haiti and all that, but siding with bringing foreigners from South Africa, and we are talking about some of the most racist group
Okay,
of people
tonight,
in
yeah,
the world.
you are quite
Let, let, let,
disingenuous.
let me know.
Oh,
Let me fight the
do you know
question.
how
I'm
many
going to fight the question
Somalians,
further now.
Ethiopians, Eritreans come to
Let
this
me
country
fight the
as
question
refugees,
further
as
now so
immigrants?
that you can answer. It's your cousin. See, he's bringing some of the
Cousin.
most racist people into the country. These people are the people that govern South Africa. They make up 5% of the population,
No,
and
these are
and
ordinary
and the
farmers.
black and the
Nah,
black
that's a lie.
population
These are
in
ordinary
that
farmers.
country. Wait now, I gather that the black household in that country controls about 85% of the wealth of that nation. That they are running away from, claiming that they are being persecuted. Now he wants to bring such racists into America. 80,000
No,
of them,
tonight,
or
just
8,000
stop
of
that.
them.
Why are you calling them racist? Stop that. Why are you calling them racist? So, okay,
Because by claiming that they are being persecuted in a country where they have such privilege,
no,
and
okay.
they are actually the super racist white people now in the world.
No,
Actually, they are
tonight,
more
no.
racist than
These
even the
are
ones in
persecuted.
America.
These are persecuted farmers. Their land were taken away from them. They were being
No,
persecuted.
it wasn't
It
taken
doesn't
away
matter.
from them. Don't you get
It,
it? How do you believe that it was no land was taken away from these people that are living?
yes, they are persecuting them. Okay, they are. They are
No.
persecuting them.
South Africa has a crime problem. If they are leaving the country because of a crime problem, okay, why is Trump not taking the white people? Okay, or the black people there? Okay, let's say you are in support of him favoring only white people against this in black people, and you are supporting somebody to do that kind of stuff.
Tonight, it's
What does
not a
that
black
make
and
you?
white issue. It's not a black and white issue.
A moment
That's
ago,
a
you said
really
you are fine with him supporting white people.
because that's how you get turning the narrative. That's how you turn the
So
narrative. Oh, it's only
you
it's only
are
helping
okay with him
white
siding
people.
with white people, but being against black people, and you as a black person, you are supporting him for doing that.
Tonight, I do not comprehend your argument. What does that
No,
have to
I
do
say
with black
because
and white?
I begin to worry. No, because you are black and he's supporting white
Well,
and
yeah.
taking out of
Thanks for reminding me. Last time I checked, I think yes, you're right.
no,
Last
because
time I checked, I was
this
black.
is supposed to be a basic thing. If somebody is attacking your family and siding with their own family, your job is to side with your side then, because that person has created a rift based on family. You are saying
See,
he's
let
creating
me
this
tell
rift
you, let
based
me
on
tell you. See,
family, and I'm going to
let me
take
tell
his
you,
side
tonight,
against my
in this
family.
world, see, let me tell you, Trump did not really wake up and say white South African farmers come to America. There was somebody or some people that advocated for them. Who knows if it was Elon Musk or some other people. So my point here is that Trump has a lot of things on his plate, and every time they make suggestions to him, he looks at it, he evaluates, and he determines what he wants to do. Like, for example, do you know the lifting of the sanction on Syria was truly a push by Saudi Arabia and Turkey? And he
Yeah.
listened to them. Okay, he listened to them. It's okay, good. Even though I guess Israel doesn't really like it, I would say, but he listened to those guys, and because they're friends, he did it. Maybe somebody made a recommendation about the South African farmers, And he said, okay, fine, I do. That is strong for you. There is, listen, I guarantee you, if they make a recommendation about some people in this, what you call IDPs in Nigeria, Trump will take him in. It has nothing to do with black and white issue, not at all. It does not have nothing to do with that.
Wow. You see, this is why some people look at us and they think, okay, something is seriously wrong with our people. See, I get your point. If you want to make the argument that maybe we could have made an argument for our own people, but I can assure you that argument will go unheard. The ones that will be listened to are the ones for white people, because he is for white people. Your job is to make sure you are on the side of your people, because God help us, you do it within Nigeria. So why are you not doing it globally for your own people? Because this guy is clearly favoring his own people because of Elon Musk whispering in his ears. And what concerns me is that these people that are moving to America, they are even more racist than the ones in America.
Tonight, I beg, stop. Well, stop what you're saying. You live in a white man's country. You keep shouting racism every day and night. Stop it, please, man. Come on. Stop.
Racism is real.
So is tribalism.
Yes, both are real, and some have greater consequences than the other. And really? I can assure you, yes, the racial one is more consequential to us right now.
I disagree. I think tribalism is more potent and dangerous than racism that we face every day in freaking Nigeria. I stand by that.
Tribalism operates on a micro level, and I would have agreed with you maybe 3-5 years.
That's a big fat lie on the micro level. Really?
Just hear me. Compared to racial level, racial level is bigger than tribal. In the UK, it's a good example. UK is a good example where they have different tribes, and they hate each other. Many of them hate each other with a venom, and yet these people went on to rule practically half of the world. What does that tell you? It tells you that when it comes to tribal stuff, it doesn't supersede racial stuff. The racial stuff is more powerful. As a matter of fact, even brought Europeans to have the Berlin conference. It's even greater than that. They didn't bring any African country to come and join them in that Berlin conference. So if you look at the results, you can see that the racial aspect is very, very important. And I fear that these South Africans that are moving to America, they are going to come to America and even make the American situation even worse, because I saw that in the UK too.
So that 5 or 10 South African.
No, 8,000
will make America more racist.
Hold on, no, not 5. It's 8,000, not 5.
It's
not
a
500.
lie. Where is it? 8,000. I didn't see no 8,000.
What? So you don't know that 8,000?
Send me the link. Let me read it. I didn't see no damn 8,000.
Okay, let me find out the estimated. No, that's what they are. That's okay. How many South Africans due to move to the US? So let's see. I saw 80,000, 8,000 or 80,000 of them. I think it's 8,000 that I saw. Okay, they said almost 70,000 South Africans interested in U.S. asylum. So this is
okay. Now we shooting the freaking goalpost now.
No. This one is
no. After he just see, Trump just granted. Hold on, he just granted some South African farmers the opportunity to come to America and become citizens. The question is, how many are those people?
They said about 8,000 is going to be moving.
No, it's not true. It's not freaking true.
Let me put the word 8,000 so that maybe it will highlight the news that is in okay, look at that. South Africa says Trump aid cut stripped more than 8,000 health workers from HIV this thing. Okay, that's it's costing 8,000 HIV this thing. Health workers. Okay, I think it's tight. That one is 8,000 for this health worker. USA is not going to no. Okay, so the one we are talking about it may be even higher. I was underestimating it, but BBC report says that 70,000 is interested. 70,000 is interested.
Don't bamboozle me tonight, Jack. Yeah, forget about it. Let's even say 1 million are interested. Okay, that's a non-story. The question again is, how many South African farmers did Trump just granted the asylum to come to America to become citizens? What is that number? That's what I'm concerned about.
No. That's just the first phase. Don't you get it? It's 49 that came to this status.
Okay. 49 South African farmers who come to America and make it more racist. Thank you very much, tonight, Jack. Thank you.
Offers refugee status to 49 white South Africans. So 49 white South Africans. More are coming through. This is not the only wave. That's the point. It's not on this only wave. There are thousands of them coming through. And this is what I mean by, because of their mindset that are used to oppressing people to such extreme, their achievement as racists is higher than that of Africa. This in the white, this in Americans, because the Black Americans' wealth in that country, I think, is well over 10%. No, I think it's about 3 point something percent of the wealth that they control in America, even if they make up about 13% of the population. But while in South Africa,
Nigel, let me tell you, these farmers will come to America and make America great again because they are skilled workers. Trust me. Remember,
you are
my
not
understanding was
listening.
that.
Let me finish what I'm saying, please. See, I know they are skilled workers, but what I'm saying is that the skill that they are going to bring other skills that are going to disadvantage the Black
I
minority.
disagree. That's your own fantasy. I
Because
totally disagree.
Can you be more? Hold on. Can you be more specific when you mean?
That's what I'm trying to do. Prince Daddy doesn't let
But
you do.
he said racism. You said racism earlier. If you heard him.
And let me give you that. These same white people in South Africa are able, with 5% of their population, to deprive more than 70% of the Black population so much well that those Black population that are 70% control about 5% of the wealth of that country, household wealth of that country, while they themselves control more than 70%. That should tell you, while in America, the white ones in America don't control that much wealth in terms of proportion of the population of the Black people. The Black people are 13%. They control about 3.5% of the population in America. But while in South Africa, they are about 70%. They control about 5% of the wealth in that country. And this is on a continent surrounded by white Black people. And those white people were able to achieve that. And those people are moving now to America. You think they are not going to move that mindset to America too? And these people have been known to use biological weapons against Black people. These people have been known to go into Black. No, I'm not making it up. They are the ones that confess to it. I didn't make it up.
See, are you listening to this guy? To Nigeria? 49 South African farmers are going to come here and make America more racist.
Yes,
okay.
because East Europeans, you know why I say it? I also say it because East Europeans also made the UK more right wing. When they moved in, since they moved in the early 2000s, mid 2000s, now look at where the UK is. Because people influence each other. If Americans come to African continent now, they will make Africans more racialized because they are more racialized. People influence each other. And don't make the mistake of thinking that those South Africans will not influence Americans too. Americans, to be fair, Americans are already heading in that direction. The white Americans are already heading in that direction. If one look at what Elon Musk was able to do all by himself.
To Nigeria, we are the cusp or the edge of post-racial America. So don't try to stoke don't try and stoke racism in America.
God.
Listen, listen to Nigeria. Listen, in today's America, in today's America, say the white kids and the Black kids. Let me tell you, their relationship is much better than it used to be 30, 40 years ago. America is truly moving forward in terms of its race relation. I'm telling you.
Elon Musk is harassing British politicians, calling them weaklings because they are not very right wing. Even calling a right wing British politician weakling too, saying that they should remove him from office, harassing European politicians. These are just one South African is doing this. And you think 8,000 is not going to have an effect? Watch. Just watch his face. If you think this is a joke.
So have you noticed that even the American farmers are not too pleased with this recent move?
Those ones are like, we don't need more white people.
They're not pleased with what?
No, when he said that somebody's bringing racism, and I'm like saying that it's not like they are welcome. If the impact is not even, if you tell me they're coming maybe 100,000 or 200,000 people or 300,000 people where they occupy a whole city, a whole state.
Exactly. That's the point I was trying to make.
That would be something that we can have a conversation about.
Yeah, that'd be more significant to talk about. But for the next freaking.
But they're moving them to Ohio and come on.
Yes, So farm country, that's where they're probably going to end up being because they're farmers.
Coming at the right time when America is already moving in a direction that it can easily be influenced to. America is getting more sensitive to race because of the demographics shift.
More sensitive, dude.
Yes, they are
more
getting more
sensitive.
Yeah, I think they're getting more sensitive because they are worried about losing their country to minorities, which is natural.
Losing them. What are you?
Minorities.
What are you talking? That is inevitable. Everybody knows in the next, is it 20 years? White
By
people
what, 2050 or whatever, but
and you think they are not going to
no,
react to it? And you
it is
think they're
not
just going to sit
minorities
there and
per
allow
se.
by sending 40 people from by sending 40 people. So it telling me that I'm going to lose my place as the dominant race in the country, and I'm going to send 40 people, 50 people. That's what I'm going to do. That's how I'm going to address that.
No, it's not only one stroke now.
Tonight, the question: why do you think white people are superior than you are? Well, tonight, why do you think white people are so superior than you are?
What kind of question is that? I never thought that.
You know, I'm glad you asked me the same question back because listen, the reason why I said that because what you would not take from other people, you expect the white people to take it. Just like Bati just said, why would a dominant race in the country sit back and let other races or other people take over the country when they can do something about it? Why is that so strange?
No,
why are the negotiations fighting back or pushing back against the southeastern domination of their state? Why is that? I didn't know all black people. Why should they be doing that?
To be fair, Lagos, if it is white in America, they will be fine. Lagos one is just a silly argument that is going on. And to be fair, even when Lagos,
not true. In the history of America, let me tell you, in the history of America, sometimes you don't know. If you hear white people talk sometimes among themselves, you'll be shocked. The way they talk down on Irish people or Italians.
I agree with you on that.
But in the beginning, in American history also, they discriminated against Italians, the Jews, and the Irish that came to this country. And especially those from Eastern Europe. The other white people, what you call the Anglo-Saxon
Prince Adi, I always wonder, I'm like, we Nigerians sometimes, we can't even take half of what we want. This why we put. Like imagine in Nigeria, like we just have overnight some people from just come like 1 million and say, "Oh, we're not leaving. We have rights." We wouldn't take that. We wouldn't.
Of course we won't. Of course we won't.
But we come to other countries and then in Nigeria, by the way, in Nigeria, there's no stuff by birthright citizenship. We don't have that in Nigeria. But we go to UK and US and we're demanding for that. Even though in our home country we don't have it.
I think you have better citizenship.
That's why I asked the question. Why do you think the white people are better than you are?
Hold on.
Why do you think the white people are better than you are?
Hold on. We've gone through this. Nigeria does not have birthright citizenship. Even I was shocked. We don't have.
I heard that you have to be born in Nigeria to be a citizen.
No, go and look it up.
They updated it to also include people that are born overseas, but I have Nigerian parents. But if you are born in Nigeria, it's one of the main requirements for you to be a citizen.
Listen now.
Okay, tell me now, list it.
In Nigeria, one of your parents has to be native. Even if you're born in Nigeria, it doesn't make you a Nigerian.
Okay, one of your parents have to be native. Okay, that's quite a qualification.
But in America, you can just show up. But in America, just show up illegals and you have a kid, and that kid is an American citizen.
Yeah, to be fair, America is supposed to be an immigrant nation. That's why it is like that. I don't think it's better in the UK.
See, so they should just welcome everybody in America because it's an immigrant nation.
No. Part of it is that these people, they are not stupid. They do their calculation. They calculate that how many people come to our country from the Commonwealth nations that we need as our population.
In Nigeria, for it to become Nigeria, it takes, even if you are there, if you get the papers to stay in Nigeria, it takes 15 years to even apply for Nigerian citizenship. Did you know that?
No.
15 years. Look it up. But you show up in America 3 years, they give you green card, and come on, guys. We know we don't do that in our own countries now.
We don't do that.
That's the unfairness that people like Tunaja espouse, and that's why I keep asking him, why do you think white people are better than you are? You want to put all this onus on the white people, on the white race, but you guys can't take it amongst yourself. You can't even live among yourself without complaining.
What are you
Complaining
talking
about
about?
Southeastern and taking over your land and this and that.
I'm not setting any standard for white people at all that I'm saying we should not meet. I'm just simply saying that if those Europeans come to America, you that is backing them, they are going to be doing things against your own interest. So it's logical for you not to be in supportive of that move. So
No,
that's basically my
because
argument.
that's a myopic way to look at it. Let me tell you, if your question is, has any white man called me the N word before? Yes, they have multiple times, but it doesn't stop me from being a conservative or being a Republican. See, to me, I'm not that myopic in the way I view things. Yes, they call me names. They might even look at me voting in the same direction as they are, and they don't see me as the same. But who gives a damn? I don't look at a white person as being better than I am. I have my
I
own
never
interest.
said
Trust
anything
me,
about
I have my
N-word.
own interest.
I'm telling you that they are going to be doing this against your own interests. They are going to be
They,
making sure the wealth is
let me
moved
tell you,
towards white people. The appointments is moved towards the
black
people.
people, dark
Hold
skinned
on
people
now.
like
Let me
myself,
put it this way.
they've worked against me more than a white person has
This is
ever.
why the Trump administration have the least diverse team ever. It's mostly white people in his team, and you are busy thinking that you are the one twerking for them. And even when there is no, even when there is no benefit from it, you are still twerking, and you are going to see South Africans arrive from
Okay,
South
tonight,
Africa.
now tell me, what benefit did I get from Barack Obama? Tell me.
No, I'm not saying you should side with Barack Obama. You should side with your own. Democrats and Republicans are just as bad.
Oh, I just side with my own blindly. Let me tell you, I have a quote, my own original quote. This how it goes. I don't do black. I only do what is good for black. Keep that in mind. I don't do black. See, I don't do that blind nonsense because I'm dark
That's
skin or
all I
I'm black.
asked of you. I don't care whether you do black. That's
So
all I asked.
do you want me to support the LGBTQ BS and all those transgender
You
garbage
see what you are doing?
that
You
the
are
black
making
people
a
are
statement
pushing?
that has no bearing by saying I don't do black. I do what is good for black.
Yes.
By doing what is good for black, you are doing black. That is the whole point.
No.
I don't
Okay,
know.
let me break it down. See, do you understand what that meant? Do you understand what I was trying to say
Oh
with
my
that
God,
quote?
man! The guy's running away from the truth.
No. Listen, I don't do
How
black,
can you
meaning
do
that.
what is good for black
Tonight,
and
hold on. Let me
you're
explain
not
to you.
doing black?
Hold on, tonight, I don't do black simply means that what you are asking me to do, I should support somebody's policy or what they do blindly because they are black. I don't do black. I don't do
No.
LGBT
I
freaking
would
Q.
never do
I
that.
don't do
I don't support.
LGBTQ.
I don't
I don't do
support.
transgender stuff. I don't do those nonsense.
See,
I'm
I
not gonna
don't
do it because
support
black people are doing
Tinubu's
it.
policies. I don't support Tinubu's policies just because he's black.
Okay, and that's what I mean. That I don't do black.
Because
I
they are
do
black.
what is good for black. That's totally
Yeah,
different.
but that is what they call doing black.
No,
What
you
else
don't get it.
does black
No,
things?
no, doing
I just
black,
try to explain it to you right now.
doing
You
black
don't get it.
means doing black means you are doing it because you're black regardless. You're
You're a
looking at
follower. You just
it's not
do
the
it.
same thing. It's not the same
Yeah,
thing.
but no. I think it's the same thing in a sense.
No,
It's
it's
not the
not.
same thing. It's not the
Not
same
the
thing.
Let me give you why it is the same. Because because he qualified this term doing what is good for black. By qualifying it with those terms, he is doing black. If he was saying whether it's good for black or not, I will join with the black. Then I will say that is doing black in the way he's describing it. You see what I mean?
No.
Because I think that's
Okay.
what he
Tonight,
means when he says doing black.
it's my original quote, and you're not going to tell me the meaning. I just trying to explain to you. I don't do black, but I do what is good for black. Meaning that if a policy promotes the welfare, the well-being of black people, black community, I would support that. But because black people are embracing transgenderism, LGBTQ, I'm not going to do it. I would never do
Exactly.
it.
That is exactly my point. That is, for me, that is doing black. Because you are doing things that favors the black community. You are deliberately with your own
This guy,
wisdom.
you know, they hear me. You didn't even hear what I said. Okay,
I
never
hear
mind.
what you are saying. Like the example you gave was if black people choose to do transgender stuff, you will be against them because you don't think that is good for black, isn't it? Am I wrong?
Correct.
Exactly. For me, in my mind, that is doing the right thing for black, and doing the right thing for black is doing black to me. I don't. Maybe for your mind, the one I don't like
No,
is
and I explained
black
to you
people
that
blindly.
doing things blind. Do you know? Let me tell you. Do
I
you know?
agree with you. Doing things
Hold on.
blindly, that's the difference. The
I've done
difference
black.
there.
Oh, hold on. I've done black before. You know why I did black? I did black by voting for Barack Obama. You know why? I only voted for Barack Obama because it was black. He had no single policy or agenda that I supported. None. I didn't even know what they were if he had
You
one.
support the healthcare reform?
No, I didn't support none of those garbage. I didn't.
Okay.
I mean,
Most Americans do. Even
listen.
Republicans
I
did.
voted for Barack Obama because it was black. If I knew Barack Obama in his second term was going to pass a law that favors the LGBTQ and trying to change the definition of marriage, I would not have voted for him. I would
No,
not have.
that is a fair point. But I'm saying the healthcare bill that he was passing made him very, very popular, even amongst Republicans.
No, it did not.
Because during that time, Americans were going
No,
back
it did not.
health issues. I'm aware, except you have forgotten. During that
No,
period,
because that was not no. What they passed was not the original version of the bill. What everybody wanted was it was supposed to have the Medicare for all, but because of it kind of calculated to the corporate business world. That so once it does that, it lost the working class. It was supposed to be Medicare for all, public option. Remember, I'm in Massachusetts. It was supposed to adopt the Mitt Romney option for everybody. So if you cannot do the premium plan, then you can go with the public option, which they took out from the bill.
BT, I was trying to explain to you
So
yesterday
what do you think happened to them in the House? They lost the House. Till now, Obama has the highest number of seat loss in one term for a Democrat in the East of America. They lost from federal to state to local. It was a wipeout. Come on, man. They love you.
They think the freaking what you call it, the Obamacare was great, and I was trying to explain to Simba yesterday, Dr. Simba, that look, some states in America before Obamacare we had great healthcare. We do. Not in all states.
Have you seen your copay lately, Prince? Have you seen your copay with this wonderful healthcare of ours lately? Come on. It's a disaster, man. Come on. It wasn't that bad like that. Come on. You were supposed to have a public option to keep the private insurance companies on their toes. Once there's no competition from government, that's why they can charge you anything for even your copay. So you go see a doctor for $400, they see asking to pay $80 to $100 copay. So
copay. I mean, I'm not paying $100 copay every time I go. I'm not sure what policy you're talking about here.
No, but I'm saying that the poor people were supposed to have Medicare for all. So you were supposed to be under that plan. It was, remember when this governor from Alaska was talking about debt panels, Sarah Palin. Obama was supposed to stand tall because you had the House, you had the Senate. But he compromised. He lost. So this so-called losing the working class of Democrats didn't really begin from Joe Biden. It started from Obama. But that's a topic for another day, by the way. We can. That's something else.
Yeah, I don't know.
So your estimation, BT, quickly. I think we talked about this before. So is Obamacare a good health care plan, or what is it?
It's okay. Don't get me wrong, because the benefit of it is that you don't have the they have to cover you. Before people who are losing their properties and
the existing condition issues anymore.
But the other part of it was if they have to cover you, that means it's more expensive, right? Then you're supposed to spread the net.
What I don't like about it is that he handed the population to the healthcare.
Right. So you should have said, okay, for everybody, so we'll take it from your paycheck regardless of where you work. That way you have more money to spend on the sick ones. What you did was you said add more sick people to the coverage, but we're not going to expand it to everyone because I'm remember initially if you are healthy, you had a choice not to even have insurance for about 3 years until they changed the law, if you remember. Young people, I am young, I don't need to pay insurance. Why am I paying for the older ones? That was the mistake he made. Everybody's supposed to pay something on your paycheck to cover for the sick ones. That's what it made your. That's the one you have higher copay
Well,
now.
you pay for the sick one, but you don't. But you yourself don't actually get the health care. Is that what you're saying?
The what now?
The young people pay monthly or yearly for into the health
No,
care
but
pool.
back for that 2-year window before they change the rule, you could go without having insurance. But they now made it that during the end of the year,
Mandatory.
if you remember, when you file your taxes, they will ask you if you have insurance.
Correct. Yes.
That's a way of checking to see if you
Yeah, but it
comply.
never used to be like that before. It never used to be like that before.
Exactly.
So how does that benefit anyone? How does that benefit anyone?
No, because even if you're healthy and you're contributing something, that money will pay for the sick ones that usually will be dropped before. Before, if you have cancer, those things they will not cover you because they don't want to spend money. But Obamacare forced them into the insurance pool. But
So now,
is
the healthcare covering every cancer, every diseases now? Is that what it does now?
It covers. It has to. You cannot turn them down. That's the reason why it's more expensive, and that's the reason why.
When Luigi Mangione shot that United Healthcare CEO, the reason I heard was because many claims were being denied by this insurance company. So I don't get it. See, I know the healthcare system is
No, please, that's the trick. The law says that you call. They have to take you. Doesn't say what they have to pay for. It's a two different words. It's two different laws. I cannot deny you insurance, but I can choose what to pay for your treatment. Doesn't mean I have to pay for everything.
Oh,
you see the bad way. You see the bad way right there. You see the bad way. Right?
So it's just okay. Now this is what I'm saying. So Obama's not that smart. It seems that they graduate doing that deal. The insurance company, they are powerful. They get a lot of money. Okay, so yeah, everybody gets coverage, but so they want to cover you for headache. Is that what they want to cover you for? But serious stuff like cancer and things, they won't cover you. They won't pay for it. That's all BS.
No, they will cover you and pay for your $500,000 surgery. They will cover you, but that cost, that incurred cost, is now going to be put on the health ones, the ones that are not that sick. They'll not be paying more.
No, they are denying claims left and right. It doesn't work that way. They are denying claims left freaking right. Are you messing around with the insurance companies?
For the ones that they even approve, where do you think they get the money?
When they get it from the pool of whatever.
No, because remember they have their own. They have to first take care of their own shareholders first. There's an amount of money that they have to spend by law.
Freak Daddy, I say Freak Daddy, Prince Daddy.
Yeah.
Let me just ask this question real quick, and then before I even speak about what I observed early. So now, do you support this? I believe you've seen the spending bill for the Republican, the one they're just trying to pass in the House. They have $80 billion deduction from Medicaid, now trying to add it to the tax break of they are targeting the $5 trillion tax break for billionaires. What would you say about that? $5 trillion for the billionaires, including having to deduct take 80 billion out of Medicaid from that, and some other, and then the Doge that Elon Musk actually was spearheading completely has been considered to be shambolic now because it fails completely. But focus on that 880 billion that is being taken out from Medicaid and trying to add it to the 5 trillion that they are trying to give the top 1% of the population.
The 80 billion is minuscule. It's minuscule compared to the trillions of dollars spent on Medicare, Medicaid every year.
No, Prince, you cannot.
It is minuscule.
No, hold on, please. I beg you, please. Logo, I beg you, please. It's not discussing Medicare. It's discussing Medicaid. Remember, Medicaid is funded by both federal and state. Okay, it's a joint funding. That is where the poorest of your poorest are. That is where the children that they cannot have when they are born for pediatrics get their funding for diapers, for milk. So that's how they get the funding from. So you cannot say it's minuscule.
That
don't
belongs to lots of small people.
don't
see, in the
exhaust
grand
your.
scheme of things and the total budget for how much you spend. Listen, the question is, do we accept that there's so much waste and fraud in Medicare and Medicaid every year?
Hold on.
Prince, he said Medicaid, not Medicare. It's not the same thing.
I know, but they all kind of okay. But we provide funding for both. Okay, let's go with which one is it? Medicaid.
Prince Daddy, hold on. That was my first question. My second question is, don't speak too long. Just straight. How much did Trump add to the deficit the last time? Do you know how much, and do you know what the effect of this $5 trillion is trying to give to the tax? I mean, a tax break to the billionaires. Do you know how much is going to add to that? And as I'm speaking right now, right? I don't know if you are aware of that. Right now, I know probably you are not watching TV. Right now, top members of the Republicans, they've just walked out of the House of Rep because they are not going to back this spending bill, and they just threatened the speaker now that they are going to impeach him. Go and check now as I'm speaking right now.
And also,
hold on. You've been talking.
Which speaker are you talking about? Which speaker are you referring to?
It's not Nigeria. You are not in the US. Don't worry, you are in the UK.
Oh, don't give me that.
By the way, no.
Are you talking about Schumer or which speaker?
It's okay. Hold on. Hold on. Nigeria, hold on now. Hold on. Logo. By the way,
I wanted to say something that you see. You are supposed to carry on with what you are saying. I want to make an announcement.
Relax now, Farabale. Relax.
How many
By the way,
minutes
Logo.
are you going to die? Yeah.
Hold on now. I beg you. Hold on. Remember
all this while.
Remember. Okay. Please.
You are supposed to be moderator anyway. You are supposed to be
hold on now.
Relax. I've been quiet.
No, not.
I just want to make an announcement and shut up again. Just the announcement.
Okay. You win.
Yeah. The announcement I wanted to make was that, when I was saying that our leaders should be any leader that steals from public office in Nigeria should be liable for the capital punishment based on the amount of wealth they steal. If they steal wealth that results in life loss, they should face capital punishment. And I just saw a headline that says that was almost a year ago. I made this argument. Peter Obida is now proposing that leaders that are corrupt, if they are found to be corrupt, should face the death sentence.
They should start with him now.
It's really the best one.
Let them start with him and see if he is found corrupt.
No, he's already corrupt.
He's already corrupt.
No court has found him to be corrupt. So
but no court found him to be corrupt now.
Why? So hold on. Is it by coincidence that it's only Yoruba guys that side with Tinubu so strongly?
Yes.
Wow. To Nigeria, you are something else.
You guys are intellectuals, but you can't peel yourself away from just.
If that makes you happy, yes. If you are happy about that,
no, I'm not happy. That's my point.
If you're happy,
okay, Enigmatic, let's continue with this breaking news he's telling me, because I'm listening to your breaking news that the Republicans want to impeach him.
Hold on. So now, what I want to say, I don't even want to care about because
look, be more specific. Be more specific, please. Medicaid is used more by poorer white states like Mississippi, Alabama.
Medicaid, yes. I meant to say Medicaid. Okay. Well, they know, the midterm election is coming next year, so they know the consequences already. And these folks, they are not going to. Donald Trump is not coming back to government. This is going to be his last rodeo in the political landscape. And at a point, there will be a sort of epiphany to all these politicians, to all these career politicians, to say, look, we've done enough for this guy. We need to take care and protect our own selves now. Because when they go back home and you can deal with anything, you can do any crazy thing, but you want to go into their Medicaid, you want to go into their Social Security benefits.
Let's engage and let's engage a little bit.
Hold on.
Don't blow things out of the water. $80 million is nothing to sweat about. Let's not make a big deal out of it. Let's not make a big deal out of it.
80 billion.
What is the annual? Okay, let's do it this way. What is the annual budget for Medicaid, if you know?
But you are not getting Babati. It's not even the 880 billion alone. That is just on one program, and then the total of it is $5 trillion. They are trying to
Well,
give a tax break of
it's
$5
not
trillion.
$5 trillion is tax cut and not deficit. There's a
Listen
big
to me.
distinction there. It's
Listen
a
to
tax
me.
cut, not deficit. It's
Hold
not
on.
good. It's not been added to the national debt.
Who are those?
Don't bamboozle us. That's not the way it works.
Who are those? Who are those benefiting the $5 trillion? Who are those? The top
Well,
1%.
listen. When the first tax cut, I think Biden kept it in place. Okay, so
forget
if they
Biden
say
now.
the rich people are benefiting, that is fine. It's not a big deal.
It's a big
Listen.
deal. It's a big
No
deal.
tax on tapes. No tax on tapes. No tax on overtime. How many billions of dollars do you think America is going to save from that?
Listen to me.
Enigmatic.
Look,
You don't think that's something?
There's no way anyone, any human being, would defend giving $5 trillion in tax break to billionaires. I don't
Well,
care.
there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
And then my second point.
The rich people are the ones creating the jobs. They are the one investing in the country. So let's not pretend that to be rich is a bad thing. This is America. We don't punish the rich people. The tax breaks. The tax breaks. It's going to help the economy. Okay.
It doesn't help anything. It doesn't.
I can't go with you on that one because first of all, you need to understand how it is. Medicaid is matching funds spent. It's not like
no. He's talking about tax cut right now for the rich.
Yeah, but bringing Medicaid into it. But so it's Medicaid is federal government is matching the funds that the state government is raising for poor people. So if you cut the top off, it affects the bottom now.
So
they uncovered more than billions of dollars in Doge has uncovered billions of dollars in waste in Medicare and Medicaid.
Show us the audited report. Show us the audited report. Let's see the audited report.
Listen, the report is there and is well documented and crafted. We're saving billions and billions of dollars. As a result of that,
show me the audited report, not the
Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, I bill Medicare and Medicaid on a daily basis. I hope you do that. I bill them. I know.
Show me the audited report. Those Elon Musk lying.
Well, but I can believe that you're not committing fraud. You're not committing fraud. There's so much fraud in the system. See, apart from politics, apart from politics, do you want to agree with me that there's so much fraud in the healthcare industry?
Prince, if there is fraud, then go after the fraud. You cannot just cut 80 billion and say you are.
What percentage of the 80 billion is the total cost of they spend on Medicaid, BT? What percentage is it?
Babati, you are not getting the point, but because this guy is talking about just only one program, but the total of it was we're talking of $5 trillion, $5 trillion, and you are telling because what have been the argument for years is that give money to the billionaires and they will provide job and it will trickle down. It's going to create a trickle down effect to the economy. But we've never seen that.
Okay.
All it does, hold on, please. All this is done over the years is all these billionaires getting richer by the day. Look at what happened now, right? Look, I know we are all good, right? You are not going to be broke. Babati is not going to be broke. Neither am I going to be broke. But the fact remains that you cannot tell me that you came 4 years ago, you added in the I think past 4 presidents or thereabout, you added more to the deficit of America more than the past previous president, and you are coming again to add another 5 trillion to that, and you are talking about
okay. Let me jump in right now because you're deceiving the audience. You are deceiving the people with all this numbers.
Hold on, you guys have been here. I know you are a fervent Trump guy, but I'm speaking to what I know. There's no way you convince me.
No, I'd like you to distinguish between tax cut and deficit. You have to make that distinction. What you're saying is not true.
Oh, hold on. Okay, how would you tell me how you are going to give tax cut $5 trillion to billionaires? It doesn't make any sense to me. $5 trillion to billionaires. You did it the first time. Now you are coming back to do it again.
But if you reduce that tax burdens and you give other incentives, that's how you're going to come to the $5 trillion over how many decades? How many? 10 years?
I don't buy that bunkum. Forget all those nonsense.
Well, you should buy it. And there's a big deal. Listen, Trump, during COVID, they added about $5 trillion to the national debt. Okay, that is different from tax cut. Tax cut do not add to the national debt.
What
I
I'm
think you're
telling you,
confusing both.
no, I'm not confusing. It went to that Trump came.
Okay.
I think the first 1 year of his, I think it was maybe less than a year when there was a tax bill that was passed in the House. Babati, do you remember that bill? Was it 2 trillion or $3 trillion or something $1 trillion that
Yeah.
actually? Okay, that was the first. I think that was his first bill in the House then. Then he's coming back again to add to pass another $5 trillion dollars bill.
1 point something trillion dollars.
1 point something $1 trillion. Then to the billionaires, top 1%. Again, you see how all the billionaires then this Walmart, the Walton family, all of them. So what I'm saying, you can defend as much as you want to defend, right? But I think I will just end it here. I don't want to even deal with American politics. It is their own thing, whatever they want. But let me just speak to what I observed earlier on this platform. Look, and I think it is reminiscent of almost all the platforms that we have a number of Nigerians. Look, it is okay if you do not believe in your country. It is okay if you choose to be an unpatriotic Nigerian. It is okay if you choose to be apostate. It is okay if you choose to be uselessly so incorrigibly stupid about your country. But do not try to throw the country under when you have some other foreigners on the platform still joining you to throw the country under, where they will protect their own country and preserve their own integrity and the integrity of their country. There was a Sierra Leonean on this platform. Sierra Leone is like 6 million population. They are probably lesser in GDP in anything than the poorest state in Nigeria, and you give platform to all those individuals to come and run down your country because you've never seen anything good in your country, because you don't see anything good in your own state where you come from, because you don't see anything good in your local government, because you don't see anything good wherever you come from.
You have to blame Chunaja for that.
You know,
I try to tell the guy. Me and
so
Prestige.
how? I mean, you Nigerians should take pride in if you do not like Nigeria.
You should be ashamed of yourself for saying what you just said just now. You are a
Hey,
disgrace.
hey.
You are a disgrace for a human being.
Don't no, come on now. Don't
It's disgrace
let's
because
see.
what he just did was value tribalism versus the truth.
How is it
because what you just did, it's like how do you people exist like this?
You are a complete kulak.
People that think like you got us into the mess we are in, and people like you that think like you made it easy for the British to take over the Yoruba kingdom. Shut up. Let me finish what I'm saying because you've had your say. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to insult you, but let me have my say.
You've already gone that route. And
okay,
not coming
sorry,
back.
I told you to shut up, but let me finish what I'm saying.
Don't let me reply you.
I let you finish your point.
You are a
let me
bunch
finish
of
my point.
You are a dogmatic
okay,
right?
insult all you want.
So
I let you finish your point. Let me finish my point.
You will never give
let me finish. Okay, finish your own point.
You will never give a platform to a foreigner to throw an entire country of 250 million people under the ball.
Now you care
Why
about
they shield their country?
This is the one that cares only about one section of the country.
You don't need to be a Nigerian. Remain in your UK and hold your UK passport, right? And
this is one that cares only about Agbado because Agbado he acknowledges that because the guy is Yoruba.
Yes, Yoruba.
And now you care about Nigeria. Suddenly you care about Nigeria.
Say it 100 times, but you will never have a foreigner like you on this platform and run down the country. It's never going to happen.
You see the problem with our people. They would rather.
You can go to your Dr. Damages and do that. Don't come to this platform.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
Okay, Cameroonians will come.
Are you just going to be talking? You are not going to let me talk. I will have to mute you if you don't let me talk because
you'll be talking.
It can't be only one way.
You have been talking.
Oh, God,
gentlemen.
Okay.
Gentlemen, I beg now.
You have to allow other people talk.
He's allowed to give opinion we disagree with.
Yeah. He's giving he first gave his opinion. Then when I want to start to reply,
you are supposed to be a moderator.
You've given your opinion. Can you respectfully stop before you degenerate the conversation and stunt it?
Lagoon, please allow him to speak, please.
You've already had your say. Let other people talk.
Hold on, he does that every time.
Let other people talk. You are not the only one with the arbiter of knowledge.
He is giving his opinion now. Let
me hold on. He brought a Cameroonian one time, a Cameroonian that has never had a president more than one president in 40 years. In 40 years, you bring down such individuals to come to Nigeria platform and run down Nigeria. If you want to run down Nigeria, it's good. You are a Nigerian. You are one of us. But do not bring people who are not Nigerians, who their country is not even better than the poorest state in Nigeria, to talk about Nigeria and you'll be gleefully taking them on as if hate Nigeria as much as you want, but you are too old. I mean, you got to respect Nigeria for once.
We move on.
You don't hear. Okay,
This is somebody. Look at the person that claimed he loved Nigeria.
Okay,
the person he was
I
doing.
have a question.
Can I finish what I'm saying?
Don't
Can I
mute
finish
me.
what I'm saying?
Don't mute me, please.
This is the person that claimed that he loved the country.
Don't mute me.
The first thing he did was, when they gave him an opinion that would better the country, the first thing he did was do a tribalistic or political argument.
How?
When they said that people that commit government officials that commit corruption that results in loss of life,
yes,
of Nigerian citizens,
yes,
that person should be condemned to death.
Yes.
Your first opinion is let him go first.
For Obi,
not about whether the idea is a good one. Let me finish my point. Don't interrupt me, please. You've had your say. Let me finish my point now. Let me finish my point.
No, don't say that. You say I'm tribal.
You talked about me. I let you finish. You see, twice now he's interrupted me.
Obi is a politician. Obi is not.
You are degenerating the conversation.
Obi is not a tribe. Get it right.
You are degenerating the conversation. You made it political. You made it political when they are making a point. You made it political.
But Obi is not Obi who said it is a politician.
Can I finish talking?
Obi is a politician. Get it right.
Can I finish talking? You will have your chance to reply. You will have your chance to reply. This is not a one way. You will have your chance to reply.
Don't come with all this your bottom every time.
Be mature about this. You will have your own chance to reply.
You've been speaking for 3 hours.
You will have your own chance to reply.
For 3 hours, you'll be speaking.
Just because I'm talking for 3 hours, if I was saying something you loved, you would be happy. If I was saying something you don't like, that's why you are upset.
I'm not upset.
So let me finish what I'm saying.
Don't mischaracterize the situation.
Let me finish what I'm saying.
When you say they should jail,
hold on now.
Obi is part of them. Take it or leave it.
Is this guy? What is this? So the point I'm making is that you made it political, and then the next thing you did was. Then when I asked that, why is it that you all just support this guy without even caring? Is it because
you brought Yoruba to it?
Yes. Then you acknowledge that. You said you are. Yeah, I'm Yoruba.
I said that is your headache. I said,
hold on. You said you are doing this. So in other words, you are acknowledging that you are being tribal.
Of course.
Then a foreigner came and had a conversation with us. Let me finish my point now. I'm just trying to explain what happened so that people will understand. Then the foreigner came. Was having a conversation with us regarding things that are going to better the nation, and you took it like he is just bad mouthing the country.
You do this every time on Dr. Damages, and you want to do it every platform.
It's because you don't like it. Like I said, you have the right not to like it.
Because you are not a genuine Nigerian.
Then let me finish now. If I'm not genuine,
you are too old to understand the fact that
if I'm not genuine, let me finish what I'm saying. No, I was speaking.
Let me speak
what I'm saying.
Let me finish
what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying. People cannot just come and filibuster what I'm saying.
Yeah, we know, but you are the host of this.
Now you two, that is not going to happen. You see how you all band together?
Nobody is banning now.
It needs to stop because you use it needs to stop. And even in the context of Nigeria, if this attitude carries on, you are going to feel the consequences of this action that you partake all the time. You always like to play this silly tribalistic game all the time.
You brought the tribalism into it. I said Obi. I mentioned Obi, but you said Yoruba.
I'm calling it out.
You brought tribalism to it.
I'm not
I mentioned Obi's name, but you are mentioning Yoruba. Obi is not
calling it out for what it is.
Obi is a politician. Obi is not a tribe. If you have issues with that, take it on.
Then you can see how they are jumping out. Okay, he's come back. You don't have to be here. If you don't like what I'm saying, you don't have to be here. I want to discuss with you in a kind of calm manner.
Enigmatic. You guys should shut up, both of you.
You see, you wanted to shut up because he's at the stage.
Both of you, you should be quiet for now.
No, you should shut up.
Who should shut up?
If you tell me to shut up again,
No.
You can't tell me. No, you can't tell me to shut up after he has finished talking. He finished talking. I have to finish talking. It's not
okay. Tunaja, line your point. Tunaja, go ahead. You
what kind of funny business is that? And I have seen that this stuff gets done all the time. When two people are arguing, when you let
talk on the point, forget about that. Go ahead and talk. Listening.
Don't do
go ahead
that.
And talk.
So the point I'm making is that he wants to now go after he's played the tribalism within Nigeria already. Now he wants to do another this in West African tribalism and discriminate against the Sierra Leonean or Gambian for having his own view about events in Nigeria, even whether it is the truth or not. He doesn't care. You are living in a country that is generating 6 gigawatts of electricity, while even countries that have been sanctioned for 50 years can generate 70 gigawatts, and you are here doing tribalism. You don't want to know why these things are happening. This is my problem with our people. We are the ones causing our problem, because even within the country, you created the tribalism that resulted even the British taking over the Yoruba territories even faster because of this tribalism that you play. You divided amongst yourselves again. Even when you were Yoruba, you were fighting each other for almost 100 years straight because of this tribalism. When you finish with Nigeria, you go to West Africa. When you finish with West Africa, you go to Africa. Then when you finish with Africa, you submit to Igbo man. Why don't you do it to Igbo man? You were here talking about...
The question is it okay? Hold on, Remy. The question is it okay for other people from other countries like Sierra Leone and Cameroonians that have their own problems? Okay, just like Edimedic said, for 40 years in Cameroon, they've only had one leader. Now, is it okay for them with all their own problems to come over and talk down on Nigeria? That's the
No, he's not
the argument
on Nigeria. He was talking intellectually about the issues in Nigeria. He wasn't coming like, oh, Nigeria is rubbish. Nigeria, he wasn't doing that.
Go back and listen to what he's been saying.
No, he's saying, he was arguing, he was supporting my argument that people are dying.
Go back and rewind what he said. Rewind what he said.
Oh my God. He said people are dying.
Have you been to Sierra Leone before? Have you been to Sierra Leone?
People are dying in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone is not being attacked like Nigeria right now.
But to Nigeria, Sierra Leone is worse than the worst state in Nigeria. Think of any state in Nigeria.
Are you saying Sierra Leone has IDP camps?
I'm telling you, Sierra Leone is worse than the worst state in Nigeria. Go to Sierra Leone.
Can I make my own contribution now?
Please go ahead.
What I see that is panning out after that election, that 2023 election, it brought a lot of division among the 3 major tribes, especially among 2 major tribes, between the Southwest and the Southeast. And since that election, some people have not really moved on. They still think that the election was stolen, blah, 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 but they don't have evidence to prove. And I think as we are talking today, we are still some Nigerians who believe that, oh, it's not my president. Whatever achievement he has done, they don't believe in it. They don't believe in it. They believe that nothing is going on. The country is worse off, but that is not the truth. Actually, I want people to criticize him, but I want you to criticize it objectively. And if you come here, come with a clean hand. If you are not coming with clean hand, those people that like the current administration, they will fight back. That is normal. So, and when you continue to mention a tribe, there's tendency for those people that come from that tribe to also fight you back. Because when you don't see good in this person, and every time you come, it's just to castigate him, you are not criticizing from objective angle. No matter what you talk about, we are all Nigerians. If that country is going to be a better country, it's good for all Nigerians. And the president that is there now, at worst, is going to spend 8 years. After 8 years, another president will come. Government is a continuum. But every time people criticize, I've seen a lot of people not criticizing objectively. It's because it's not my man. It's not for my tribe. So I wish him bad luck. I always ask myself, you wish the president bad luck. Invariably, you are wishing yourself a bad luck as a Nigerian. There's nothing to fight about. That is why it's a democracy. In a democratic setting, you go for an election. And then the winner will come. Whether you like it or not, Obi and Atiku have second or third chance. They went to court. They couldn't provide enough evidence to overturn the election. So if they have enough evidence to overturn the election, they're fine. But everybody talking one server is not. Look at the layers of what they gave you. The manual election, after the election result, you have a collation sheet in your hand. The police have it, the DSS have it, all the polling agents have it. That one is enough for you to fight it out if truly you are rigged out of the election. So sometimes I wonder how our people come here and they are fighting unnecessarily. We're not supposed to fight ourselves. A house divided against itself, that house will never grow. And I will continue to say, if you continue to demarcate the country Nigeria, you are not demarcating Nigeria as a country, you are demarcating yourself. Because everything you do, it will bounce back on you, and also the innocent one. So sometimes,
but let me ask though.
Let me finish. I'll finish, and then you can come. So I'm not saying you should not have your opinion. I'm not saying you, but one thing everybody should know is this: If I come here and bastardize the Igbo people, they will bastardize the Yoruba because they know I'm a Yoruba guy. If you come here and bastardize the Yoruba people, they will also fight back. You have to find a way as a mature and intellectual. I'm talking to everybody, not to Nigeria alone. As an intellectual and highly educated and exposed person, you must find a way how you can channel your opinion so that it will not rub on that tribe, because the country is already divided.
Remy?
So I think a word is not for all of us. But the bottom line of my speech is that please stop demarketing the country. Each time you demarket that country, each time you talk rubbish about that country, you are talking rubbish about yourself.
I don't. Okay, the time. Let me ask. Can you let me moderate? Can you allow me to moderate, please?
Please, let me just
let me ask him. Let me ask him a more piercing question about this demarketing term, because I do agree with the point that he's making, that you shouldn't just be attacking your country unnecessarily, and he kind of washing dirty linens publicly. However, there is always room for valid analysis of the issues and problems that are being created, especially in my own opinion, when you look at the country that is being sabotaged as Nigeria is. So there is room for that. The question I wanted to ask is, what do you mean when you say demarketing? Does that include our leaders helping to demarket or ensuring, because we are just watching Saudi Arabian leader.
Okay.
Let me finish the question. The Saudi Arabian leader just signed $100 and something billion worth of business with America. This thing, they are removing sanctions on Syria. They influence this guy to do that. Egypt controls more than about 200 FCC. What do we have? Who is demarketing us the more? Is it our fellow Nigerians or our leaders going on? That's our fellow Nigerians becoming leaders and demarketing in the country itself. Does that include the leadership in terms of when you say demarketing?
Okay, I will answer your question. Whether you are leaders, whether you are a follower, that what makes you happy or what trigger you is to talk down on that country itself, Nigeria. That is whether you are a leader or follower. I don't care, because I've discovered that even it depends on which side you are. And because it's your man that is not ruling today, then you want to demarket the country. You want to demarket whatever achievement the ruling party have done. You don't care anymore. You wish the country bad luck. Majority of Nigerian diaspora, unfortunately, they are the number one architect of demarketing Nigeria. Because an average Nigerian that is in that country does not care. He just look for how he's going to make ends meet. He does not care too much. What do you think he has the money to be burning on data unnecessarily? He's out there making money for himself and his family. But you are making life difficult for them by talking rubbish every time online, demarketing the country. And when you talk about America signing contract with Saudi Arabia, for God's sake, we cannot compare ourselves with America. We are still crawling. They're already on top. So we can emulate. So in fact, democracy will copy 100% from them. Does not fit the system of Nigeria. We are not even, most time we talk, we are not offering solution. Most time it's just to bastardize, we don't like this and that. Offer solution, no. I've never seen a set of people who are wishing their country failure most time.
I hope you are not saying this because he criticized the president.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's something from Martin. No. Why? You can criticize whatever you like, but criticize objectively. That's what I'm trying to say. And
but you can argue that, Remy, is it not valid for Nigerians? Sorry. Let me ask him this. This was the last one I was asking. Then every other person can ask him whatever they want to ask him. Is it not? Because if you look at other African countries, they don't bastardize their nation the way Nigerians do. That is true. But if you look at those African countries too, Nigeria seems to be doing slightly better than them in terms of governance. I'm thinking, when I say the governance, in terms of representative governance, because what you tend to get is one leader will rule those countries for 10, 20, 30 years, on and on and on. So is it that, do you see the possibility that maybe those criticisms and the strident nature that Nigerians have against their leaders is helping Nigeria to an extent? Maybe it would have been like Congo if we're not like that. Do you think that may play a role?
If they criticize objectively, and everybody is thinking about nation growth and development, everybody know the right thing to do. Actually, most of the African countries you are comparing with Nigeria, you shouldn't compare at all. What is the GDP of Burkina Faso? Two or three states in Nigeria is already overshadowed the total GDP of Burkina Faso. And I wonder when Nigeria will be talking about that.
It's not, Remy, let me also come in there. Wait, all this one. Don't, Nigeria, if you point to West Africa country, in terms of administration, Nigeria is zero. Stop saying people are demarketing Nigeria. I've traveled there, I've lived with them. They are far advanced than us. Don't compare Nigeria with those. Don't make me compare Nigeria with those French colonies. They are really poor. Wait, Remy, wait. Let me learn. They are poor, I agree. But when it comes to administrative, we are learning. They are far advanced than
country? Name the country. So many.
You just use Burkina Faso as an example. Let me tell you first of all the way they are advanced than us. The entire citizens of Burkina Faso have an ID card. And if you are moving on their road, just the way you are in Europe, if their police stop their citizen and it doesn't have it, it's straight to prison. In other words, take Benin, for example. A Yoruba man from Nigeria cannot just cross into Benin. Say they don't want to check you. If there's any reason to separate their own Yoruba from Nigeria, they can do it. Nigeria government cannot do.
Okay, now you are talking. Now, what solution can you offer instead of name calling? That's what I'm trying to say.
The solution is simple. Instead of we to be praising things that is not working, that is working, then we should say the fact that this thing is not working.
Okay, what's the solution? Okay, Remy, please, let me just say
Midwest. I remember when I went to Lagos in, I think, 2009 or so.
Yeah.
After I was stopped by police, they asked me for my ID card. Then I later called my friend. He said, yes, in Lagos, you need to hold your state ID card. I didn't know that. But in a state, we don't have that.
Nigerian please, I beg.
This is where we made mistake when we compare national ID card with. I don't know the ID card. The ID card they have asked me.
Nigeria have NIN number.
Hello. Please.
I
don't face the situation for Lagos.
We are just talking on each other. We're not hearing anything. Everybody's just talking at the same time.
I want to answer that my brother who talk about ID card. The only ID card, I don't know whether they have changed it. It was only the people that surrounded me bring their shop ID card. Who know the limited?
James. Nigeria is the worst in Africa. We agree. But let me just say this, please, before I leave. I want to leave now. When I came in to speak, I spoke on two things. You see, I was going back and forth with Prince Daddy and Babati. The two of them live in the US with me. You see, sometimes when I go back and forth with Prince Daddy, I know it's a Trump guy, right? And I know that I support Democrats. Even when you see Americans, we disagree between ourselves. But after that, it remains a United States of America. You never speak anything against US. Everybody will gang up against you. You want to run Nigeria down because of what you don't like, it is okay. It's not going to affect any one of us on the platform because I think everybody on the platform has a second passport or whatever. But people who are trying to go to several embassies, they are going to be the one, bearing the brunt of that. Number one. Number two, when he was speaking, I want you people to listen to the sequence of my conversation so far. He said something about what Obi read. I want you to listen. And they said, well, they should make an example from Obi first because Obi is a politician. And I understand that people want to always equate Obi as a tribe, or you are talking entirely as a region. Obi does not represent a region because in the same region we have APC. In the same region, we have PDP. In the same region, we have ABGA. So when you say, I'm tribalizing it, you are the one who brought, when I mentioned Obi name, the next thing you say, is it because I'm Yoruba? And should I tell you no? Am I going to tell you no because you are who? Yes, I am a Yoruba man. Yes, if it makes you happy or sad that a Yoruba man was on the ballot, and I choose to support him. If you do not believe in anything else, for my reason for supporting, if that's your belief is because it's Yoruba, yes, again, 100%. I mentioned Obi, you are the one who brought tribalism to it. I mentioned other things, you brought Yoruba to it, and you are the one who is pointing the finger of tribalism in the event of the conversation. I want you to understand, you don't need to like Nigeria. Nigeria will proceed, either you like it or not. After Tinubu is out of office in 8 years, another Nigerian will be president. You like it or not, Nigeria will exist. Nigeria started again 1999, 25 years of our democratic process. It is still at the nascent stage. US is over 200 years of their democratic experiment now. As I'm speaking right now, they are debating a lot of Donald Trump's situation in Supreme Court. Donald Trump is rolling down a lot of the stuff in the judiciary. Donald Trump is doing a lot of nonsense to the country, but it is our president. It is my president. I have no choice than to pray that may America continue to glow and may God continue to bless America. It is just 4 years and we'll recalibrate. So I will leave it at this. Please, for the fact that people lost election in 2023, Nigeria will not end because of that. For the fact that Tinubu, who you do not like, is the president, Nigeria will not end because of that.
Please, let me say my own point. Look,
So
my own point.
I have to leave.
I want to say something. I'm not talking about Tinubu. I'm not talking about Obi. I am talking about the state of my country. It's not only your country, it is my country. As you said, we are demarketing Nigeria. That is a lie. I don't expect that one from advanced country to talk that way. First of all, America have embassy in Nigeria. The entire Western country have embassy. Inside the embassy, they have people who are in charge of economy. What is happening in Nigeria, they must report. They have police attaché who talk to them about the security level of the country. They have military attaché and so forth and so on, scientists and spies. Your president conversation, people are listening. So don't come and be saying people who echo their own view about the state of the country is the one that is the market. That is absolute lie. They are aware of what is going on in our more than us.
Continue with your opinion. Continue.
So that is my submission with facts. If those embassies you just mentioned, our talk is not the reason why they should not give visa. They know our country more than us. Let us be honest.
You go ahead, Kenny. Say your own.
Yeah. See, no matter what we say, those that demarketing Nigeria, let them continue. And see, at this time of Tinubu, who will make it to make it? Who believe Nigeria is not working will not work for them. I keep saying it. Do you understand? And like the other man said in South Africa, he said, I will rule over you. Tinubu will rule over his enemy. He will rule over their children and their grandchildren, whether they like it or not. The man will be dead till 2031. You understand? It's better. It's early time for you for the haters that hate this man, that don't love Nigeria, to go and relax and sit on their hot chair. This man will
if people hate Tinubu, talk about those people. Don't talk. Nigeria is our country, not only your country.
Yes, I know. Okay, now, look at Obi. In fact, I so much like what Reno Omokri did to him, demarketing him and debunk the rubbish he keeps saying, he keep doing. Because you want to rule Nigeria, you keep going everywhere lying about your country. I pray that man he can never. It's not about prayer. We never get there because it's a cunt. You know what I mean? The guy doesn't. It's actually we actually dodged the bullets that he didn't win 2023. He's a very stupid guy. I hate you. I hate you with passion. You know what I mean? We have other Igbo man in Southeast that are better than him, but they will not look. They will not talk about them. But that idiot that talk like a gay he's not to be following. Tinubu is working. Tinubu is actually doing his best. He's doing what he can do, but they cannot see what this man is doing because they're blind. They can't see. Even their heart is dark, like a dark stone. They can't see what this man is doing. What more can he do? He's stepping on toes. You understand? But still, they will not give him his onions. Let's leave all this tribalism because it's not Igbo, because now I will not support him. You know, the man met empty treasury. He met nothing, and they're blaming him because they're blaming him that why did he remove subsidy? Why did he remove this? He has to do it because he has no. He got no options. There's nothing he can do. He needs to make sure Nigerians survive. I thank God that man won and he's doing what he's doing. And all the people that are complaining, all what they think about is just their stomach, what they will eat today, but they're not thinking about the future of our children. They're not thinking about the future of our unborn children. This man is laying foundation for. He's not thinking about today only. He's laying foundation for tomorrow. Why can't we just open our mind, open our eyes to see what he's doing? Now he's doing. He wants to do the what's it called? the Rangers. Somebody said, "Oh, after 2 years." Do you expect him to do everything in 2 years? He has 4 years mandate. Can we just relax and allow this man to do what he's doing for the nation? You know, he paid he paid the loan that Buhari collects from IMF. People they are still debunking it. They still don't believe it. What more can you believe? If you cannot believe simple things like IMF, what more can you believe? They complain about the Lagos Calabar Expressway because that the road goes to. It's not going to end. Go to Southeast. Still, they don't like it. Enough is enough. Let's see people that crying in America there. They more than those that die in Nigeria. But still, you can never see American come online or talk bad about their country. But we Nigeria, because of hatred, because of bigots, because of racism, we even hate ourselves. Some people they cannot pregnate their own children or their wife. I'm sorry, they cannot pregnate their wife. They will blame on Tinubu. So some of them they cannot even feed themselves. They blame on Tinubu. Those that are supposed to be in the village, work in the village like as a farmer, even as a plumber, as a welder, they come to Lagos about that everywhere, riding Okada. They claim people power. The north side of Nigeria, where there's Boko Haram, there's urgency, they are still feeding the south. Why can't we be ashamed of ourselves? You know what I mean? It did not there. That's where they are killing this. That's where most of this insecurity is happening. Still, they are still the one feeding us. What is going on? But we come online, we'll start lying. Yesterday, somebody was lying that it's because Tinubu is a Muslim. That's why the what happened with that is happening. They would lie to their teeth and they know the truth. They will not say it. Enough is enough.
Thank you, my brother, for coming in.
Let's join hands together and support each other.
Yeah, my brother, you see, whenever we discuss.
It's honestly, I'm tired of all these rhetoric. People coming online and say, "Oh, I don't like Tinubu. I don't like Tinubu." Man of Presidio will come here. We say, "Yeah, it's my."
I wasn't here when that was. I wasn't here when that was discussed. I wasn't here. For me, I'm talking about.
It's too much. I'm not saying you should not have your own party. APC is my party, okay? And I love Tinubu with everything in my bone. And if he's doing something wrong, I will say he's doing something wrong. But if the man is doing something right, let's support him.
Yeah, my brother, like me.
So brother, what can you tell us that he has done wrong?
Pardon?
What can you tell us that he has done wrong since he's been president?
To me, what he has done wrong is because he didn't follow the step of the Buhari, and he didn't follow what other former president has been doing by continuing the subsidy.
That was wrong.
I said that's what he did wrong to some people, not to me.
No, for you, what did you think is done wrong as a follower of Tinubu? What do you think? Like, so is it that is perfect in everything since he's been president? What do you think that he did that was wrong that you didn't like?
Say, do you know just the truth? Everything is doing, I like it. I like every single thing he's doing.
Okay, so basically your position is kind of a biased position, right?
Of course, they're biased because everything Atiku says is going to do, that's what Tinubu is doing. Everything Obi says is going to do, that's what Tinubu is doing.
Hold on 1 second, brother. Look, just the way you have the right to fully support Tinubu, regardless of whether his policies are wrong or right. Same way other people have the same right to criticize.
Okay, now let me now ask you. Tell me where has gone wrong so far.
No,
please don't forget. Please hold on, please. Hold on, please.
Sorry, Kenny. Let me say
now. Wait. Don't forget where we are coming from before this man take over. I need you to have that at the back of your mind. You understand? Remember where we're coming from.
Yeah. So this is what I'm saying. Like, you see, when we come on a platform to have a conversation, we should have a debate, a open debate. This is why I don't come here to criticize Tinubu or to support one. I don't do that. I come in.
You can criticize objectively.
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is that I just come in to analyze whatever policy positions that the government have put in place. And if that same policy is not good, I will say, listen, I don't think this is the right policy. And if the policy is good, I say, look, I think this is a very good policy. And we can have a debate, which one way or the other. But if you come here and say, look, everything is done, is perfect, and then you are then at the same breath criticizing people who didn't see anything good in it.
Okay, let's take one by one.
I think the bone of Kenny. I think the bone of contention is not that people should not criticize.
I'm not saying it's not criticize. That's
objectively and not demarketing the country.
Okay, sorry, guys, hold on. Quick question: is a foreigner allowed to have to debate Nigerian issues on the Nigerian platform?
No, they don't allow. They're not.
Should they be allowed to even come in and discuss Nigerian issues?
So who's the foreigner now?
No, I'm asking the question because earlier they said they have Cameroonians coming on the show and trying.
It's not allowed.
I'm only asking the question, like,
of course they are allowed. Of course they are allowed to. Of course they are allowed to debate political issues. Regardless, we come here sometimes, and we debate issues that is about United States of America. Are we Americans? Am I an American? No.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but we do debate issues that covers other nations sometimes.
We talk about Burkina Faso here as well.
Yeah. So we're not from those. We are not from those countries.
I never talk about Burkina Faso because it's not my business.
Burkina Faso is just by the wayside. To be frank with you, if we are discussing Nigeria, because we have seen some other West African country come to this platform, and what they did or the way they did, what they have done is not good. The way the guy talked that day, the way he continued to disparage Nigeria, it's uncalled for.
Let me listen. We cannot be in a position.
Let me finish. I understand. Let me finish. You can never go to any of their platform and they will allow you to disparage their country. Never. They will kick you out immediately. They don't give opportunity. Firstly, most of them, they can speak French. I cannot even speak French. So, but some of them can speak both French and English. And when they come here, some of them have came here before. And the way they disparage the country, there was even one that lied. That is in Nigeria. And of course,
one was here today. One was here today. Two Nigeria allow you to talk.
But that is unfair too. That is unfair. If you are in conclusion, my whole thing is that criticize objectively, stop demarketing your country. Because if other countries are demarketing their country,
your statement don't have definition. What do you describe as demarketing? Just explain it. Let us know.
So many things. Like for example,
is demarketing.
Okay, you will allow me to
this is my belief always, right? That people should be given the platform to express their opinion, not really opinion, to express their own, to put their facts forward. And what I believe that I should have my own set of facts to counter if I'm debating certain policies position. So I don't care if you are from.
So how would you feel if somebody now call you a bigot, trying to abuse your tribe, or telling you that your tribe are the one controlling everything? Everything is one-sided. Is that debating again? That is already personal. That's not the way.
Yeah, but you have to correct.
When you try to listen. When you try to see your own, they say it's because you're tribe man. That is not the way country grow. That's what.
Yeah, but we have to. This is the problem we have sometimes. We criticize our leaders that they have thin skin, that they cannot take criticism, that they are too dictatorial in behavior. We cannot behave like these same leaders. We should be able to submit ourselves to a debate scrutiny. If somebody comes and says, "Oh, it's your tribe that is doing this," I know that factually that is not correct. What I need to do is to prove to that person and say, "Look, in this position and in that position, they're held by some people. In this position or in that position, are held by some people." I don't want to be behaving like the same leaders that I'm criticizing. People that you will call them out, they will come and police. Hold on one second now. They'll come and use
Mr.
police. When you
King,
call them out, they'll come and use police to harass you. We
let me just, I have
we
to
have
be
to rise
factual.
above
Mr. King,
that
can you give
behavior.
me some minutes? Let me just quickly put something. You are talking from, I know you are from Edo, or maybe you are from Delta, or whatever. Let me tell you, my brother, our mindset is quite different. I have to be honest here. You see Yoruba and Igbo, the division among them is like, I don't know the river to describe it. Indeed, I know the angles these guys from West is trying to push things to. And also those guys from East, what they are still trying to push forward. It's like defending, not really a conversation anymore. And that's why they are pissed off. You have to be honest. So we need to find a balance. Every one of us is suffering the failure of governance for many, many years. Not only Tinubu today. But why do we normally come here? Just to give an idea. Like me, I always come here to ask a question. They said education is not good. Tinubu came in, he has released money. People were suffering.
Or is it gone?
It's gone. Yeah. Look, if you look at student loan, the student loan that man gives to the students, they are still complaining. They don't even believe it. They say it's a lie.
Even in the region, there were issues where some schools did not even file for some students. They didn't even go through with it because the government said we didn't even get requests from that region because it was a deliberate attempt to make him look bad. So I'm not really questioning people. If you ask questions, the issue is why you are asking the questions. When you have ulterior motives to be critical about a government, that's where I have issues. And back to having foreigners come on the show. My thing has always been this: all these conversations we can have amongst ourselves as Nigerians. The foreigner that is among that comes in to talk about Nigerian issues, or the one that you run to, doesn't give a damn about your country. He's going to have fun with it, but what do you want him to do? It's not there to prefer solution necessarily. Is here to just catch crews, like they say on the street of or online. That's what to catch crews.
Exactly.
So what is the point of Nakpoti running to BBC or CNN to complain? What is the point? It doesn't make any difference. So my thing is, if you want to talk about this, let's sit amongst ourselves and figure it out. But running to foreigners for validation or to get support or sympathy from them, it does not do our country it doesn't do us any at all. It's what I'm saying. So you can be critical all you want. Just keep it Nigerian, keep the conversation going. But the idea of running to to foreign platforms and it turns tribal real quick. When somebody from a part of the country goes somewhere and say, "Oh, we know where you're from," that is the way they say you people from that part. I'm like, where did you get that from? Somebody from Nigeria said that to them, and they will hold on to that. And that will affect a Nigerian somewhere in one embassy, in one job application somewhere. Somebody will pay for that statement that you're making online. So let's be very careful of the way we talk about the country. We can be critical all we want, but keep it within yourself. Have that talk conversations. But this idea of always running to foreign platforms, I think that they're going to like you more for being critical. Oh, my own tribe is the best. The other ones are terrible. So don't call us Nigerians. We are different. We are unique. When they see you out there, they don't give a damn if you are from the different part of the country. You're still a Nigerian. So you're hurting yourself and you're hurting your own people.
Hey, Babati.
Yeah.
You know what I discovered? You know that non-Africans, like foreigners, like Europeans and Americans and Caribbeans, when they want to dig information about Africa, when they want to kind of research what's going on in Africa or to learn about Africa, do you know that Nigeria is the most researched country among all? You know that Nigeria is where they go research. Like we are the most looked upon, like kind of. So like a lot of them, when I talk to a lot of non-Nigerians, because I live in US now, a lot of Caribbeans, even white, even and when I was talking about Africa, things they talk about is what's going on in Nigeria, like how Nigerians interact, and they talk about the same, you African, but you're very, very tribal, very tribal. And then when I ask them, they start saying, well, the Igbos, the Fulani, the Yoruba, but that's not the whole Africa, man. That's Nigeria. So it's kind of like we're kind of embarrassing the whole continent, to be honest, with our ways, man.
Yeah, but man, I'm saying that of what benefit does it do to Nigeria? telling them you're washing your dirty laundry outside. How does it help the country? What do you think?
To me, no. Let me be fair now. Let me be fair. Like sometimes I think we mistake. Like I've been listening to you guys. Like what Midwest and the other brother, I don't know what they are doing. Guys from Edo, what they are doing, they are not actually demarketing. What they are just trying to do is like kind of point out whatever is wrong, and
Not
they are
those
being
ones
fair.
now, Mike.
But
You
I
know
know
what I'm talking about.
Calm down.
It's that
I know
one,
what
yeah.
you're saying. I know what you're saying. But what has happened is that because of those secessionists, like we have people that are actually playing opposition politics, which is fair and balanced, and they are not demarcating Nigeria. They don't know, but in their midst, they have secessionists. You understand? Those ones, they claim that they are there to play opposition, but what they're actually there to do is we see them. They will say, oh, they will say the same thing like the opposition would say, like, oh, the president is doing something wrong here. But then at the end of it, they will not say the country is bad. The Nigeria break the country. We all know what they really want. They really want. They will say, "Want Nigeria destroyed." If you see them, So those guys, they want to demarcate Nigeria. They believe that's the way to get their new country. So because they are so mixed with the people that actually have good intention. So now someone like Remy now or us here, we become suspicious of almost all of them. You understand? It's like we don't know who is who among them. But they're actual people that just have genuine intention. Their own is they want something good to happen. They want the president to do well. So things they see that's not being done well, they want to talk about it. But now you can't tell. Sometimes you just suspect them to be one of those secessionists. They're actually lying that, oh, what they want is a good country and they're just there to criticize what's being done wrongly. But in reality, what they really want is just Nigeria to destroy, country to break. But they will go and hide under the
for the good of the country.
They will mix up with the ones that actually they're trying to do this. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. They see those opposition of the government as their friend to use to achieve what they want, which is a secession. So it's like a mixed crowd. But the actual people that are genuine, what they need to start learning how to do is just separate themselves from those people that their intention is really not about anything. You see them now, they will say, most of them are even on that, they're the one that even destroy Obi's campaign. Because the actual obedience, they also are just playing politics for Obi to be president. But then they have their appropriations in their midst, where they will say, oh, Obi should be president. Under the same breath, we want Biafra. So which one do you want? Do you want presidency or Biafra? So you understand what I'm saying? So those, and so that's where the issue is. That's why for Midwest and the other guy, they get frustrated when people like Remy respond to them with, that, oh, no, you're here to demarcate. It's very suspicious, So I think that's where we find ourselves. So those secessionists,
can I come in?
Even those, and those, to be fair, those secessionists are not only Southeast, and there are some Yoruba nation people too that do it. They are secessionists, but they will play, they will act that they are playing opposition, and they will demarcate Nigeria in the name of secession. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, all this thing we are talking, I mean, a lot of people here are very callous about it. We have a lot of hypocrites here. So let's not make it like one-sided. Everybody, I mean, I myself, I do that sometimes. So we shouldn't come here and be like Father Christmas, innocent or whatever. Everybody's contributing to the direction of that country when it comes to tribal narrative. So you can't just come here like, you are the righteous one.
MOP. MOP.
What?
Do you see?
the righteous one?
Let me ask Mike. Let me ask him because I asked him every week on this show.
I just told you about the Yoruba people too.
Yeah. Let me ask MOP once again because every week I have to check in. MOP. Last week I asked you, do you still believe that the Lagos Calabar road is still AI generated and it's fake?
So you have to go there, right?
You told me that it was fake last week. Now I have to ask you again this week to see if something has changed.
I've seen a little bit of, but it's not as much as you're making it. You're kind of exaggerated it. I mean, yeah, there's some work being done, depending on the angle where you are right now.
No, man of you already reached on those things, but those ones has not been concrete yet. So
it's
you
in
go
process.
to
It's in process.
Yeah, it's in progress, but there's some part.
Remy,
there's some
calm
part
down. I don't have more time. I'm in the car.
But it's not AI, MOP. But it's not AI anymore.
No, it's not AI. I take the word back.
Okay, yeah, move on that one.
Take my word back.
That's the respect I have for this guy. Whenever
I can take my word back if I'm wrong.
He will admit it. He will admit.
So, but the point I'm trying to make, I came in because of one point.
you was making. I mean, I can come here and criticize about Nigeria. It's all for betterment of Nigeria. I mean, sometimes I kind of banter, okay? I like to banter sometimes, you know, that's how I am. But am I serious on that case? Maybe not. But sometimes I'm serious. But what I will not tolerate, have any foreigner to come here, you know, and disgrace Nigeria. I will not tolerate that, you know. I mean, because most of them come here, they just come here to denigrate Nigeria. Let us solve our problem. It's an internal issue. We have to resolve it. I mean, that's my perspective when it comes to Nigeria. I know.
But
I just want to make that comment.
Mano Prasi, but I've seen this guy from Ghana. They always come to market Nigeria all the time. But you always align with the guy.
No, there was a guy that was here today. I think
that
was
guy, Vin
Remy
Max,
said
whatever
something
his
to
name
him,
is.
and I say something to him. No, we don't do that. Nigeria is ours. You can come if you are talking about Africa generally. That's different. We can talk about how bad Africa is, but you can't leave your state alone and come back to Nigeria, which is not, you know, which you can't even compare to. So they just come here to catch cruise. I mean, for me personally, I want to rebel as much as I know we can do better. You know, like I said, sometimes I try to say the truth, sometimes I try to banter. You know, that it's just my personality. But anyway, I just want to make that comment, you know, because it's something that touched me about having foreigners coming here to talk about Nigeria. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you, y'all. I'm done. And you'll continue.
Okay, let me
I'll
just
listen while I'm going where I'm going.
Let me make my final statement before I think it's been a good session, and I appreciate the fact that people can understand that Nigeria is one of the countries in Africa, and either we like it or not, Nigeria is blessed to be the signpost or to be the poster country for Black people globally. So there's this thing in Africa that we should always understand. We are still growing. I'm not going to talk about Africa now, Nigeria. And like I always say, right, it is the right of every opposition not to see anything good. Just like myself, right? I will never see anything good. I do not see anything good. I do not intend to see anything good in Donald Trump and Republican. It is okay. But it's not to say that I won't see anything good in America. That would be so unfair. So opposition will be opposition. Politicians will be politicians. And people should understand the fact that they need to always. Tinubu is not Southwest. Tinubu is not APC. Tinubu is not an entire region. In the same region, we have PDP, we have Labour Party, we have other political parties, even in the same families, right? You have different political leanings, and they are still of the same region. So when people speak most of the time, and I will keep repeating this, when people speak most of the time about politicians, and you want to resort to, oh, you are talking about a region, how does that a politician become a region? It doesn't make any sense to me. And like I will always say it, right? Anybody should have the right to hate Tinubu, just like I will have the, because he's a Yoruba man. You have the right to hate him as much as you can, because he's a Yoruba man. As much as I have the right to love him as much as you hate him, because he's a Yoruba man. If I do not have any reason again to love Tinubu, but because he's a Yoruba man, that is my valid and a very legitimate reason to love him, because you hate him for the same reason. So don't say I'm tribal. Don't say I'm bigoted, right? When you are doing the same thing to protect your own person. Because at the end of the day, we know they are not all in convent. At the end of the day, we know they are all not, in the church or in the mosque. They are politicians. And the first order of politicking is your self-interest. It is your interest and your ambition that will drive your goal, that will tell people that, okay, believe in my goals, believe in my ambition. Then you try to extrapolate it to, okay, the good of the people at the end of the day, right? So when you say, when the politician comes to set national platform to say politicians should be jailed or politicians should be fined because of some certain policy you want to introduce, and I say start by that politician, because so far so good. People can Google it. Everything we say, you can fact check it. Is the only Nigerian, or probably one of the few Nigerian politicians, whose name, as of now, this minute, this second, appears and is still on Pandora list. Go and learn what they do with Pandora list and why his name is there.
Saraki was there as well. Anybody? Saraki was there as well.
Oh, Saraki was there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so and Saraki too. So you can go and say you will buy Saraki because, and you know, if your name is on Pandora, Putin's name is on Pandora list. Most the corrupt politicians globally, their names are on the Pandora list because what they stash so much state funds in tax haven and where they will not be able to be traceable. So if you say because of corruption you want people to buy, or you want politicians to buy, I say start with him. Start with him. At least you can start as the example. Go and pick Ganduje too, because he was stopping money in his Babariga, or any convicted politician so far. As far as I'm concerned, right now, today, this minute, this second, Tinubu has never been convicted of any crime in Nigeria. He was tried under Jonathan. He was tried under OBJ. There's this famous picture where Tinubu was in the dock, where he was looking up wearing a blue kaftan, right? That was Jonathan's regime that he was being tried under the code of conduct bureau. So he has been tried. So until he is convicted, right, you do not have the right to say he's corrupt. But we know somebody already that his name is on the Pandora list, and that is the list that contains the name of the most corrupt politicians in the world. So when I say start with him, I did not make a mistake to say start with him. So I don't know when you say, because I say start with him, and then you say I'm talking tribal. And once again, if you hate Tinubu because he's Yoruba man, I have the right to protect him because he's Yoruba man. That's the way I would say it. And Obi people too, they have the right to stand toe to toe with anybody to say this man is our own. If he's the worst, if you think he's the worst, right? We choose him as our leader, and we choose him as our
But just don't deny that you are doing it. Is the problem. Don't, when you do it, just don't deny that you do it.
But don't deny. Okay, God bless you, Babati. But don't deny because you are trying to say competent character. No, don't do that. Let's stay on, because in 2027, Babati, this 2027 election, everybody is going to wear. We are going to wear Versace and Gucci and all the designers of bigotry and tribal. Toe to toe, we are going to play the politics as Nigerians really want it to be played, because there's nothing like anything competence in any of the leaders. We know they're all politicians. Shiwore is there crying all over the place. He's not a part of the system. He has never been in government. But when you talk about, let's look at Shiwore, they will say, oh, he has never been in any office. But you are breaking one of the people who is a part of the establishment, who are the state governor, who has issues of corruption, who is on Pandora list, and you say you want Nigeria, a new Nigeria. You are not ready yet. So this is just the way I would say it. Thank you.
Can I counter the guy, please? Just a minute. Okay, let's.
Are you not driving again?
No, I'm not driving. I'm not driving. I just stop somewhere.
Anybody don't talk
I'm
now.
not driving. No, let me counter this guy just a minute, because it's
Anybody don't talk now.
yeah, it's fine with me. I mean, everything you said, I agree. We have, everybody has their own political interest. There's nothing wrong with that, boy.
God bless you.
Guys call it tribal or whatever. But the issue I have with, the last comment, it's untrue. It's just bending the fact. What am I saying there? You said Tinubu has not been convicted. That's factual, right?
No,
and
it's not. It's never been
Yes,
convicted.
I said it's factual. You're right.
Okay.
Just a speculation that Bodlam, embezzling money or whatever. But you went to Obi and make it like Obi has been convicted. No, Obi has not been convicted.
No.
Even
I said his name. I said his name or his son.
Okay, but that's not a conviction.
No, and I challenge you. No, underline this, and I challenge you.
Hold on, even at all, there's a parallel to something about Pandora paper. Let's talk about this Panama. Let's talk about this Panama, something we're talking about. Romney, now in USA, very, very vast money come to American politics. Romney, has a lot of money invested in the Panama Pandora paper, up to account, and that has never disqualified him. So why would that convict Obi? I'm not saying it's right. It's part of invasion of tax. Yeah, a lot of rich people do it, but they can't use that to convict Obi like he's the worst of Nigerian politician. So that's why I have an issue with your comment. But every other comment you made, I agree with you.
No, I didn't say he was convicted. This is the point that I was making, because, like, I think it was last week. I had to go. I think if I see the documentary, right, MOP, I'll send it to one man, and people can go and watch it. When I watched the documentary of the Pandora list, oh my God, look, the worst of the global politicians, the very crazy. Imagine you can have Putin on the same in the same documentary. And this is what I'm saying. I'm not saying, look, we are talking of politicians here, and I keep repeating it. These are politicians, number one, before anything at all. These are politicians, right? So I would not put my life on the line for any politician, including Tinubu. Now, first of all, it's not my principal, but I will not say because I like him and I'll put my life on line for him, because politicians are politicians. If a politician cannot even give you his word that I'm going to stay in this same political party, come rain, come sunshine, regardless of the situation, either positive or negative, I will stay in this political party. And the politician goes on rostrum and everywhere, and he promised almost everybody, even his political benefactor, the top of them, even his political godfather, the top of them. And eventually, he has not just actually broken that promise, right? He has broken it severally. So on that alone, how would you want me to bend my knee for any politician? So this is the fact. Do not say, I said, why would you say you want politicians to be quiet? And I said, make an example of yourself first. Because I saw that Pandora thing and I was shaking my head. Man of Prestige, I believe you can go and check it too. Go and check it now. It's on YouTube now. I think it's on Netflix. The Pandora, I forgot but I think I'll find it and send it to one man, and people can actually go and watch the Pandora, because people say they want a good nation. But when you watch
when you say Pandora, is this something pertaining to specifically Obi, or the whole people that invest in Pandora? Is it specifically Obi? How much he did or whatever? What are you talking about?
The Pandora is a documentary of how politicians siphon money, loot money, and how they keep the money in tax haven and hide the money from being traced. So that is the essence of that Pandora. So they mentioned there are so many. It's like a certain investigative journalist actually did that job. So when you look at the content of that, and somebody is trying to tell you, preaching from a myopic approach, that, oh, this person is so clean, and you are hearing that person being mentioned on the Pandora list, that defeats the entire. It's counterproductive to the entire argument or the baseline of the abstract of such debate. That is what I think, and that is what.
Okay, my point to all what we are talking about, when it comes to Nigerian politics, I believe most Nigerians are corrupt. So I may be coming from sentimental point of view that Obi is the less of is the less of the evil of the candidate. I mean, that's my own opinion.
I want to quickly say something here. You see, when that Pandora paper came out, right?
Yeah.
And the Icelandic prime minister's name was there. The man resigned from office because of that.
I think there are 3 heads of state. 3 heads of state that resigned.
David Cameron, who was the British prime minister at the time, he was not him, His father was discovered to have money in that. Was also, his father's name appeared. The prime minister apologized.
God bless you.
He apologized for that. But people were not telling me today, oh, it doesn't matter. I said, look, it's going to be our own chief, so we're going to support him. That was what I thought.
Okay, wait a minute, progressive. If that's the case, why not Nigeria, the EFCC or DS? Why not them investigate as much as people talk about Obi? I'm not saying you didn't do it. I don't have far to back. Hold on. I don't have far to back what I'm saying. But why can't they investigation? Obi is the most talk about politician. Let's be realistic. Even I thought Tinubu is the president. Obi is the most talk about politician, whether for good or for bad in this country. We all know it. The DSS should go after him. That's my point.
Okay, let me tell you what. Man of prestige. The thing is, sorry, just draw a second before I leave. Man of prestige, Obi, right? Don't forget, Obi is part of the system. Forget all these things you are seeing on the social media. Obi, Atiku, Tinubu, Amechi, Ngige, all of them, they all belong to the same WhatsApp group. But on Obi's issue, right? Why would any incumbent party, right, or Tinubu go after their most useful weapon in the opposition's camp? Because take it or leave it, let's be honest with the fact, and let's look at it politically now, from the political angle, right? Obi is not a threat, right? It's not a threat to APC. Neither is he a threat to Tinubu. It's a strategic asset. It's a proxy spoiler, right? Obi is a proxy spoiler, perfectly, perfectly engineered to cannibalize PDP's base. So when you know that Obi is there, that anytime Obi is on the ballot, it's going to cannibalize PDP's stronghold, just like he did in 2023. Would you be working against people like that? So the thing is that the game is hold on. The thing is that when never interrupt your opponent when they are busy imploding. So Obi will rather be on the radar in the circulation to continue doing what he needs to do. I'm saying politically now, from the political angle. They will never. It is better for them to let him do what he needs to do for them, to continue to implode and continue to cannibalize PDP's number, where PDP would have won. Because imagine if Obi was not on the ballot in the last election. Let's just look at it for a second. If Obi was not on the ballot in the last election, Atiku would have swept entire Southeast, 1. Atiku would have swept the entire South-South, 2. Atiku would have swept almost the entire North Central. Tinubu would have by maybe 12 noon of that election. So now Tinubu would have been dusted far, to the curbs. So this is what Obi is doing, and is very good. So, but on the Pandora thing, let's just forget about anything. But go and people, if you have time, you read some time, Abi, go and check it out now. And this is the fact. And then when people say it's clean, it's clean, it's clean, I keep asking the question. He did not run a local government election for 7 years, 10 months that he was governor. What was he doing with the funds meant for the local government administration? Where was he keeping the fund meant for the local government administration when he did not conduct election for local government administration for 7 years and 10 months? Where was he doing with the funds? Where did he keep the funds?
Can I interject? Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, go ahead and talk.
Okay. Yes. I don't support Tinubu, Obi, or Atiku, but I will not be biased on who is winning and what strategy they are using. Now, what is good for the goose is also good for the gander. This is the first thing that Obi said that I'll give him kudos to. This is the first thing that he has said. And let's not pretend like, because I don't know, but when I came here, what I heard was the one punishment that he said. Obi gave multiple punishments. He said some people will serve jail time, some people will serve 10 years, some people, they will unalive them. It depends on how much they stole and the severity of the crime. So there are multiple options. Now, if Obi really has these cases, by now, EFCC would have carried him and EFCC would have posted something about him. The same way that they are doing with every other single person that they are trying to get into a PC party, like Okowa. They will come for you and then they will use that one to bring you to that party because they are trying to form one party system. We can all see that. So if they have something on Obi, then by now they would have released it or come for him. Even after he just made this last statement, I believe if he's really serious about this presidential candidacy, he should add more fuel to that fire that he said. He can even add things like saying that he will change the constitution or all those immunity that they have, that they will remove it. Those votes that he has lost in Southeast, he will gain them back. Ordinarily, these punishments that they say they want to unalive corrupt politicians, he will gain votes from the Southwest. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. And the last option will be the North. Those will be the deciding factor. This kind of statement, if he continues with it, he's going to gather in more followers and he's going to remove also race followers. That's no doubt about it. Nigerians, forget that you will see people like this one that used to follow Sheyi Tinubu up and down that calls himself a comedian. I can't remember his stupid name. Nigerians are hungry. It is not like they like the Nigerian politicians. If you remove all Nigerian politicians, Nigerians will cannibalize them. Nigerians want blood. The only thing protecting Nigerian politicians is their security. Let them remove it for one day and let them lock their private jets. Those people will not survive that country. But because of hunger, People are bending the knee. People are supporting.
So, brother, do you think Tinubu is corrupt?
I know he's corrupt.
Okay, so has he been convicted anytime? Because I want to apply the same standard you apply to Obi now.
He has allegations against him, and he
So
has
has he been
connections.
convicted? An allegation is not an allegation.
Does Obi have allegations? Does Obi have allegations against him?
Yes, he does.
Right.
So why
what's
is
the
it different
standard
standard?
of measure? So what's the standard of measure?
Okay, that's a disingenuous. We all know the difference. We all know the difference.
We all
know who has more connection, and we all know who has more power. But let me just
look, guy, look, this is why you always struggle here. You just come here and you made these wild statements, just incoherent, nothing. They told you now, you know what the Pandora paper is. It's nothing. It's not a Nigerian-led something. It's an international expose. And Obi, along with 5 other Nigerians, were the only names there. Tinubu's name was not there. Peter Obi was caught with a 250 million naira in his number 7 aerodrome at Papa when he was governor. That's publicly known. There is nothing of that magnitude towards Tinubu, and you are telling us Tinubu is categorically criminal, even though he has no conviction. But Peter Obi, with the plethora of indictable allegations, you are telling us that it's a clean man. I mean, just
can I respond? Can I respond?
Yeah, but don't go long and winding, and don't go all this emotional
it's very
that you always do.
I like that we are live and we have plenty of viewers. First of all, the question was, is Tinubu corrupt? And why that question was asked has nothing to do with anything that I said, because I wasn't pointing out about who is corrupt. I was pointing out about the punishments.
No, you were saying if there were indictable allegations against Peter Obi, then he would have been convicted. So he would have been dragged across the coal. So you are granting him absolution. But then Akin then asked you if Tinubu is corrupt, and you say yes, we all know. Don't be saying we all know. You know, but I don't know that it's corrupt because it's not been indicted. So.
Tinubu and Peter Obi, they are birds of the same feather. You know,
how
we can use
how so?
I'm not interrupting you now.
No, how so?
When you use alpha beta, you are just trying to distract me because this has
how so?
This is just. Can I? Okay, is this going to be your strategy?
You made a statement, so how so?
Okay, is this going to be your strategy where I try to talk and keep
interjecting?
So that is your strategy. That is your current strategy.
If you are not able to back that statement up,
so your current strategy is to not let me speak.
How are they birds of the same feather?
Your current strategy is to continue to interject.
Forget strategy. Look, all these things, you're not wicked enough to be witty. You're not clever enough to be clever. So just stay consistent. Tinubu and Peter Obi are birds of the same feather. How so? How so?
We can use alphabet as an example.
Cute. You're not cute enough to be clever. So just stay consistent with where you are.
So you won't let me talk?
Yeah, so how so?
You won't let me talk. Can I speak now?
Yes, speak, but be a bit sharp about it though. Don't go long and winding and all this whatever it is, just emotional, whatever it is that you do.
What is going on now? All this
it's this guy, man. He's just the most ridiculous of persons.
So
He'll just come and make the most ludicrous of statements.
So you won't let me talk.
Is this solid?
Okay, solid talk.
Because I can see the strategy is he's trying to take me off track so that I won't finish what I was saying. Let's talk about now. We can use alphabet as an example. You yourself, one man, went to another person's platform and said that Tinubu is categorically corrupt. That video is still on that man's page and he plays it all the time. You said it yourself. Okay, I never came here and said that Obi is not corrupt. So I don't know why you launched that question against me. If you also asked me that same question, I would have said yes. They are birds of the same feather, meaning that they don't just directly steal money. They siphon it in different ways where they can use it to their benefits. Basically using state funds to enrich themselves. What is the difference? You just tried to take me off track because I was going somewhere. And you tried to distract the people from the topic.
Okay, can you go to the place you were going? Can you go to the place you were going just now?
Sorry, what did you say?
Can you go to the place? You say you were going somewhere. Can you go? Can you go there now?
Okay, yes. So I'm giving kudos to Obi, and if he continues to go this way and this route, continues to pour more fuel in the fire, I believe he may have a chance to beat Tinubu because Nigerians want blood. Forget all these things that they are doing and showing fake support. They are just hungry. If you remove all the security, they will show you their true selves. Nigerians are very hungry, and we know what Nigerians will do when they are hungry. Thank you.
So let me. Hold on. Let me get.
I don't support any of them. I just give my strategic view.
So
if you ask me right now, I'll say Tinubu is going to win this election. Does it mean I support Tinubu?
I get you, Soli, but I'm saying, why will a politician continue to pour fire in the very thing that will also consume him? Because if you say, if I hold on now.
Can do it. Why can't be
hold on now. If you say they are the best of the same feather, and somebody is also, and the same person will be speaking against corruption and they should be unalived, that means it will also affect him as well. So where's incentive for him to continue to preach that message?
Well, when Tinubu said that if he doesn't give us electricity, that we should not vote for him for second term, these people lie. That is my point. They lie. So if Obi can go ahead and continue to lie like this, yes, he has a chance. Did Tinubu not lie? Why are you guys not criticizing him? Why are you focusing?
Sorry, hold on 1 second. So you see, this is one of the problem here, right? So when you came on, this were your statement. You said Obi taking that position is very good, and because there've never been an indictment against him, regardless of the Pandora's paper, nobody can hold anything against him because he's never been indicted. So, and we try to say, okay, if just because a politician have never been indicted, so which of them are you going to honor life? The ones that have never been indicted. How do you then honor life someone that has never been indicted or someone that has not been found guilty of any crime? How do you honor life such person?
Okay, the reason why I said so is because that has been their strategy. If we look at the past antecedents recently, they have been using cases like this to ensnap people into their party, right? If they had something.
Okay, Soli, 1 second, please. Soli, 1 second, please. So, Soli, hold on. I want to quickly say something. So, what I'm getting from you now is that you don't mind to be lied to. It's just who lied to you that matters. That's all.
Is that not the Nigerian space? I'm not here to come and I'm doing proper analysis.
So you don't mind to be lied to. It's just that you don't want Tinubu to lie to you. You prefer Obi to tell you lies.
No, I said if you paid attention, I said what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Just because
so what difference does it make then? If they are both liars and they are both corrupt, yes. Why are we even discussing them in the first place? So there's no point to even talk about them.
No, I think the idea of politics is that there has to be some element of fibbing going on. However, it depends on what they actually do. That is what determines how nations how they treat their leaders. If a leader goes on to rule very well, no matter how lying they are, and sometimes even how brutal they are, the people are still willing to forgive them. Yes. So it tells you that it's important what they actually deliver. My issue with the president right now is the areas that he is delivered on. That said, there are moves that he's making now. Nuclear bomb. Appear, can you stop it? That appears to be
nuclear bomb.
See, I can't believe you are here. You have been so quiet. How are you so civil?
All right, play with you, I beg.
Look at that. You've been so civil today. What happened now, Mike? So there are areas that he seems to be moving in the right direction, like the forest guard bit. If these 130,000 are new recruits, new boots, I say that is positive. And he seems to be talking about forming a security. They want to have a security summit, which I think they've already had before. But
do we have details on that, by the way? Can they carry weapons? And what is their jurisdiction?
For me, it doesn't matter if they carry stick, is good enough. My point
is
that
not good enough.
There will be harm.
Yes, for me, the point is that you have people everywhere. If you have people everywhere, if something happens, they'll report to everybody everywhere too. That is, you want to deny people space. That is the key thing. Now, the UK police doesn't carry police gun everywhere they go, but whenever you call them, they are there. That's it. That it's only when they see that there's firearm case involved, then they send a specialist firearms team.
For that, you know, you're a security expert. Do you think 130 is enough to cover?
No, definitely not enough.
So give us a number. How many?
You need a minimum of about 1 million in total.
Including
the Nigerian military. Yes.
Robert T, for me, I have my opposition against this federal, because the federal forest guard. I think for me, I don't like the idea that it's coming from the federal government. I would have preferred to be state by state, because at the end of the day, it's just going to be a scheme that they're just going to manipulate, just the way they manipulate the current Nigerian police system. So the area where
it appears like they are sidestepping the state police thing. But
I think it is state based though. The people that are going to be employed are going to be from that state.
It doesn't work like that. You know, it doesn't work like that.
I think anyway, but I know somebody that was from Bayelsa that went to Warri, so I don't know. So they could cross borders.
But that is a problem. You see, this is what I'm saying. What they should have done is just even if you want to fund it, but just make it be a state-based forest guard system whereby
don't we have hold on, progressive? Don't we have Amotekun and all those?
Yeah, so why not?
Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying.
Why can't they use the local chiefs and local kings to run
local there now? We have.
No, that's what I'm saying. They should let the local kings and local chiefs run the administer the, the security, because they know the environment. They've been there for thousands of years. Everybody knows the history of their forest, the history of their. But what they do in Nigeria is they create all these so-called security architects and start hiring one graduate from somewhere to come and run it. A person that doesn't know this place. You understand? But these people, they know their territory. Before Nigeria was created, who put anybody where to enter another tribal land so they go commit crime? They know you are not even from there when you enter the place. They know who's from which community, who's from which house, who's from which. If you enter my village now, I will tell you which
Mike,
but you are using intellectuals to be running everything.
No. It is the state that will provide the vigilante that they will train for the forest guard. The federal government will only provide the fund, the money.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Even the state themselves, they are not the state governors themselves. They are not using the local chiefs and local kings to run the.
No, I think like our Moteku in Southwest, probably they will push them to the forest and they will.
But you can't, Remy. You can then have both now. See that you can't have a Motekun, a Beloba, then another agency now. The same forest.
Those forest guys will be harmed to teeth, real gun.
I don't understand this.
That's what they are good. They are going to give them real gun.
No, Remy. The point is that we are saying that if you have all these local hunters, just train them.
You
already have them there.
Of the people who come from there, okay? Because I don't think you can go.
How are you sure? One guy that went to Polytechnic, no matter move on.
Which kind of training are you talking about? From training, I think our problem in Nigeria is that we just want to train people how to fight, how to shoot, and we send them how to go and secure. What we need to do is train people on how to gather intelligence and
live in the forest. I don't think it's for those people.
How to investigate environment, how to investigate issues, all those things where how to
Mike, that's my concern. I wish they will pull, because I don't think they will even pull for Magbeloba or all those local. I think they will ignore them. They'll just find some of these graduates and they will just put them in the security service.
No,
exactly.
Babati, they will find their own task.
And a lot of people they will hire will be criminals on the environment too. Because they don't know them.
Babati and Mike, I have a question. Is there any bill going on that they want to create a federal forest ranger?
Yeah, I think
not bill. They have already given them the go ahead to
what?
1,200 forest guard will be trained throughout Nigeria, and they'll be
1,000.
It's 3,500 per state.
So no, it's not up to that.
Look at this one. It's something I read.
Wait, guys. Has this thing passed through the National Assembly, or
I think it has? I think it has.
Do we have a new do we have any report that you can pull up?
What's that now? Who is driving or something?
Let's see. Let's see whether we can pull the person.
I think it's Mike. Let me mute him. Hold on. Let me find it to mute him.
Do you have any story that we can, in regards to? I don't.
You want me to find the story? Okay, I'll find the story.
That is your department now, your security. So if you
one other story that is very important. Maybe this is why we are so mumuish.
We are
let me give you one more story that I didn't know about. I just
not
found
that
out
one on this. Hold on now. No.
How do you know what I want to talk about?
No, because we don't have details about this
go ahead.
forest guard. I'm just because you said over 100,000, 35 per state, and
it's about 2,000 per state.
Look at Ekiti now. They only need about 5 or 10 people there. They don't need any 1,000.
How is so sure?
To be
honest with you guys, you see that move. So now let me say this real quick. You see that move? It tells me that your leaders are Oludo. You want to train people, give them to be patrolling forest. What you need to do, instead of doing all that, is to train a bunch of spies and put them in every environment to be spying on the environment. Just spy what was going on there. You understand? What number one thing you need is intelligence gathering, not a bunch of guys in uniform walking around, because criminals know when to watch.
Mike, that is not what they are meant for. This when they kidnap people and banditry, they always take them to
the problem with Mike is that Mike is like you don't even know
they will buy your forest gas.
Mike, it's like
they will open fire on your forest gas.
Mike, you don't even understand the landscape of Nigeria. You're gonna go drown.
I want to ask one question.
Hold on. Babati, let me finish this one, right? This is why I'm against this. Not that like I'm totally against it, but imagine now you're going to share equal number to every state, and then you want to give Lagos the same. You're going to give Lagos. Which forest are they going to guide in Lagos State?
They don't think when they do things in that country. They don't think.
Go to Vigilante in Lagos, Vigilante or what they call it. You know, recently I saw a video. A typical vigilante in Lagos. You know those who that constitute them and they give them go. They are the what do you call it, Agberus. They put them there. Come and see the way they are.
Why do people keep talking about drones all the time? Like drones are going to go and arrest anybody. Mike is talking about security guards.
Tonight, do you know that Nigeria already started producing area drone for combat?
Remy, you want to take us to where we don't know now.
Look at that. You want to be afraid.
Guys. Let us talk about this forest. This thing.
We are talking about it now. Look at it now. I'm giving you the information now.
Because states, according to our constitution, especially the 1979 constitution, now state owns all those reserve forests. Now, when state own reserve forest and they are even the one having the land art use, how come that federal is the one that is taking it upon themselves to guide the reserve? Just like how come they are the one? No, Tinubu disappoint me if it. Oh my goodness, this is
okay.
Can we get? Can you read the story? Can we have a readout first before we comment?
I think the problem with the state is that they.
So the states can have between 2,000 to 500, 5,000 of forest gas per state. So like Ekiti now can have, they can decide to have 2,000. The one a place like Kanu, have 5,000. But I think they need far more than that. But the purpose is to occupy space. You can have intelligence all you want, but if you cannot get there, it's of no use. Like when you hear that the bandits are operating from 9
a.m.
I
apologize.
want to ask a question.
No,
how many people talking at the same time?
Hold on, please. Can you look at the next line? It said the equipment and training will be supervised by the Office of the National Security Advisor. That's a mistake right there. Did you see the problem right there?
Why is that a problem?
It's supposed to be state, not federal now.
But it's supervised because you can't keep have militias inside country.
They don't trust all these
Nigerian
tribes now.
central power is too weak.
So before you know, if they keep power to all these states, they will start creating
look at the
my
he said,
hold
on, please. He said recruitment.
Like Nigerian people now create secessionist army, you know.
Oh, look at that. So you guys are not interested there.
That is the reason. Mike got it right. So
look at that.
I
support the federal government looking into it because you can't have states. States are very, very arbitrary. They can't.
You don't trust your own people to.
Oh no, not at this level. The federal government needs to be stronger for the states to do this type of things. In America, I don't think the federal government is very strong in America, so they can afford to do what they are doing.
And the reason why I asked is, okay, on that one I'll give you because I'm from Ogun State now. We have bordering, and it has to do with border towns too, because you have all the with neighboring countries, so you must also train them how to deal with insurgency coming from outside the country. So it depends on the location of where the state is. You might need more personnel in Ogun than Ekiti, of course.
But yeah. So, where Tinubu is getting it wrong. So for somebody that have advocated so long for federal system, a proper true federalism, what he should be fighting for now is state police. If as soon as we have state police in that country, the responsibility fall on any governor to protect his state. Most of them now just have
you heard what the man just said now. Remy, hold on.
That what
you heard what Fofana just said, that they don't even trust you to recruit personnel. How will they trust you with the police?
You're not going to listen to Fofana because like how you listen to Fofana.
I know. Well, I'm asking you. No.
If someone like Abari may become governor,
what is your problem?
Exactly. So that means that Tinubu is not ready to give us the police then.
They are ready to give state police, but because
why are they coming up with this one? Just do state police.
There's no trust. Nobody trusts anybody in that country. That's what the problem is.
Let's say it one by one. When we talk about forest guard, even when we're before in the southwest, those people that are forest guard in the southwest before, they are those people that have, apart from Dingon, they're also good in local harms, juju or whatever. You cannot put Babati or Mike to go and be a forest guard or someone like that.
Juju they work. What Juju they do? See, look at what.
No. I think they are also going to complement immigration in terms of border control also. Don't you think so?
Remy,
we have a lot of porous border in Nigeria now. Look at
Thomas, you want to say something?
Yeah, who wants to say something?
To be honest, man, let me tell you. The problem.
May I ask who is putting me?
I think the number one problem in Nigeria is, first of all, they don't even investigate anything that happens. They haven't been doing investigation of every crime, everything. So if you don't do investigation, how can you know the nature of things that you are dealing with? So you won't decide how to, approach and deal with it. You don't know. We just speculate. We just say that, oh yeah, these people are some. Everything we talk about is just based on speculation. He says there's no actual investigation that takes place by Nigerian states. When things happen, they don't go and do thorough investigation to get to the bottom of how it happened, what happened, the nature of how the things is going on. They don't do that. So we don't have intelligence. That's number one.
Are you sure about that?
They don't. They never come to us to explain most of the things that happen in Nigeria. The Nigerian state never come out to us to give us details of findings of how it happened, what happened, the nature of it.
They know that why it happened.
Everything we learn that's going on is on social media.
You have senator representatives now. You
have what?
You have representatives. They know about it, so they cannot come on TV every single day and tell Nigerians what is going on with the security in Nigeria.
No. We are talking about the nature of things that are happening. They don't break it down. In America, for example,
one second. You see, what about that crypto guy that escaped? Have they told us anything about that one since then?
The crypto guy.
Yeah,
we are talking about a crime that happened to a community. They never come out to give us details.
I'm saying, like,
so that way the community everybody can understand what happened. So at least everybody can start thinking, okay, this is what happened, this is the nature of things, the thing that happened. then people can even have ideas of ways to prevent it and be proactive to, prevent similar things happening again. But we don't know that just when something happens now, if I can enter Nigeria now and just go and commit massacre somewhere and sneak out, and the next day they will just say everybody all give their own opinion. Oh yeah, Fulani has come and kill people. They don't do the investigation to say, okay, we did thorough investigation. We find out it was one guy that sneaked in. It was this. They don't give us. They don't bring anything.
Mike, go ahead in Nigeria and try. Whether they will not catch you, we do not catch you. No,
what I'm saying, most of the things that's happened, it was the US. This not even me.
I don't know why Remy is saying that, because all these so-called bandits that come, they barely catch any one of them.
Exactly, they don't even investigate
them. I don't know. They get away like ninjas.
They never catch anybody.
They don't do forensic investigation to give a thorough.
Any of them when they are actually in
Mike,
operation.
they do.
Because it's not even about catching. They don't even give investigation to give us detail. Even sometimes in America, for example, when they don't catch the criminal, but they will tell us exactly how the criminal came and this, but they will say, but they don't know the person, but they give us details of how it happened. But yes, they will do something called they will interrogate. Hold on, they will interrogate everyone in that environment, kind of like just to get in the initial gathering of how the crime happened, and then they can now come and tell us that this is how this crime happened, step by step, or things like that.
Mike,
but in Nigeria, we don't hear anything, man. They don't tell us nothing.
You are going too far. You are going too far. Listen, these people they will kidnap somebody. They will use phone call to communicate with the family of the person. After that, the person will still go up. The money, where do they? I'll keep asking, where are they paying this money to? Are they just
exactly?
Like
that information. Thank you. That's what I'm telling you. The Nigerians, they don't investigate anything. And let me tell you secret, because I spoke with a person that was a police officer, and he said, listen, the money that the investigation costs money. That money meant for investigation, somebody don't chop on. Imagine like something happened now. Now they know that if they have to investigate, it's going to cost 500,000 naira. Somebody knows that they could chop the money now. Why would I spend this money to go investigate when I can steal the money? So that's what is happening. Investigation costs money. So Nigerian number one problem is corruption. That's the number one.
This is why we should have state police.
Mike, no, the state police are those ones that go chop money now. Where they go take use investigate.
No. The governor will hold them accountable. The governor will be able to hold them accountable.
So the president, so who's supposed to hold accountable right now is not holding accountable. So it's another Nigeria because his name is governor. You do different.
Allow someone else to talk.
Go ahead.
So the thing is this, you understand? It's not as if they don't investigate. It's more of political power to implement, to execute. See, the community where people hire Odua Congress people, you understand, OPC, you understand, to secure them. Go and ask very well. Those communities are secured. It is only where they chase people away, suddenly they are not secured. As I speak to you in Ekiti, there are some areas where people gather themselves to secure themselves because Ekiti now, especially around the Ekiti North area, when you go to Itapa, Ikole, and area, all those areas, there was a time it was hot. It took some people to gather themselves together and started securing themselves, ignoring everything. Although they had the backing of the governor. So now, if people on the streets can arrange themselves to secure themselves, how can we say government lack all those things? So what we are talking about, this intelligence gathering report, it's not that difficult. Someone raised a very critical issue now that, okay, they are paying money to their account. It's not difficult to know the account they are paying money to be honest with you. You understand? It's just because when you arrest some of these people, you hand over to the police. Some of them are not willing to prosecute. They are even afraid just because of the connection.
How many have they arrested that you are saying they're handing over? How many?
Where we are saying how many, I want to ask you a question. How conversant are you with the local news of what is happening in Nigeria? Because, sometimes people are not conversant and they just assume that.
Well, 99% of the killings that happen, they arrest anybody. They didn't even investigate. They didn't even. If they investigate, they didn't come out to tell us their findings.
That's not Mike.
The only way we can conclude that they investigate or lie is if they come to tell us their findings. Because there's no way they will investigate a matter and they will find what happened. They will not come and tell us what happened.
Even the sentence. But the problem is they are not doing enough. Even they sentence some people. Some they can sentence. They sentence them. So, but the thing is, when you really want to secure that place, you need the local people. Because if hunters, a vigilante can secure, Abba, we cannot say the state cannot secure.
The fact of the matter is this: the only things they will investigate if the crime is going to the big dense area. That's it. As far as people living, those poor people in Africa, we don't see them as human beings. The fact of the matter, the states will not go and investigate when they massacre a bunch of poor people somewhere. They won't do that because they don't feel like it makes sense to spend money to find out the depth of these poor people here. And that's what the root of the problem.
Strange? Isn't that strange that your own people are being killed in your country and our leaders?
Exactly, that's exactly what it is. That's
a very, very strange behavior because Nigeria is losing in excess of $50 billion every year in GDP because of it. But let me finish. Let me just add one thing before I am done. This the chief of army staff or chief of defense staff in Nigeria complained about this, I think a year or so ago, that they will arrest bandits or terrorists and put them in prison with the police, and they go to court and they will find these people released again. That is a big problem for law enforcement and the military, because people that you consider terrorists, you catch them and then they end up being released again. And he even went on to talk about a boat that they arrested in the Riverine area for oil theft. When they kidnap it, arrest it and submit it to the authorities, later on they find the boat again, they arrest the boat again.
They don't bribe the police officer and make it release them now. Tunaja, you don't know Nigeria again.
Now you see
when you go prison, Tunaja, you just have to pay the DPO. They will let you go.
That's a problem. Why would anybody want to do their job when the justice system seems to be broken? Nobody is being held
accountable. Corruption everywhere in Nigeria, from airports, now bribery, extortion. That's what it is. You can pay your way out of trouble in Nigeria. That's what it is. They put in that police station.
Military brass is complaining about that. You know you have a problem. A top military brass is complaining about that. Can you imagine that? In Nigeria, this is real. It's really strange to hear a general complain about something like that.
I want to say something.
Anyway, of all these things we are discussing that we are not really talking about. You see, foreign reserve in Nigeria, we have local governments that used to have reserve. We have state that used to have reserve. We used to have federal. So the problem I'm having now, why is federal taking control? Let's government go and take over its own federal reserve, allow local governments and the state to manage their own.
If you want the state to have their own police, you have seen the one that break down House of Assembly, the one that take over. You want them to start fighting the government.
Stop all this.
Look at Utomi the other day went and formed a parallel government. He wanted to have police force behind them.
Why is it that you always fish for the negative part of it?
No, I support. See, I have to be reasonable, rational about it, because the center is not strong enough in Nigeria to allow state police at the moment. If it's not, I understand that. Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you now.
Okay, no, I just want to know whether my mic is back. You can continue.
Yeah. So see, the problem is this: you always find excuses that not to do things. Let me tell you one thing. Even as they introduce student loan now, we say, people will not pay. Why do you? So all those countries where those things are working, did they start one day? We are saying we should talk of police. We are only seeing the negative part of it, but we are not seeing the positive. Are they not misusing the federal police to start with?
So I don't think anybody's against.
Guy. We are talking.
Let me make some contribution.
No, please let me just land. See, we are talking of the forest now. What is the business of the federal government guarding the local government and state government reserve? Go and get your own reserve. Even the one they gave you, you are failing. Your federal police is failing. You understand? Anything federal is failing. Allow state to run their own. Compare federal safety and last man. Compare the two. Even despite that Amoteco is not even strong, they are not even well armed. Compare them and your what was this? The civil defense. Compare all those things. So the state, over time, they're proving to work better than the federal. Allow the local government and state to manage their forest. What's your business in going to local government and give them foreign this thing and give them forest guard? Oh my goodness, Tinubu will disappoint me if this really is true. I don't just want, because you've talked about this thing as long as 1993, that I know that Tinubu has been vocal about this thing. And all of a sudden you have opportunity now, and you will still allow this federal madness to continue. For what purpose, for goodness sake? And one madman will come there tomorrow now and can disarm them just because he's the commander in chief. Put it in such a way that the state we have their home, and stop all this idea. Thank you.
So, do you believe that if Tinubu goes through with this, we should just forget about state policing then, Ola?
That is exactly where the thing is to going towards.
Because to Mike's point, if I cannot trust a state government to recruit 3,000 people, how can I trust them with a whole police service?
You see one thing, naturally the federal police service is not supposed to be controlled by the president, because when you look at the composition of the police service commission, you understand they are both for about all state governments are members, and some former leaders, they are members of that too. But how did we get to the point that we allow the president to take over? Because if all the governors and all those leaders, if they are really taking up their responsibilities, they shouldn't be allowing the president to be nominating the Inspector General of Police. If they make the Inspector General of Police a nomination an affair in such a way whereby all the governors we have says, then that even to deploy the state commissioner that all the governors we have says, we won't have a situation whereby a superintendent of police.
But they have a say. Under our law, they actually have a say. They are on when you say Security Council of Nigeria, the governors are part of the Security Council.
Okay, look at how superintendent of police.
On theory, they have a say.
Look at how superintendent of police was disobeying order of Governor Sanwo-Olu. You went to someone's state to enforce order, and the person that is supposed to be security officer of that state was not even aware. The guy was even asking you to leave that place. The person is telling you, with due respect, sir, you have to call this. You understand? It's just like in a city, and we are saying a mayor of a city cannot call the police chief to order. You understand? That is exactly what we're having. So it's barbaric. If our police is being managed by the judiciary, maybe I won't have problem. But our police being managed by this executive, especially at the federal level, I'm not comfortable.
So imagine in the Ekiti now, somebody will not come from Lagos to help you to help you in Ado Ekiti or Ekiti. Like what Ekiti? What does it know about Ekiti State?
Ola, say something now. Because I don't dare hear since. Somebody they remove me if I talk. It go just throw away me come up for this. So I don't know who's doing that. Whether it's one man or two Nigeria.
No, I don't think it's one man. I want to accuse two Nigeria until he can defend himself.
He will just throw me away. I don't know why he's doing that. He's so biased. See, my brother, the problem is this. I want to ask a question. If this so-called forest guard arrest anybody, by law, do they have right to persecute anybody? That be by taking someone to court, or they will hand over it to police?
You don't have to see, that's one of the problems that we have in Nigeria. There's no state prison, there's no local prisons. So how the hell will something that is controlled by the state arrest you in the forest? That means they have to hand you over to the federal. So what's the point then? Who have the federal government take over by now?
You know why they are doing it? The reason is simple. They are afraid of, when people have power to control such force, any form of force, whether it's local vigilante and it's forest guard, and the state power is not there to decide what to do on their own. They feel threatened. Maybe those people can feel like, okay, we are oversheeted. Since we have weapons, let's go further to tell the federal government, look, this is your law. It's not favoring. We don't want it to be law in our land. And let us ask another question.
Isn't that democracy? Isn't that true federalism?
It's not the problem is that we don't have federal system of government. We have unitary system.
True federalism means that you should be able to decide how you want to secure your area.
Yes, if we do that. For example, I'll ask a question the other day. I said, if the northern region were to be having a parliament of their own, do you think they will allow Boko Haram? They won't have allowed it because of power struggle. All their effort was concentrating on how to grab the power. They created a vacuum. Now they are not admit that they have a problem, and that problem is threatening the entire country. Now, if Tinubu should come out with this plan of federal government again, you see the police will be agitating for, they want to, throw it away. There is an external dimension to our problem because I don't know those who advise them, who is pressurizing them, because our president somehow to society level, they are being easily, African leaders are easily, they are very vulnerable. We look at them as people that, because it's president command, or it's not like that. There are external forces, sometimes external powers behind them. We don't rally engage behind them to support them. Sometimes they just decide to, okay, let me secure myself. They will dance to the tune. Because if we have state police, it means
Midwest, like I was here yesterday when they said they want to make a voting compulsory. Something that first of all hit my mind was that, okay, if you made voting compulsory now, all those governors, it might just happen they will start securing their territory, just because number one, you know that if you don't secure, you are not going to have people because your people are displaced. But how are you supposed to complement this? You give them security to be able to complement. Because see, if you give this governor and you threaten them by saying the number of votes will start counting now, I can guarantee you, suddenly you will have less IDP, because everybody will want their people to stay in the city, to stay in the town. They don't want them to be displaced. But as long as we keep giving this thing to one man to just be managing, you understand? Just give Atiku maybe as a president in 2032.
My question is again, beside being a state forest guard, since now they are being run for federal, who will not be the head, like the controller general that will be giving command?
That's where the problem will come from. So tomorrow, okay, today is Yoruba now. Yoruba can take over all the security apparatus. Yoruba may not be brutal, they may not misuse power, but it doesn't mean that if you give to Buhari tomorrow, that Buhari will not go and bring those people that will misuse. Although you can give to Kwakaso, and Kwakaso may not abuse. You can give to Nuru Badu, and Nuru Badu may not abuse. But the thing is, we should be looking toward that person that we always abuse.
Look at the army. When this so-called Boko Haram something started, they used the Mumbai police. Later they said, "Look, let's add army to them because they have the more, firepower. They can, they are so brave. They now turn our army to police. They are automatically police officers. I don't see them like army anymore. Now, those same army with their sacrifice, they have succeeded to arrest at least, according to what 300,000 of this Boko Haram. What the governor did and the so-called former president, is to set these guys free. And the funniest part of it is that you can't even trace for any of them because we don't have database to know who is who. So you set them free again. And these guys now, look at what is happening to the army. It's so embarrassing for these guys to go to their barrack. First of all, they blow off the armory or the warehouse for so-called ammunition. And later they attack the barrack and they move away with so many weapons. Like Mike said, he said nobody is investigating. If it's advanced country, somebody said, people are buying in America. My dear brother, I don't think anybody has attacked America barrack. That can never happen. If it happens, it's a serious issue that the government must explain. Day in, day out, not even one day. We're talking about military from a position or a barrack here. What is it called? Army base. Now they are so bold to go and attack such place. Then the guys that you have released now, let us now see their performance in our society. How good they are since they have repented. We have no trace. You can see our problem. Our problem is from Abuja. Those who try to put us together, not looking into our differences, they are killing the country. Now we be agitating for. I be calling for regional government. Time you go and create forest guard, federal government will be in charge again. When they arrest anybody, we call bring it to Abuja. It must go to Abuja.
Look at civil defense now. Look at civil defense. Civil defense and police are fighting always.
In the crime scene will be dead and stop automatically because now they have transferred to Abuja. That's why you don't see the investigating matter.
Because Midwest, because you're still gonna need the federal courts, the federal prisons, the federal prosecutors. Things that should be ready available at the state level. If it's still federal, it defeats the purpose.
Prosecutors, they have.
Because normally it's just because of the way the executive and the central bully everything. Because normally states are the one responsible for prosecuting criminals. Now, if they arrest anybody within your state, now it's the duty of the DPP's office to prosecute. It's not even the police.
Ola, you live in Canada. Even your county, local government, they have their own prison in Canada.
Exactly.
You don't need federal government to imprison. Even local government will have their own police.
We don't need federal government. You understand? We may say, okay, in Ekiti or maybe in my local government, so all criminals now, once they sentence you, you decide to what to do. You create your prison for them. You do whatever you want to do with the prisoner you have. But in Nigeria, federal, even for you to breathe here, federal, everything. You know, and Tinubu, oh my goodness.
The federal is having huge responsibility because they collected everything. And at the end, they are not able to manage any.
Federal collect money on behalf of states in Canada, right? Provinces. Because their thing is narrowed. You understand? What they do, they help like Canada Revenue, they help every province collect their money, but the thing goes to them. It's not as if. Now, what would they control here in Canada? Even healthcare is even the function for the province. It's not for the federal. Agriculture is not for the federal.
In Spain, that is how it is in Sweden.
Education is not for the federal.
How it is in Norway.
Exactly.
So
military, national intelligence, those are the federal things.
But the healthcare is for the federal to formulate a policy, the kind of healthcare the country should run. But I haven't agreed when in that
province decide on how to run the healthcare. That's why you see healthcare in Alberta is different from healthcare in Toronto. Like we don't
have one in Europe here.
In Alberta now with our tax, our something like we call GST, just like a sales tax or a value tax or whatever, it's 5%. But meanwhile, if you go to Ontario, it's 13%.
No, we have the same like that, but it doesn't mean that one doesn't affect healthcare because
we can't keep saying that Midwest. We can't keep saying, oh, if we give them the power, they will mismanage it. We would then make sure that when you give them the power, you can have oversight. But don't deny them their rights.
The mistake they are making is simple. A time is coming where people will challenge the federal government, and that would be so. That would be, if care is not taken, I don't know. That would be so chaotic, and it's going to be filled with crisis. It's coming.
My brother, okay. Let me find a solution here. What you do is you start with states that have the resources or that can handle the situation. So, for example, let's say state police now. We'll start with Lagos, or that are very economically viable. You start with them first. Then it goes from there. So Lagos first. Then
I agree with you.
That's how you move it around. You just don't give everybody the power too.
I agree with that idea of starting somewhere, but at the same time, we can start generally across the country. Like where I live, I will use it as an example. Every region and state or community are not of equal size. Some are super rich, while some are middle and some are poor. But at the end of it all, if you even live in the poor commune, you will not even feel it. Because after all, there are percentage of money that the federal government have to release to make sure that place meet up with the standard
they have set for the country. Now, because they have proper documentation, it is easy for them to know where to support and where to take more from. Now, nevertheless, the same community have right to make some laws. Like this guy said, there are some community where you live, because they need more people. Government want people to go there. The commune where we pay 25% of VAT, they can decide to be paid 10%. And they can even say, if you live with us for 3 years, every month we pay you so amount of money. It just because they want people to stay there. So across the country, however, if those communes now require federal money, that's when they will say, okay, look, this incentive is not national, so you must remove it. This one is not national, you must remove it. If this one is not national, you must remove it, because the federal government want to come in so that anybody should not fish eaten. By the time you remove those things, they will see the volume of money that is coming again and say, okay, the money that's coming is enough.
Midwest. Let me tell you why state economy and state management this thing is better. You know, there was a time here in 2015, 2016. The economy was so bad in Canada that people were moving from Ontario to Alberta to come and look for warehouse job, because a province was able to create economy that attract people. You understand, from even the largest economy in Canada. So when you allow state, because there are a lot of things that people like us, we grew up to know in the local government then. I keep saying this thing, I've said it several times, farm settlement. Now, not only you have farm settlement in all those local government only, you have there's some program like whereby you can be going for cassava stem, that you can be going for soya beans, all those stuff, that you can be going for tractor, because local government then, they used to have tractor. All you need to do is to book and fuel and go and use to till. So all those stuff, since federal government is taking over everything now, you can't even do all those simple things that all those local government are doing. You understand? Just imagine if local government go back to the day where they used to have a farm settlement. What does that mean? You will always find people there that, if you are as all those foreign herdsmen are attacking them, the local government can decide to find a way to say, okay, we are going to hand over double barrel to all of you. It's not even new. Fayose did it anyway, cutlass and double barrel to hunters. So the thing is, you can find a way, because the government of that local government of that place is having interest. It's a level of government. They can find a way to secure themselves. That is where security starts from. You understand?
Let me give you another example. Sense of inclusiveness. And that's the first challenges that we have in Nigeria. If you watch carefully, even states that has provided president or produced president for many years, they are complaining today of even marginalization, because the sense of inclusiveness has been removed. Let me use Sweden, for example. I was living in a region we have community, because they run commune. Most of Scandinavia call their local government commune. And that is the real government. But they are very small, but they have power over their land. You can't mine resources if they say no. You can't engage in federal project when they say no. If you threaten anything about them. Do you know what happened? They said they want to install many wind energy in my commune, and a place was given. So later the community said, look, those areas, because those projects is federal government project, but energy is from government, federal government. So this is how they run their country here. Now they said, look, there are a lot of these bats, these bats that used to fly. They said there is a lot of bats that fly in that area, that used to fly in that area. For that reason, if you put wind energy, it's going to kill many of them. So therefore, it's cancelled. But they want alternative. Because of that, that project is gone. Just a commune of where the people who make up the council are like 6 hours working as a 6 hour workers, and use 2 hours to sit down there and discuss how commune should be run. Only few people are just full-time, apart from those ones employed. But those who are politicians taking decision, you must have employment somewhere so that they don't spend too much money. They were the people who stopped these things. Some of them are mechanics, some work in the bank, some work they are all professionals. They know what is good for their people. But in our case,
How can somebody sit down in Abuja? Take, for example, the persons from northern part of Nigeria, they surrounded themselves. They don't know anything about Edo. They don't know anything about Ekiti, anything about Owerri. They will just take decision and say this thing must be applied across the entire country. And at the end, we have problem. And that's why they have created Boko Haram. As I said, if the Northerners were to be having their own parliament and they know they have a responsibility, all they need to do is like bring 50% to the federal. And the federal government have put a measure on ground for to be very sure that every money they raise is accurate and they are able to give.
What happened? Or is it me that I'm not?
I think it dropped off or something.
I think it dropped. Maybe it's using dial-up network.
Okay. So guys, I think we are still not serious in that country at all. And I think is if there's any time that Nigeria need to stand up and demand the right to be done, I think is on this matter.
So what happened to the bill now, Ola?
That's where I'm now more that.
On the second reading, second reading, whatever. So what happened to the state police bill?
I'm telling you, I'm not even surprised because I didn't even see this one coming. That's surprising. I didn't see it coming. But this forest guard we are talking about, are they going to create forest guard without any bill, or has the bill been passed? And secondly, what happened to the capacity of states to create forest guard? Then what happened to Amotekun? This is funny, to be honest.
I think this idea that people keep saying that the governors are going to abuse it and things like that. For me, I think we need to try and get past that idea because at the end of the day,
are doing their work. Those guys
at the end of the day, every governor will be held accountable or when it comes to security issues. So they want to try to make it work because that responsibility will be on them. People will know that, okay, look, the policing is now your responsibility. If the federal government needs to increase allocation going to state for that, they can do that. One governor will come, abuse it. Another one will come, we straighten it. And over time, we can continue to refine the law or refine the system. There's nothing wrong with that.
Progressive. You see, there's a phenomenon that I noticed going on in Nigeria.
Suddenly, your voice come now.
Oh, look at that! Don't start with me. Don't start with me. Now that I'm talking, you want to start complaining.
Why are you removing
it yet?
Why are you removing it?
What?
Why are you removing it? Who is removing me from this program?
No, I didn't remove you. I'm the one bringing you on.
It's probably your network. It's probably your network.
What I was saying was that there's a phenomenon that is going on that like somebody like most governors are popular in their states, which is very interesting. Yet overall, in terms of the nation, it's not being governed very well. Just like even senators and House of Assembly members, they tend to be popular within their local or senatorial districts. They tend to be relatively liked in those areas. So what is this phenomenon is a serious problem, because if you look at it in the nation holistically, they are not running it very well. But within their local area, they will be like, it's okay, I like our governor, or I like my senator, it's nice. And if they didn't like the senator, you will be seeing that locally, they will be going after those senators. Because the senator will come back from Abuja and tell them, I'm going to give you this road. Even if the road he makes is going to be down in 5 years' time or 3 years' time, no road is not going to be there. And that senator is not going to be there. The senator will promise them those things, and they will be okay with that senator for that time. This is that phenomenon is a serious one, because it's hard to pinpoint. Even Fubara that destroyed the House of Assembly is popular. So this is what we are seeing in Nigeria, and it's a very strange phenomenon where nationally people are dissatisfied, but locally they seem to be okay with their local representative that they should be holding accountable. Like, you guys are the ones running the country badly, but to them, okay.
Tunaja, let me explain something to you. Tunaja. I think Nigeria at the moment cannot be governed by public opinion. I think we just have to have leaders that will implement the right policies, regardless of the people's opinion. They have to just say, you know what, this is going to be difficult. The people are going to feel pain, but we believe this is the right thing to do, and they just stick to it. And I think this is why I see in certain area of this Tinubu economic policies, I think is the right thing to do. And in certain area, when it comes to politicking and the rule of law, I think he's doing a lot of damage to himself and the country. But in terms of economy, whether it was Obi or Atiku, I would have loved them to go in this direction. Yes, there is hunger, people are going to suffer, but over time, when the country continues to generate revenue, you will see that over time things will change. Look, we live in a country, we have a country where some universities have bigger budget than some states in Nigeria. In some Western university have a bigger budget than some states in Nigeria. That is not feasible. We cannot run a nation with those meager resources that we have. So over time, I believe that this is the direction that we need to go. So for me, I think certainty like this forest things, like I think Tinubu they got this one wrong. They need to remain that one. Forget. Look, Lagos State don't have which forest are they going to guide in Lagos? Things have to be something have to make sense. You cannot just. It's almost like a political appointment. Every state will get 33,000, 55,000. What are we doing here? Does every state have the same level of insecurity? No.
I want to ask you, Lagos have a lot of water, so how can they protect it?
No, but Lagos is still going to get some of the forest land. So where are they going to walk? Which forest are they going to walk in Lagos?
That's last one now. Look like the forest guard. That's a different
Lagos can have water guard.
They already have that under last one. They have their water. We don't need
the resources should go to those people.
Midwest.
Yeah.
It simply means that Nigeria is not learning from the recent insecurity. Let me tell you one thing. I won't have all those people that don't want state police. It will be okay if they made the president of Nigeria to just be commander-in-chief of armed forces that cannot deploy the military until the House ratify. It will be okay if the commander-in-chief of Nigeria cannot single-handedly nominate the inspector general of police. Then I'll be okay. You understand? It'll be okay if they can allow states to unpick the commissioner of police and to make sure that when at that state, they should obey the order of the governor and not the order of the inspector general of police. Then all those things will be okay if you restructure that way. But as long as the superintendent of police will be dishonoring a state governor, oh my goodness, this is.
And they should stop all those transfer. They should stop all those nonsense. Okay, recruit police locally. Recruit police locally and let them serve locally. Stop all this transferring somebody from Casina to.
Why they think this way? Nigeria is not a rule-based society like where we live. They are worried of one thing. Just the way it is today, the president can wake up and fire the inspector general of police and replace him. So they are afraid if they give this power to state governors, when they start crossing boundary by doing something right, because if you want to do anything right in Nigeria today, you're going to cross boundary by asking question. Why is this like this? That means the federal government have to explain. It will not look as if they don't have that absolute power. So we are just power-based society. So that is why they are.
Who is afraid of doing the right thing? Who is afraid of doing the right thing? I think the problem is more of opportunity. See, let me tell you one thing. You can still be a billionaire and still be poor. You understand?
When you don't enjoy it, I agree.
Our leaders still operate from the area of poverty. You understand? From the area of poverty mentality. Because that's why they want to perpetrate themselves in power. Because you that will become governor before you have money, you stole, nobody is running after you. You are powerful. But you still want to hang around and still want to control everything. That's the part of the problem we are talking about. So the thing here is so simple. Is that okay? You say governor we abuse. Now, when you know that governor we abuse, it's not for you to be saying governor we abuse. Your own is to say, how do we make sure that governors will not abuse? That's the problem. When you want to solve a problem, okay, for us to be shouting state police, we know there's a problem, right? You want to solve that problem now. All of a sudden, you are seeing another problem. You forgot already that it's the problem you want to solve.
Do you guys think we should stop practicing democracy and just start practicing meritocracy like the Chinese, whereby they just
cannot
hold on?
do that. We
You
cannot
say?
do that. We
Hold on,
cannot
calm
do
down. Now,
that.
let me land first now. Before get the Kung Fu contest, whereby we create a system where everybody bring their qualification, their resume, whatever, and then they screen everybody and find out whoever is the best to govern this area or that area, or they can bring your presentation, what you're going to do, everything, and then a group of experts will review everybody's resume and qualification and whatever, and then they pick who's the best and appoint him. Like the Chinese just appoint people. Who's going to run our local government? They appoint him. Who's going to run this one? They appoint people. So they appoint the best of the best. So that way we can be appointing the best of Nigerians in every, facet of, you understand what I'm saying? But with democracy, it's almost like you have to be campaign for that position. And then hold on, let me land. With democracy, hold on. With democracy, me and you go and campaign, and whoever can convince the poverty-minded people to vote for is who they will vote for. And then you can be the best brain in the world that has the might, the capacity to turn the place to heaven. But because you don't know how to speak the kind of political language people understand, the guy that knows nothing will defeat you in an election and he become the governor.
Mike, do you know where the problem is? Where the problem? The first question is this: who created quota system? Not democracy, the military. We just later codify it into our constitution. Now, the thing is,
it wasn't the military. It wasn't.
It was the military.
I don't know.
Baba, it was the military.
Wait, which quota system are you talking about? Nigeria Defense Academy quota system? Because there are so many quota systems.
Well, why are you talking about quota system? Is it related to what I said or what?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm saying what brought quota system before, because some people will tell you that okay, a particular region is dominated because now, although when particular region were dominating that we are talking about, if it were to be the best of us, it would be okay. But it will just be the lowest of us, the least of us that were actually dominating.
Quota system? There are quota system. Which one are you talking about? In Nigeria Defense Academy, there are quota system. Admission to university, there are quota system based on where you are from. I don't know the area you are talking about, which quota system. Employment
who supervised 1979 Constitution and 1999 Constitution? Who supervised all those constitution? Military codified quota system into our democracy.
But when you say military, who's this military that did it?
Which area of quota system? Which area of quota system? I don't understand. I'm confused a little bit. That's why I'm still asking.
Okay. Because how the federal character enter into our constitution?
You can't say it's the military now. Just this bunch of intellectuals that came and trying to figure out what's the best way forward.
You know why I'm asking?
We continue blaming military for all these things.
For the little I know, when the Northerners were not interested about Nigeria, that is when we met them. From people from eastern part of Nigeria, they were the one who did it. If you score 20%, it will be equal to 40%. This is our quota. And so number of people must be, admit from your region so that you can have that sense of belonging. Whether they merited it or not.
Midwest, let me just finish the thing you are saying. You say in 1979 Constitution was the first time Nigeria incorporated what they call federal character principle to address regional imbalances. Look at that, to address regional imbalances. It was first introduced in 1979. It's John Lies. You understand? And who was the president then? Who was the commander-in-chief then? Obasanjo.
Olusegun Obasanjo.
Ola, we're not doing no. Ola, let's not do this Obasanjo.
I'm not even promoting him, but I'm just telling you, military. I just wanted to attach name to the person when it started.
Ola, we start. See, the problem we have as a people, as a black race, we believe in power than the rule-based system. And I strongly believe Nigerians, they are not one.
All I will beg Nigeria, if they really want to do anything like that guy said, we will not operate like China. Let them give power to our monarchy. And where I come from, I'm not advocating for all Nigerians. For those who don't have can suggest what they want, I will tell you things will change for good. Removing them not to
monarchy will be the worst to hand over power. They will be the worst. These people
How will it be the worst?
These people were
the unknown factors that you are electing and putting in place that don't have any emotional connection to the environment, they'll be better than monarchy.
The monarchies you are talking about, a lot of them were involved in slavery during the time of slavery.
So you're saying regular politicians back then would not have been involved in slavery?
Were involved in
you are talking about the era of
they were involved in capturing and selling their own fellow people.
Wait. You see, I don't want to go to that aspect. Let me learn my point, please, because aspect that doesn't have proof.
Let me look at the argument. The government of the United States back then were involved in slavery. So does that mean that they should hand the same, and back then the same the same government practice back then during slavery, so they are still practicing today. So you are telling me that because the government of America were involved in slavery back then, it means that they should hand. What are you talking about?
Let me explain something to you.
That's a very weak argument, man, because they were involved in slavery back then.
Mike, hold on. Hold on now. Today, yeah, you can come out and you criticize any governor in Nigeria as we speak. So you can just come and say that governor is a thief. They're not born you where. May you call certain Oba for that country a thief. They just try it. You cannot try it.
So
you
does that mean okay?
We broke loose.
So does that mean we will not develop? Does that mean we will not develop?
That is not how.
So the list of our problem now is to have freedom to insult, right? That's what we need, right?
If you can't even hold them accountable, how are you going to progress? If you cannot even hold them accountable.
Okay, now are you holding these people accountable now?
Of course, we are holding them accountable. This is why you see people.
I bet Mona, let me learn my own point, because I said for my own self, I don't know where Akim or is talking his own point from, because he's talking about slavery. That's a different history. I wasn't there, it wasn't there. And the reason why it is coming out that the monarchy were responsible for slavery are European design.
I know Alaafin Oyo was a serious culprit in that time, but unlike all those other Obas, Alaafin Oyo was even before. You can see exoneration of all those Oba in Ekiti or Egba, all those Obas.
Ola, where do you get the evidence Alaafin was involved?
Ola, let us.
Mikey, are you from Oyo?
I'm not from Oyo, but I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to know where your source information is from. No, I'm not necessarily agreeing or disagreeing.
No, I know.
Because I kind of align in Midwest, because most of the information we consume is from what one Igbo man just gave us.
Please let me learn my point. I suggest that let's hand over the responsibility to them. We cannot, because of
No, we cannot do that. That for me, that would be the worst thing we will ever do.
But Kenny, we're doing better when they were ruling us now. We're better people now. We're doing better now.
How were we doing better?
Even with no technology back then, even without technology back then, we're doing better than now. Imagine if we don't have technology.
Sorry.
We were better organized. We were better organized back then. With zero technology, we were better organized.
Okay, but
let's have one voice. Midwest has been trying to land this point for. Let's have one voice.
Sorry. Thank you. See, why do I suggest them? They own the land. They know their people, and through them, a well-established culture and tradition were highly established. And as a result of that, we benefited greatly. And that is why people like Awolowo are being remembered today. They were working with people that were rooted in their tradition, belief, and understanding.